We're back at the Fixed Ops Roundtable All Systems Go event.
We are ready to launch for our next segment, talking all things driveway process, filmed live at our Niello pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. We are at the Niello Company in Sacramento, California. Ted, this panel, we're going to be talking about 100% of the driveway process.
That driveway process, Sarah, is pretty amazing at the Niello Company. We're really fortunate to have this great panel and to have Tully Williams with us as well on the panel. Tully, who do we have here?
Well, we have a great panel today talking about our driveway process that we believe in solely. But first off, we have Skyler from Xime, which helps us get those processes done. I have Jeret Williams, service manager at Elk Road Store, Rick from Volvo, and Jose from the Porsche Sac Store. But we really believe in, if we have a product that works, we want to use it 100% of the time. So when we talk about all grains, we want to be 100% check-in. 100% videos for our technicians, 100% inspections, 100% those quotes sent. And well, of course, we want those great customers to do what? Look at those quotes and then say yes. And what you're going to find out today is that when we do those processes right, our customers are happier, we're driving repeat referral business, our retention goes up, and everybody makes more money for them and their family.
Well, I will kick things off. Tully, I'll come to you first. So talk about a little more about how the transparency inspecting vehicles has become really the customer expectation in the service departments.
Well, it started a long time ago, and then, a lot of times it looks at it as, well, who's going to pay for that? And is the technician doing it right? But now when we realize that if we monitor our great recommendations that we do, and we call recommendations we'd sell our family members, we want to make sure that the technician recommendations that we're holding them accountable to, we do pay them to do it, by the way, which means we can hold them accountable, is that we're doing recommendations that we'd sell our family members. The problem is that we don't want unnecessary recommendations or what recommendations they did not recommend, right? So our goal is to make sure we're doing it quality. When we build that quality, what happens? Our service writers get confidence to make sure they sell those great videos that our technician takes. And of course, we take pictures of every red item. That is what's driving. We call same-day selling. It's really same-visit selling, but we drive that, and we can get as high as 60, 70, even 80% of everything we ask you for in red. We believe selling reds is what we want to sell, not yellows.
Jared, you want to chime in on that for being buddy?
Yeah, I would say when you're talking about the processes and how they equate to hours, how they equate to dollars, how they equate to retention for your customer, all of it plays into the same thing. We are trying to generate hours. And if we can monitor our check-in, we can monitor our same-day selling. It even goes down to the detail of how many recommendations per repair order that you have. We track that, and we can equate it out to, if you have 2.5 recommendations per RO, you're going to generate X amount of incomes. Now, if you bump that to 3.1, exponentially, you're just going to make more money for you and your family. So that's what the whole process is all about, is making sure that we can track it and show the results from it.
What do you see from your perspective, Leo, first?
I would say realistically, the process with sending the videos and having the pictures on those videos, it makes it, number one, that much easier to sell because you have complete transparency between your customer and what we're recommending. There's no question on why we're trying to sell it. It's there, it's documented, and it's much easier to do.
Let me ask this gentleman, transparency important today, and does this help?
Absolutely. I mean, following these processes allows us to be transparent, and that builds trust with the customer. And it really drives the repeat and referral business. And when they get used and accustomed to getting those videos, knowing that that's coming, it builds that long-term relationship that we're striving to do.
Skyler, Chadwick from Cox Automotive, you see a lot of great dealerships around the nation, and the Niello Company really stands out. What do you see?
I see a lot of great things. I had an opportunity to spend time with the technicians yesterday, actually. And what's amazing to me about these videos and the new software that we've actually released to dealerships this year, and we're here at the Porsche store who's actually beta testing that new video application. It's really allowing the technicians to become these videographers.
Be able to split actually these videos and make it more easier for the customer and easier on them to be able to make those decisions. And again, we're in the repeat and referral business, but it's also about selling those hours, and those videos are selling those hours. And so we're really helping dealerships and helping their teams make a big difference in this industry.
Sarah, isn't it amazing how we see the role of technician changing and technology is helping dealers like Niello do that today?
It's incredible, Ted. And Skyler, I want to come back to the whole process again because X time starts with the appointment scheduler, but then it goes so much more beyond that. And what we're seeing with the video and the technicians being more front and center in that customer experience, what types of reporting, what kind of information do dealers look at today with this?
I think that it starts right in the drive, the service drive. That's when the consumer experience really truly starts. And so knowing how long we spend with our customers on the service drive, how does that communication start? How much time does our service advisor spend with those customers? Most importantly, are we taking care of their needs at the time of that service appointment? But then they also started showing up to the dealership as well. So it's really about reporting. It's about knowing that data in detail. So it's all part of that retail 360 experience we have at Cox Automotive and our new application to really allow these service managers see exactly what's going on. What is the data telling us? And then make the best educated decision based off of that data.
Jeret, if I could, how do your guests feel about this? And how has that evolved over the years with what you see here at Niello and the technology?
The evolution of the video into the environment that we have now compared to back in the day when it was a phone call, right? You would just call them up and you would tell them that you need $2,000 worth of work. And they had to listen to you and just take your word for it. Now we can prove what it is by showing them a video of their car, right? We start our video in the back of the cars and it's their car. It's got their license plate on it. So they know what we're talking about is true to them. It's their car. And now we can show them a picture of the failed part. So all the different media platforms that we have to showcase what we're trying to sell to them just builds that trust with them so that they can say yes to it.
And to Jared's point, leaving a telephone call or a voicemail, as we did years ago, they may not pick that up right away. They may not listen to that, but the video they're going to watch.
Exactly. They get it directly from a text message or an email, and they get it right on their platform that they're choosing. So it's very helpful.
Now, can you measure that here at the dealership?
Absolutely. We can see who's viewing the quotes, what percentage of all of our customers are seeing these videos. For whatever reason, we have somebody that's not. We can resend it to them. It's pretty seamless.
Tully, how important is the measurement of the metrics that you are?
So data is everything to me and the matrix. But here's the thing is about us being transparent. Me having the data doesn't work, does it? It's them having the data. I want McGill, Rick. I want Jose. I want Jeret. I want them to have the data to help manage it all. So how do we make people better? Our goal is to make our technicians do great quality inspections, giving recommendations we'd sell our family members. 2 is we want to hold our service advisor to make sure that we are sending those quotes. And then 2 is that our customers are actually looking at those quotes so they can say yes. It is crucial for us to make sure that we are transparent. We have a website to go to. Of course, we push it out to all the stores, making sure they can see how well they're doing, not how bad they're doing.
Skyler, I'll give you the last word. Is this a big focus on some of the things that you're working on at Cox Automotive?
Yeah, and we talk about time. Time is everything, right, at the instance. And I think the important thing is I just looked at the data this morning. Cox Automotive and dealerships like Niello that are using our X-Time product and solutions, they're seeing these customers respond within 7 minutes or less. And that is so fast. And so that's what pictures and videos and this data is really helping these gentlemen make the best decisions for their customers and really providing that well-rounded experience.
I want to add one thing also, Ted, if I can, is that Jeret and Rick both are on the advisory board, which they get to go out to Atlanta and are on quarterly meetings. So they're helping develop the next great product for X-Time and keep it improving. So Jeret, Rick, why don't you just give us a couple tidbits of that?
Well, and like he was saying, the thing is that they do track the time. Like they're very structured into figuring out where the holdups are, how do they push through it, and how they elevate their product to help us do our job better.
I think it's wonderful that X-Time does ask the end user to get involved in the platform. How else are you going to know what areas of improvement that need to be made for your product if you're not talking to people that are actually using it every day? So love being on the advisory board. I think it's fantastic.
Well, gentlemen, congratulations to you at Niello for all the great work that you're doing and elevating the customer, the guest experience. Skyler, Chadwick at Cox Automotive, thank you for all you do for the industry as well. We're here today at the Niello company in Sacramento. Sarah Van Tyne, Tully, and I will be right back.
Get covered for your next Interstellar Odyssey with David Reinicke from Automotive Warranty Network.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We're with David Reinicke today. He's the president of Automotive Warranty Network, one of the great friends of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, certified partner for the Roundtable. David, welcome to the event.
Thanks, Ted. It's a pleasure to be back. Appreciate you always having me.
Appreciate all you do for the industry, David. And
you as well.
I know at the last several pop-up events, you were with us there in person, both at Bozard and up at Niello. And we got a chance to see some dealerships and dealership groups with great culture who have worked many, many years to instill that. And David, you could almost feel that in place when you walked into those stores. I don't know if you felt the same way.
No, absolutely. You can feel the culture. You can feel the employees feeling like they're family, that they have good, a good culture in place. So.
Yeah, and those folks had career paths. They had career paths in writing, and there was all the little things the dealership did, in terms of education and training and investing in their people. So today I want to talk about that with you, because we see that in some of the partners for Fixed Ops, for the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and Automotive Warranty Network is certainly one of them, one at the lead. And
thank you.
Built an amazing culture there. And I don't know if you'd like to tell our audience a little bit about it, but I know you don't talk about it a whole lot, but I saw a couple little things in your latest video commercial about it, I see.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the recognition on that. And just like the dealerships that we visited that have great cultures, it's really about caring about your people and putting your people first. Again, at Niello and Bozard, their employees aren't numbers, right? That they're real people that they care about. So, and it's no different with our company. Nobody here is a number. Everybody's a real person with real families that we care about, and that we want to get to know. And then on the professional side, helping people advance and further their career and sharpen their sword and better their knowledge. So. And on that front, there's no knowledge hoarding. So we developed a culture of really sharing knowledge, helping each other out, lifting each other up again. I think that really helps everybody feel again that they matter, and they're contributing to the goals that we're trying to accomplish. So.
I know we'll talk about that knowledge sharing because you have an upcoming initiative with Northwood University. Congratulations to you this year. You'll be up there at the 62nd Annual International Auto Show with the CAM Summit, and Automotive Warranty Network will be highlighted. It's probably the beginning of a lot you're going to do.
Yeah. We hope to do a lot with them. I see great opportunity for a crossover between we do in the industry and what Northwood's offering as well. So I'm excited to explore that. We're excited to be a part of the show, to be, a sponsor of the show. And I think it's going to be great. We're excited.
Well, we'll come back to that in just a few minutes. I want to talk to you again, come back to the people element, because even at Northwood, they realize it's all about that passionate pipeline of people coming into the industry. You've built that. I know you hired some of the best people, many of them from out of retail, to do this for your firm. And I think that's a big differentiator, especially with all the challenges dealers have, that you have an actual human being, an actual person who's, let's say, walked in their shoes.
Yeah, I mean, that's really important, is having a human being, like you said. I mean, the biggest thing we get compliments from our clients on is the fact that they build relationships with the people that we have working for us, that are part of our work family here. So it really ingrains the same thing into the dealership interaction. It's not just employee to employee for AWN or me to our admins or our IT department or whatever the case may be, but that extends all the way to the client. So, the client feels that same connection to our employees, to our administrators, to me, to, Jamie, to, we really work on building that full sense of community, not just with each other, but with our clients as well. So.
And David, you didn't just start this last month or last year. Tell us about that, because this started when you were a little boy, and it's been in the family for a long time.
Yeah, it's been in the family for, most of my life. I've been a part of AWN for about 25 years now. So, for my experience, we've always just, through our whole history of the company, focused on being ethical in our practices, again, with our clients, but also with our employees. So, it's just something that's ingrained in us and that we follow every day. Every day we practice, the ethics of running a business, the ethics of, dealing with the manufacturers, the ethics of dealing with our clients. So.
Do your people have a lot of contact with the dealerships where, let's say, someone at the dealership level, leading, a manager or even higher, has questions, let's say today, about warranty, and wants to speak to somebody at your firm, and they've got that kind of relationship where they can do that?
Yeah, 100%. So, the relationship, again, that's built between our administrators and the dealerships is one of that. I mean, they in most cases, they talk every day. So they'll call, they ask questions, they'll call and talk about each other's families. So it's yes, any of our clients can pick up the phone, call us at any time, even if it's just a talk, or questions. So yeah, it's really building that sense of community and partnership, and in a lot of cases, our dealers even send our administrators Christmas gifts and postcards and that kind of thing. So it's a full bonded relationship.
Just for the audience's edification, whenever I have a question that pertains to warranty, it's not unusual that I'm sending a text over to David and saying, David, can I speak to you? I got a couple questions. And not unusual for David to do the same thing back to me. So I think we've got that kind of relationship, and that means a lot to people in the industry.
Well, and it's not just, and I appreciate that, Ted, and I appreciate you always being available for me too, but that's what the relationships are about, right? I mean, I even have dealerships that are not our clients that'll call me and ask me questions, and that's totally fine. Just because you're not one of my clients doesn't mean I don't want to help you out and answer some warranty questions and help a dealership be better, right? So.
All right. Well, let's talk about what's happening now in the industry. It seems that around the industry, we're hearing more and more, a little bit here, a little bit there, about audits creeping back. Okay. And they're back on the radar. I've had a number of dealers talk to us about audits, and they didn't have some of these in the last few years. But what are you seeing out there? Are the manufacturers taking a little bit closer look now than they were in the past?
They are, and I know I sound like a broken record, because I know in a lot of our interactions that we've done here that I'm always talking about audits, and David's always talking about audits, but it is very, very important. Again, having over 1,500 clients, we're starting to see a big uptick in manufacturers' warranty audits. So right now we have probably, I don't know, I would say anywhere between 5 and 10 dealerships a week that are getting audits, and manufacturers are really looking to audit more frequently. And in my opinion, that's due to rising warranty costs. So, you have your labor rate increases, you have your just the sheer price of parts, with all the technology and stuff. So these warranty claims are high dollars. And I think, the OEMs are looking to come in and inspect what dealerships are doing. I don't personally think that manufacturers are looking to take dealerships to the cleaners, but they do want to come in and inspect the processes and make sure that dealerships are doing, what they should be. And, that's really what we're in the business of. And, not trying to sell anything here, but we're trying to help dealerships fairly collect what they should collect, on a daily basis. Really no more, no less. We're not trying to upsell warranty or increase what a dealership collects, because ultimately at the end of the day, when the manufacturer does come in and audit, they're going to take that money back if we've over collected or if the dealership is over collected. So we want to make sure that the dealership is fairly collecting what they should collect, and that leads to a few things. I mean, one, favorable audit results. So a lot of our clients that are going through these audits right now, the chargebacks are 1-2%. Some have even been below 1%. So and what that creates, again, in my opinion, is a better relationship with the manufacturer when they come in and inspect your processes. And it's not a huge chargeback. It's not a $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 chargeback, which, by the way, we're seeing some of those types of numbers. Again, that's why I want to talk about this so much, because when they do come in, these numbers are very, very large. So, and a lot of manufacturers are auditing periodically. It's not a matter of your metrics are triggering an audit. It's a matter of, we're going to come in and see you every 12 months or every 18 months or every 2 years or whatever the case may be. Certainly, there are triggers as well with the metrics, but I just want to get it out there that manufacturers are coming around to audit, and dealerships should inspect their processes and what's going on today, and
Nobody likes that word audit, David.
No, but it doesn't need to be a scary thing. In one of our recent videos that came out on LinkedIn and on the internet there, we had one of our employees speaking to the fact that audits shouldn't be scary. For her, audits are not scary. They're a learning tool, and that's really what audits should be. So I think the more dealerships look at it as a if they're following their proper processes and look at it as a learning tool, I think that's they shouldn't be a scary experience.
A lot of our dealers are familiar with F&I mock audits, if you will, where they have a company that comes in and pulls X amount of deals, folders that were financed, and the company goes through them and looks for what would happen if that dealer were audited. And that's a service that I know a lot of dealers partake in with a number of different partners. And it's very good. It puts a lot of visibility, a lot of transparency on what they're doing, what they could do better. David, you have such an audit, a mock audit, if you will, on the fixed ops warranty side. Talk about that.
Yeah, we do the exact same thing on the warranty side. So we actually have custom software that we developed in-house to where we host an audit the way the manufacturer would. So essentially, we'll go through and pull a claims list. Typically, we get that claims list through the manufacturer's trend report. So we don't want to look at like recalls and maintenance claims. We want to look at real claims. And then we'll have the dealership, we can either do this on site or remotely, but we get those repair orders and all the supporting documentation that pertains to those repair orders. And we actually do an audit the way the manufacturer would. So we can look at all the paperwork, we look at punch times, we look at technician comments, we look to make sure all the test codes, results, measurements are there. And then, we look at one-time use parts too. So then we output an audit the way the manufacturer would, so that we can sit down with you today or a dealership today and say, okay, if this was a real audit, here's the financial impact. And of course, this is more favorable because we're dealing with fake money. We're not dealing with real money. But then we can break it down by issue type. So, 50% was 3Cs or clock time issues, whatever the case may be. And then we can even break it down further by that specific employee. So we can weight like a clock time issue or a 3C issue to a technician. So we can say, this particular technician is responsible for a majority of these chargebacks or these fake chargebacks, right? Yeah. And then we can develop an action plan. And that's part of the audit, is developing an action plan to what a dealership or we can help with to act on to improve these processes. So in some cases, we can actually go into the dealership. We can spend a couple of days there. We can help them. We can work directly with their technicians, their advisors to, develop better processes so that, when the audit does come, because it will come, they feel better about it and they're confident about what the results are going to be because, all these processes are in place. In my experience too, the manufacturers, when they do come in and audit and they see that there's good processes in place, I think manufacturers are more willing to work with the dealership when they're trying to do the right thing. We've had some dealerships that we've run across over the years that, they try to push the envelope,
Yes.
day to day. They try to get the most that they can out of warranty, and they're willing to walk that line and, take their chances. And some of them think that they're going to come out ahead in the audit, even though, if they get a chargeback, they're going to come out ahead ultimately. But chargebacks still never feel good though, right? So
Interesting you mentioned this. At this event, David, we had a compliance panel. Had nothing to do with warranty or warranty submissions, but it was on general compliance. We had a number of people within the industry, and one of them was a former assistant attorney general in one of the big states that is always in the news. Okay, and they talked about that if a dealer, in terms of compliance, if a dealer is making efforts, okay, and showing that they are addressing some of these issues, okay, and actively working on them rather than just pushing it off to the side, they look at that a whole lot differently. And that was pretty much the consensus on that group. I don't know if you see that as well, but
in my experience, that is 100% true. I mean, I've been in several audits. I've been at the dealership for audits, and it does make a huge difference if you're trying to do the right thing and trying to implement processes or have good processes in place versus just kind of cowboying it and not caring about those processes, right? So
all right, so we need to be aware of audits that are looming, and again, you probably know, you mentioned some of the things along that would trigger an audit, but you know some of the common things, okay, that OEMs are looking for. So it's great to have a partner that I could speak to, okay, that knows this inside and out, David, as you and your team do.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm here for you, Ted, anytime you need any support on that or any other stores. I mean, we're dealing with it on a daily basis. Right before we came onto this call, I was dealing with audits that our clients are going through. So again, I just want to raise awareness for this because it's a real thing, and it doesn't feel good when you get a big chargeback. So,
all right, finally, we're still a few months away, but you're coming up to Northwood University in Midland, Michigan in September. Automotive Warranty Network is the main sponsor, okay, for the International Auto Show, the 62nd annual one, and there's going to be a huge CAMS summit at Northwood. And one thing in common with everybody, every dealer who's going to be up there, they all deal with warranty. And I know it's your turn to be on the big stage and talk about a lot of things that dealers face, when it comes across to warranty. And it's interesting, David, last year there were a number of panels on other topics, not fixed ops, F&I, aftermarket, all these other things, human resources, yet every panel somehow came back to fixed ops. And I don't think it was because Sarah and I were moderating it. I think the panelists wanted to talk about fixed ops. So you're going to be in the sweet spot up at Northwood this fall.
Well, we're very, very excited about it. So we're going to bring a crew up there from Automotive Warranty Network. We're excited to be a part of the event. Of course, we're very excited to sponsor the event. And, we'll look forward to participating in the breakout sessions and the CAMS event, and, just really working with the students up there and, getting a chance to meet some new dealers and new friends and build relationships. So very much looking forward to it.
David, it's a great alliance to have. So congratulations to you and the AWN team for doing that. I think it's a big move forward for our industry. So. All right. If our audience wants to reach out to you, David, or your team, or has some warranty questions in the meantime, as you mentioned, even if they're not a client, can they do that?
Yeah, 100%. And I know I've said it over and over again on some of these panels, but we're not salesy. So if you want to reach out and ask a warranty question, I'm not going to, try to convert you into a client. Of course, that's always favorable. But if you just have questions, that's totally good. And you can always reach out to me directly. It's just my email address is dreinicke@awninc.com, or more simply just david@awninc.com. inc.com. It goes to the same place. So.
And you'll see David on social media, particularly on LinkedIn. So, David, thanks for all you do in AWN for the industry. And thank you for your time today talking about the culture, the unique culture at your company, and things we need to be keeping an eye on in our industry.
Of course, Ed. It's always a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Everybody, David Reinicke, the leader in the industry. He's the president of Automotive Warranty Network. Reach out with your questions on how he can help your dealership or your dealership group. David Reinicke at Automotive Warranty Network here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The business model of Automotive Warranty Network has always been to provide the very best service we can to automotive dealerships. We believe very much in partnerships, so we partner with dealerships to help them process their warranty repair orders the best they can, but also stay compliant with a manufacturer policy and procedure.
Dealerships, some of them don't understand the importance of the supporting documentation. The repairs are performed, manufacturer is going to come in and audit them. That supporting documentation needs to stand up in an audit. If not, those monies will be charged back to the dealership. So, important thing that our team provides the dealerships is the information where the supporting documentation does not support the repairs performed, where they could lose those monies in an audit.
Audits are not scary. Audits are actually fantastic learning experiences. I am a big proponent for audits. I am not perfect. I do not think anybody is perfect. AI isn't even perfect. It is such a learning experience, and manufacturers are looking for things differently every year, and it keeps us on our toes. Then I know that I could take that information that I gather and provide it to my other dealerships and say, hey, we need to stay on top of these things.
We offer full warranty administration services from beginning to end, from reviewing technician comments and punch times, looking up and applying labor operations and times in the DMS, and transmitting to the manufacturer for payment. We then follow up on claims daily and account for any differences in payment.
SWAT stands for Specialized Warranty Assistance Team. We provide coverage for admins who could be taking vacation, if there's family medical leave, bereavement, sick time. So we provide coverage so that there's no hiccup between the admin being out and the dealer having their work processed.
We developed an application called CARS, which stands for Claim Accountability and Reporting System, which is a reporting tool that we use to help dealerships improve in their processes. So it's a tool that we use to identify how frequently compliance issues are happening in a dealership. And we can tell dealerships how frequently those problems are happening, which of their staff members is happening with. And then we also offer training to help educate those particular staff members on the types of issues that they're having and help them improve.
I think the biggest thing I love about this company is the owners. David and Jamie, they care about us. They encourage us to do training. They encourage us to make sure that we're master certified in our car lines.
When I started with AWN, we had 30 employees and about 167 clients. Currently, year to date, we're at 1,500 clients and 340 employees and growing. It's pretty amazing. The people that are with us, our clients, we love them. It's a pretty amazing place to be right now.
Take out your checklists for the 2025 Online Parts and Accessories Report with Revolution Parts.
Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings and Revolution Parts. We have an exciting group with us here today, Ted.
Sarah, we really do. We're going to talk about the 2025 Online Parts and Accessories Sales Report. So I'd like to welcome the panelists, Sarah, who are with us here today. Sean Kingery is here from the Kaiser Automotive Group in balmy Madison, Wisconsin. Thank you, Sean. Grant and Jeremy are here from Dick Kuvar's Richmond CDJR. Gentlemen, thank you for being here with us today. Anthony Bluebello is with us from BMW Westchester, a big favorite, of course, at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Tully Williams on the West Coast from the Niello Group, 10 European luxury dealerships. Tully, welcome. And of course, our great colleague and friend, Numa from Revolution Parts. Everybody, welcome to the panel. And Sarah, let's get cooking.
Yes, this is exciting. So in 2025, Revolution Parts released their online parts and accessory sales report. And one of the most interesting statistics, that we saw was that dealers reached over 606 million in online part sales in 2024. And so with this group today, we want to ask some questions. And Anthony, I think I'll come to you first. But with online part sales and with consistent year-over-year growth, it's making more sense now than ever before for dealers to get into the online parts selling business. So from your perspective, what do you think is holding others back from taking advantage of this revenue stream?
I think it's really a stereotype sometimes. Also depends on upper management who can get the approvals, but stereotype, I think gross profit margins, time, personnel, and experience. It really just depends. If you've never jumped into that deep side of the pool, you're not going to learn, you're not going to know how to swim. So, but best thing about a pool is there's a shallow end. So, you can always step your foot in. So I think people just need to learn that, you can do it. You just have to put your all into it and you can do it. But I think it just has a bad stigmatism, bad stereotype,
Grant and Jeremy, I want to come to you. You've seen a lot of success in selling online parts, but a lot of dealers may be thinking about, refraining from it. What do you see, and what do you think is holding others back from taking advantage of this revenue?
You want to start? Yeah, I think the biggest thing is the unknown. The unknown of what your profits are going to be, what the benefits are, the costs associated with it, and who has control over those things.
And I'll just add effort and belief. It takes a lot of effort. The day-to-day in a parts department is very busy, and to actually be able to believe that you can sell online, whether it's here in the U.S. or globally, for some parts managers, that's a difficult hill to climb.
Tully, I'll come to you next. And on this topic, what do you see, with Highline dealerships out on the West Coast? What do you think may be holding others back from taking advantage of this?
Well, I think that, they said it well, that everybody gets scared. But think about this, is that when you look at your parts inventory, what we're trying to do is move parts. That's what the OEMs want. And when you look at different ways to move it, one, the service shop, that's what 90% of your parts go to. Then next you got wholesale, because we're forced to sell parts to our competition at a greatly reduced price in our local market. Next is, how do we sell parts out to the world to drive those numbers? Margin, a lot of times, to me, is not the crucial element in this. It's about moving the metal and not having obsolescence. All I care about in my parts department is aged parts. I care less about all the other metrics. Don't have aged. And this really helps you with that, because if you have a great parts inventory, what happens? Your store does better. Your parts department does better. And the manufacturer loves you because you're moving what they make money on, is parts and cars.
Sean, a lot of great thoughts. What else would you add to the conversation with thinking about, how maybe dealers are concerned about, getting into this?
Well, I'm going to follow exactly what Tully said too. I could care less what inventory value is. That we have 8 stores, and I have some stores with $1.4 million of inventory and some at $350,000. I could care less as long as I don't have obsolescence. So what Tully said is spot on, because if you're moving the inventory, then we're moving cash flow. I don't think you can underestimate when it comes to Revolution Parts on how this is something a little bit different. It kind of like grid pricing and matrix pricing. And when Tully's got everybody off the hours per RO and effective labor kick, and it's all about hours, guys, this is a change of things. Like you said, we've maximized the back counter with keeping techs off the back counter and delivering parts. You go to MEDA and they'll talk you out of wholesale, because there's like Tully said, you're selling parts at such a reduced cost. Guys, this is something different. Tully's been around for 102 or 3 years. We've been around 100 years. This is not the norm to sell online. And it's a different way of thinking that, quite frankly, isn't taught in any academy, any 20 group you go to. You got to think outside the box. Again, what's changing? Where was EV 10 years ago? It's part of Tully's everyday life. Selling online now, guys, is part of that.
Jensei, 606 million in online part sales in 2024. What do you see from your perspective at Revolution Parts?
Well, I see that, I think everybody's actually understanding that they need to change. Everyone's afraid of change in any way, shape, or form. But I think in a dealership, if you think about how dealerships function, sales operates different nowadays, right? Service department operates different. They have way more technology nowadays. And it's so funny how, like in parts, it's like, hey, just let them just do what they always did, right? And I think everybody's understanding, like, hey, listen, we need to revamp the totality of the dealership so that way, it's actually with today's times. And I think people are starting to understand that more. But obviously, there's people that are still reluctant. But I think that's going to change as these numbers keep growing.
It's amazing, Sarah. Our industry continues to evolve and change. We've had a lot of things happen in the last 4 to 5 years, and we're very resilient. Among those are record highs in new vehicle prices. The average age of a car today, I think you all know, is somewhere between 12 and 13 years old. I think I saw 12.6 recently, and people are keeping their vehicles longer. Not to mention the popularity of do-it-yourself repairs. Let me come to Anthony first on this question. Anthony, how can dealerships position themselves? Because there is a segment for this growing demand, and especially considering the number of DIY shoppers continuing to increase each year.
Oh, totally. The number's growing. I mean, everybody's got a smartphone, right? I mean, I've been working my parts counter for over 2 decades, and every single person I talk to wants to price shop you. So you either have to adapt and conquer, or give them that high price, give them all the information, and then they go buy it somewhere else. That's the last thing you want to do. You already have them there. Why not be transparent? Why not tell them, hey, here's the retail, this is what I can do, or push them onto your e-commerce site. Hey, listen, we have an e-commerce site that goes for sheer volume. Let me divert you there. Here's the correct part number. You can buy it from there. It'll get shipped right to your house because you don't have it in a dealership. You got to be transparent. You got to keep the customer retention. We all know customers that come back here keep our doors open. And what it costs for customer acquisition sometimes can be a lot lower if you just have a returning customer. So I think transparency is just kind of key, and utilizing a lot of free avenues that we already have, Google business profiles and, Instagram Reels, YouTubes, you name it. So I'll stop there.
Well, Anthony, if I can follow up with you on that,
Sure.
you mentioned 2 decades in the parts business. Have you seen the retail parts business change and evolve, in terms of how customers used to, take advantage of coming into the dealership, with that front counter and calling versus what's happening now with all the technology that continues to evolve?
When I first started doing this, it was a lot of, you get a call, you get a customer come in, they'd price shop you, print them a quote, and they would leave to do whatever recon they needed to, check with their independent shops, you name it. Nowadays, let's say, within the past 10 years, everybody's got a smartphone. Everybody, I don't care if you're 70 or 22, you can Google something. A simple part number is going to get you, I'd say 80, if not 90% of the way there. So you really have to be transparent. I try to wear my heart on my sleeve, just give it right to them, black and white, and see if you can make the sale. Because really, you have to keep that customer there. Whether you're giving away a little bit of gross or not, you still got to make a sale. I want some of the pie than none of the pie.
Makes a lot of sense. Grant and Jeremy, let's ask you. You're very much involved with e-commerce and parts. What are you seeing there at your location?
Yeah, well, we all know that this is a relationship business. So whether it's a relationship with our service department or our parts department, we want our customers to have a relationship with us. So as we continue to grow, we're still pretty new at this. This is our first year at selling parts online. We're really looking at those maintenance parts and how we can gain additional sales and retention through our customer base.
Jeremy, anything you'd like to add, including, I want to follow up with, what prompted you to get into the e-commerce and online space where you may not have been before?
He did.
I motivated him.
Yeah.
We got through the fear and the belief.
Yep.
Tully, is that? Go ahead.
Sorry. I really don't have much to add to that. I mean, we're really trying to figure our way through it right now. I mean,
It's still rather new for us.
It's fresh.
Tully, we've heard in a couple of the conversations here about that fear factor. You've got 9 or 10 locations there in Sacramento, California. What have you seen as getting into the online e-commerce space?
Well, I think we're taking a little bit differently. I just want to move parts. I just want to keep my inventory moving. I don't want any aged inventory. So our target here is that everybody believes in retention. We are number 1 in retention, right? That is what it's all about. But when we look at online sales, we're looking at as an additional revenue source outside of our market. I don't want to be advertising online parts in our marketplace. We might be a little different. I want to market in every other market, right? But because I want to keep our market strong where we are with our luxury brand. So we see it a little differently that. So it's kind of neat for us to kind of get to branch out in, 49 other states of the United States instead of being in Northern California. That's how we see it for us when we look at that. Now, too, is it scary? Hell yes, it's scary. But here's the thing. Revolutionary Parts makes it so easy. That's the best part. You sign a contract, and guess what? 30 days later, bam, you're online. And how much do you want to spend on advertising, which we all do on everything else? So the goal is that why would you not try it out? Because there's not a big risk factor involved. And that's what really started with us a while ago. Larry Sherman at our Jag Land Rover store, Sacramento, has always been strong in this. He loves doing this, right? And he just thinks it's the greatest thing ever. And then you have someone, oh my God, we're going to get ripped off. We're going to sell something. Come on. Talk about what is the gain that you're going to have. You're going to move parts. You're going to keep your inventory clean, and you get to add some gross to the books.
And Tully, can I come back to that support that you get from Revolution Parts? You're managing a lot of things for those 10 locations in fixed operations, service, and parts. This is just one piece of your business. Does it help to have that partner who advises you on what to do better and what to do best?
100%, because here's the deal. I'm not going to do it. I told the parts managers when we sign up for Parts Revolution, I'm out. Here's the deal. I'm going to track you. And if you're not doing well, I'm going to let you know. And if you're doing well, I'm going to let you know, because we're going to rank everybody. I love to rank. Big green, big yellow, big red. So the goal is that we're going to rank everybody. But what I want our parts managers to get together, because we have one site, all makes, all models. So now all of the parts managers have a say in what they're going to do. So now when they get on the phone and they talk about, hey, where do we want to go? They make the decisions. I'm holding them accountable. Here's the deal. I pay parts managers well. They need to run this business as a real business and have fun doing it. The funny thing is that they're going to have a blast doing it, right? And Larry's made a good example of it. I'm in Texas this month or wherever he's at, right? And he sells stuff and he's having a blast doing it. And now with our group site coming online, we're very excited about it. And we're going to get the excitement for all of our parts managers, 100%. All I do is track it to tell them, hopefully, all the great success they're having.
Sean, Tully's a tough act to follow. Tell us a little bit about your geography there. How many locations, what franchises, and what you're seeing there, especially on the do-it-yourself side.
Yeah, it's funny. That's exactly where I was going to go with that. Is I'm not in a major metro like Tully is in Sacramento. Yes, we have 250,000 people here in Madison, but I've got stores in O'Connell Falls, Wisconsin, population 1,200. Okay, and that's a real number. I've got 3 stores in one city of Sauk City, but I'm a little more rural. And again, I think you can't underestimate, kind of like where Tully and I go on the BDC side of it. The advantage to something like this and being online, people aren't always working on cars from 8 to 5. By the way, people need parts at 8:30 at night, and they can order parts at 8:30 at night. We can ship parts next thing in the morning when we get there because it's already sitting there waiting to go. And to your point, Ted, of the rural side of it, Wisconsin, we're in the middle of nowhere here. I hate to say it, we really are. Yes, we're 2 hours north of Chicago, but once you go north of Madison, until you get to Green Bay, there's not a whole lot of nothing. Quite frankly, I do the trip every week. I know, and you can reach all those people. Yes, you've got some players. You've got a player out of Minneapolis. You've got one out of Green Bay, but they're in the wholesale business. They're not in the online business. To be very candid with you, there's very little online players in the Midwest. They just haven't got there yet, and it's fear. It's a fear. It's the fear of change. It's always the word is fear, but the fear of making a change and something different that just haven't thought of before.
Anthony, one more time back to you. This could be the great equalizer, because no matter if you're in a rural area or a major metropolitan area, you've got a level playing field here if you're going to get into e-commerce.
No, you aren't kidding. We sell to all 50 states. I print out a document from UPS and FedEx that shows how many shipments go to each state every month and every year. And my popular states are the ones that are the most farthest away from us. We're in Pennsylvania. I sell to Florida. I sell to Texas, California. We had 22,000 packages last year go to California. So I ship everywhere. I ship to Wisconsin, you name it. All 50 states are touched, even Alaska and Hawaii.
Grant, for the audience, where's your dealership located, and are you seeing the same thing in terms of shipping out of state?
Yeah, we're about 45 minutes outside of Detroit in Richmond, Michigan, and it's a small rural town. And same thing, we're shipping to Texas and Florida, California. We're even shipping globally. We have a couple of customers in Germany that we're doing business with regularly.
Jensei, look what you started here.
It's all his fault. We tell him all the time.
Hey, he helped me with my eBay thing, man. I ship a lot of international stuff through eBay, so thank you, Jensei.
And by the way, Jensei, tell us a little bit about your role with Revolution Parts and what you do, because there's also a consulting side of the business as well.
Yeah, so I run a consultative services team here at Revolution. And since I built multiple e-commerce parts departments from being in dealerships myself, I actually took those skills and brought it to Revolution. And now we actually do coaching and guidance for accounts to provide their progress, which is one of the ways that I know Grant and Jeremy very well. we had a long period of time where we worked together, and et cetera. So, but I do want to throw one quick point, because we're talking about the DIYers, right? The people that are doing it themselves now, and the cars lasting longer. I think a big piece of the puzzle that people need to understand is they're building cars to last longer. People don't want to get rid of their cars anymore because they don't want to pay any more money than they're already paying. And things are way more expensive than ever. And if they feel like they're getting a deal online for a part so they can hold on to their car, that is a way easier decision to make than changing the whole vehicle out. And I think if you understand the market, like the market's changing. Before, it was cool to have a new car. Now it's cool to say you fixed yours. You know what I mean? So if you can get the parts at a good price and you get them online, and it's OEM on top of that, it's not aftermarket. It's OEM. It's a whole nother, and you're getting it from a dealership sometimes too. That just is a whole nother trust factor to earn the business, which is why I feel like these numbers are growing.
Jensei, it's incredible to see all of the progress that's been had in the last few years with Revolution Parts, and then to see where it's going in the future. Just to go back to the panel and talk a little bit more about selling in the online marketplaces. That's a big topic of conversation that I know parts managers have some reluctance or maybe some hesitations about opening it up to a global platform of people. But let me start with you, Anthony, and go back around. With online marketplaces, you mentioned eBay, Amazon, and they're big revenue drivers. How did you see this evolve, and also what maybe misconceptions had you heard getting onto these platforms, and how does reality really compare?
Well, the reality is it does cost something to be on eBay and Amazon. We all know that there are fees associated with, but the reality side, at least from once we got over that hurdle, was that we can make our own prices. We can tweak everything. Revolution Parts platform's so live, you can make an update, it's instant. So, if you see an issue, you can correct an issue. But the biggest thing is really, and then personnel, not knowing who, am I going to need somebody, 2 people, 3 people? We were able to grow over 100,000 without hiring 1 person. And then once we broke that threshold, then you start adding people. And then I also think the other misconception is that you don't need advertising. I feel like you have to have advertising. If without advertising, it's going to grow, but nowhere near as much as it could with the advertising.
Grant and Jeremy, I want to come to you next. And you mentioned selling to Germany and shipping parts internationally. So talk to us a little bit, what misconceptions have you heard about selling on some of these online platforms, and how has reality really compared?
Well, I think the biggest thing is people don't look at all aspects of selling online, including, you have the opportunity to make money on shipping as well. Not just the part. And yeah, there's sellers each platform will charge you a certain thing, but you can't rely simply on those. You have to have your own site as well. You have to, basically diversify all your listings. You can't just keep them on one of those sites and expect that to pay off for you.
Yeah, and continue to tweak. And that's where we're at right now in our first years. Now we're selling, we have sales revenue coming through. Now it's tweaking those profits and those shipping costs to make real money and keep the parts turning, most importantly.
Very nice.
Tully, how has online selling evolved at the Niello company?
Our spearheader is Larry Sherman at our Jag Land Rover store, and everybody's scared to, sell parts online, and Larry didn't see anything wrong with it, and he enjoys it, and he brags about it at all of our parts managers dinners and meetings. So it's good that they take the fear out, because everybody's scared of, we're going to get a fraudulent credit card. We're going to ship a part and they're going to decline it. Okay, this happens every day, everybody. This happens in the service drive. So the issue is that don't be scared of fraud. Now, Revolutionary Parts helps us with fraud to make sure that we're not having all those kinds of issues, and they do the best they can do. But overall, there is bad people out there, and you're going to get stung. Move on, right? And that is not the reason why we should not do it. And I think one of the topics came up is, it doesn't matter where we live. I could be in, no-name Alaska and have the biggest wholesale operation in the world because of online parts, right? The issue is it doesn't matter where you're locating are. The whole thing of it is that we're opening up ourselves to the world about here's what we have to sell, right? And as Grant and Jeremy talked about, they tweak it every day. That's what's going to make it work. It's not a set it and let it, right? This is a set it and let's have fun with it. That's what I see.
Sean, what misconceptions had you heard about, and also, what was the success that y'all seen?
Well, and this is really the one I do got to say, hey, phony Tully, because he took it out of the 8 stores we had. Every one of the parts managers said the fraud is the first thing that comes up. And I'm sure Jen saying, Anthony, I'm sure you guys hear that. Is what about the fraud? What about the fraud? What about the fraud? Listen, as Tully says, it happens every day anyway. If you're going to deal with it, it's going to be the roadblock that's out there. You can't be half pregnant, and either you're in it or you're out of it. And you talk about the online side of it. Sorry, Jen, saying I know I'll probably get trouble from Ted later for saying that. But either you're in the business, it's kind of like wholesale. Either you're in wholesale, or you're out of wholesale. You can't be halfway in and half in the pool. You're in or you're out. And I think that's the biggest part. And you talk about online purchasing. My example would be this. I've lived in Madison now for 2.5 years. I went to Target last Sunday for the first time. Why? Because I can order it online. I don't have to go. I mean, online purchasing, guys, is where we're at. I literally was at Target for the first time in 2.5 years. We don't go grocery shopping. We order it online. It shows up. What's the difference? It's the same. And guess what, guys? They've got fraud too, and they're in the business.
Jen say, you've seen the evolution not only as somebody in a dealership running a parts department, but then now at the Revolution Parts side. And I'm sure you hear a lot of stories from different dealerships of why they don't want to get involved in this. So share with us, how have you seen online sales evolve, and what have you seen and heard?
Well, there used to be a day, and some dealerships may still have this, it may still be the focus, where you'd have a big retail parts center, right? With gondolas and all that stuff. And some dealerships still do it, right? But I've learned, and actually you watch that section of business has dwindled so much in most dealerships because the average person doesn't want to go to the dealership. Let's just be honest, right? I think COVID has pretty much changed everybody's mindset. It's all about convenience. People will pay more just so they don't have to leave their house nowadays. People will spend more money on a DoorDash order than actually going there to actually eat it, and the thing is that mentality doesn't change with parts, it doesn't change with the convenience. And the thing is, what's amazing? What at Revolution was cool is we can see the average order times of people. It's when the dealership's closed, right? People are ordering in the middle of the night while they're on their phones and their computers. And if your only way you're going to make money is in a dealership, those people aren't even shopping at that time, at the hours of operation of a dealership nowadays, So you have to advance to the times and advance to the economy, advance to the convenience of everybody. And here's the thing, if you don't change, all the other platforms around us that are making everyone else change are going to put you out of business, unfortunately. So you've got to adapt, because it's not even because we want to, it's because you have to, So.
Sarah, we've seen the data that Hedges and Company data shows that the online parts and accessory market is going to grow by 50% over the next 5 years. So congratulations to everybody who's here today. If you online would like to access the latest report, and that's the one we're talking about, the 2025 Online Parts and Accessories Sales Report. We're providing a link so that you can do that and learn more. I want to thank everybody on the panel today. Great expertise and great information. Grant and Jeremy, thank you and welcome. And we look forward to having you back and hearing more about the success that you're having. So thank you. Great information today. Anthony, as always, thank you. And never a dull moment with you or with Tully Williams at the Niello company. So appreciate all that. Sean Kingery, thank you for all you do for the industry. And Jensei Numa, thanks for bringing all this to the surface with e-commerce. And we're very grateful to you and and Revolution Parts for all that you do. All right.
Happy to
On
do it.
behalf of on behalf of Sarah Van Tyne, I'm Ted Ings, and RevolutionParts.com is the place to go and learn more about e-commerce. RevolutionParts.com. Everybody, the all-star panel here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The economy is always shifting, and dealerships face new challenges in an unpredictable landscape. But with changes comes opportunity, especially for your parts department. As the market continues to evolve, parts and service are becoming an even more critical revenue stream for dealerships. Consumers are holding onto their vehicles longer, and your parts department is in a unique position to meet the growing demand for maintenance and repairs. The key to capitalizing on this? Selling parts online. If your parts aren't listed online yet, now's the time to get started. If you're already online, it's time to expand your reach. 24/7 e-commerce sales helps you connect with more customers anywhere, anytime. Selling parts through platforms like Amazon, eBay, and your own web store helps move inventory faster, unlock manufacturer incentives, and help keep revenue flowing. The more parts you sell, the more you grow your bottom line, even in uncertain times. The economic landscape may keep changing, but your parts department doesn't have to feel the squeeze. With the right e-commerce strategy, you can lock in steady income, boost profitability, and stay ahead of whatever comes next.
Lyft Concierge's Courtesy Ride platform makes it easy to send reliable, affordable rides to the people who matter to your organization, even if they don't have the Lyft app. Here's how it works. To start a new ride, log in on your desktop or mobile device and click Request. Then, fill out your rider's info. You'll see the ride's price and distance up front. Need to message the driver? Add a note here. Send the ride right away, schedule it for later, or send a flexible ride that riders can request on their own. Choose the ride type that fits your rider's needs, such as luxury and extra seat options. And voila, your ride request is on the way. Once a nearby driver accepts the ride, your rider will receive a text message with everything they need to know for a smooth pickup. If your rider doesn't have a mobile phone, they'll receive an automated call to their landline with all the details. From your dashboard, you can track and monitor active and upcoming rides and support your riders. With Lyft Concierge, you can take better care of your people, simplify transportation management, and drive your organization forward. Log in to send a ride with Lyft Concierge.
I was asked how the Fixed Ops Roundtable has impacted my life and my career. Well, I can tell you that without the Fixed Ops Roundtable, we'd still be considered the back of the house, the other side. But the biggest impact that the Roundtable's had on me has been able to make new contacts, new friends, people that really have helped me improve and develop in my management career. And with all the new things that they bring out, the new systems, and we use several of them, and I would have never known about them if it wasn't for the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Ted Ings. We are at Niello Porsche in Sacramento, California. And today, Ted, we have the honor of presenting all of these people with us today, an incredible award.
Today, Sarah, we are presenting the first Sean Butler Best Practice Awards. It's a promise that we made to Sean and his family late last year as he suffered through his cancer. And all the folks up here were instrumental in a lot of different ways. Sean Kingery, you were a big part of that as well.
Well, thank you, Ted. For those that didn't know Sean, guys, he was an inspiration to us all. I went through my own health scare, and let me tell you, everybody, he was more focused on me than he was on himself, even though he knew the outcome of it. And I can't underestimate what that was worth.
You and I made a promise to Sean that we would get everyone together at some point in the future to help celebrate his life. And so we thought that there's no better way that with the latest Sean Butler Best Practice Awards that we bring the latest recipients all together here with Tully at the Niello Group. And we're very honored to have everybody here. And Sean, thank you so much for all that you do for the Sean Butler.
Thank you. And thank you. And this reward is to Robin and his whole entire family. It will not be forgotten.
Everybody. Special thanks to the Sean Butler family on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
BG Phone Home. Here to pick up the call is Spiro with BG Products.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Spiro Morogiannis is with us from BG Products. He is both training program manager and a BG University instructor, great friend of the industry. First time here on the Roundtable. Spiro, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure and it's an honor to come on board and be able to work with everyone and talk about what we're covering today.
You know, BG is so highly regarded, Spiro, in the industry. You've had a lot of great developments in the last year and a half or so that have really just taken everything to a whole new level with the OEMs, and really pleased to see all that happening. And you're also by far the leader in the industry. There is no second place with anything that BG does. You do it right. And congratulations to you and all the success that the company's having.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate that more than you know, and we work hard for that. It's our company is so big about time investment into our shops, into our people, and to make sure that the service is matching the quality of products. And we, with the partnerships that have become of it, have been absolutely incredible for business and future growth. And so thank you for that.
BG Products, your partner beyond products. You do a lot for the dealer. You do a lot to support the dealer. And I want to talk to you today a little bit, if we could, about the multi-point inspection. I know you call it the lowest hanging fruit of dealerships, and how doing a proper MPI can really set the tone for the service.
Absolutely. It's you said it best, and it is truly the lowest hanging fruit. So when we're doing, process training, MPI training, you name it, we always bring up the importance of a proper process, because most dealerships out there do perform a multi-point inspection. It's not a matter of doing it versus not, but it's the process, it's the quality of inspection that really sheds the opportunity, and its perspective is a big part of it. I've been able to work with many dealers that do a great job, but even with a great job, there's still some opportunity to be had through preparation. And there's been some dealers that frankly have said, we need some help with this. And it's, we're happy to bring that to the table. And it's not a BG training. It's a operational training that we take so seriously, and it's part of the DNA of what we do. So.
And it all leads to great customer service. So I want to talk to you today about that multi-point. And you're right. The difference is how dealers perform it. Some do it very differently. Some do it better than others. Let's talk a little bit. I've heard the phrase quarter time before.
Yes.
What does that mean, and why is that so important to the MPI process?
So quarter time, and you OEM dealers that are out there, especially, this is something that is brought up very often as the most efficient, best way to perform services. I spent some time with Ford prior to my BG years, and that's where it was really ingrained into us, this quarter time process. So what that is, let's just use a scenario of a waiting oil change customer that comes in. The idea is to have the vehicle looked over, inspection submitted back to the advisor within 15 minutes of that customer's visit. And it is so important because, and we'll list the different points on why a proper quarter time truly is the lifeblood of a dealership's MPI process. Because what a lot of folks don't, always consider, especially someone brand new to the industry, a new technician, new advisor, is the time management aspect that quarter time brings to the table. That's the beautiful part about it. So if you're able to control and get certain things back in time, you've now entered that sweet spot, if you will, of time opportunity to speak to the customer. And that's where a lot of the opportunity comes from. We always like to do inspection audits when I'm going in doing training with stores. And what we're noticing is, again, it's not that the inspections aren't being done, but they're being delivered at the very end of the transaction, 45 minutes into an oil change. Your time window of opportunity to speak to your customers it's out the window. They're looking at their watches saying, I need out of here. So
yeah, I've always felt, Spiro, that the first few minutes of the visit, you've got the customer's attention. They're at their vehicle. They're here to talk about a primary concern, right?
Sure.
And what a great time to acknowledge that and to introduce the multi-point inspection early, because we're going to go ahead and handle that on every vehicle that comes in. And we really want to set that as part of the expectation.
Absolutely. And there's something that's not always considered also is the clock reset. So if you can get your inspection back to your advisor and they have a few minutes to prep any estimates, get everything together, again, have their game plan when talking to that waiting customer or drop-off customer, really doesn't matter. What they're able to do is hit that clock reset. So if I'm going to you as my customer, as your advisor, 20 minutes into a transaction, I'm sitting down talking with you. Now we've reset that mental clock for the customer. And that's a big thing too, is because we're not just looking at time management exercise as an opportunity, but how do we perfect that process to also get a good CSI score? That's a big thing. I hear a lot of people say, oh yeah, I didn't have my advisor come and see me for 40 minutes until my car was done. This is a nice halfway point. It's a chance to talk about business and opportunity. Hey, this is what's coming. This process is everything to a proper transaction interaction with the customer.
Spiro, you work with a lot of dealerships throughout the continent.
Sure.
Where do you see the MPI process? Where do you see it fail when you see it fail the most?
And again, every circumstance is different, but the two biggest failure points I see is the time portion of it. Like mentioned before, it gets delivered at the end of the transaction, if it's even delivered at all. But really the shocking part of it is also the pencil whipping. We do see that sometimes where there's an integrity factor that's in there. You'll have a technician sometimes that's being rushed and you see the lines being drawn through if it's an old paper MPI, or you'll see everything checked green. And doing MPI audits, I'll look at it and say, really, 130,000 mile car and every box is green. I'm like, that's amazing. And you look at service history and they've never performed anything but oil changes. That's what we're trying to avoid with a proper process. I would rather encourage, and again, this is where communication really comes in. I know it's a bullet point we're going to be talking about a little later on, but communication, and I call it transparency exercise. I'd rather have honesty and integrity through transparency. If I go to the doctor because I broke my foot, but he notices an irregular heartbeat, I would hope that doctor tells me, hey, Spiro, we've got a heartbeat issue. We need to look into some other issues versus, oh yeah, all your other vitals checked out great. We'll see you in 6 weeks to get that cast off. That's the perspective I hope a lot of our people watching are really adopting. So
you're right. The customer's taking their vehicle to the dealership who has the factory trained technicians. It represents the OEM brand. And if there's something that the technician spots, we almost have an obligation, right, to point that out to the customer during the visit, rather than not say anything. I think we're held to a higher standard by being the franchise dealer.
And something too to think about with that communication process, not just that, but there's a lot of states like I live and reside in Oklahoma, just as an example, and we don't have state inspections here. So this introduces a whole nother level. I know where you're from. You guys have inspections. Where I was born and raised, we had inspections. So I come out here about 12 years ago, and I'm like, oh my gosh, there's some cars on the road that are questionable. And so going back to the MPI side of things, we do have an obligation to give customers options. So some feedback that I always encourage during our training is, we have, customers have the right to make a choice, but also from the shop liability standpoint, not performing a proper inspection, that can come back and bite the shop or that technician. So the way we preach it is, hey, let's talk about all of our options on the table. Mr. Customer, this is what we have immediate. This is what's coming down the road. How would you like to proceed?
So let's go a little bit further into that communication and the transparency, because the multi-point, when introduced to the customer, it's got that green, yellow, and red, right? Everybody can relate to that. What would you tell our dealer partners? Where do we start with an effective MPI process? Where does it actually begin, Spiro?
So the process, so it starts with the training of the technicians. It goes way back prior to the actual inspection itself, because having a consistent way that we perform an inspection across, again, that way there's no rogue people doing it one way versus the other. The process that we teach is it's, you know, it's a combination of actually Ford and Hyundai's inspection process. It's an OEM process that we just make a couple modifications to maximize time management. So you're starting with your, you know, again, even checking your HVAC controls, checking your oil sticker, pulling the vehicle in, listening for low speed sounds. Your phase 2 is actually going ahead and popping the hood and doing your left to right underhood inspection and checking everything. I encourage test strips. I encourage, again, opening physically and checking and inspecting air filters, because these things tell a story. If I'm dipping a coolant test strip and I see that this thing is ping red due to acid and corrosion, we need to have that conversation about doing a coolant exchange. The next phases are lifting the vehicle up, again, checking to make sure the vehicle's stable, and then working from the driver's front corner, underside, right front corner, working your way around the vehicle and up the middle to finish. And after about the third time training, we can get most technicians, most vehicles down to about 12 minutes. And, you know, super effective. It's checking everything. I want them to take advantage of that full 15 minutes, because how many times do we check differential boxes? We forget that sometimes. How many times is customer history checked or OEM recommendations paired? There's just so much. So
that history is so important, and the recommendations that we've made on the past visit, right? And
yes,
where they are today and what the mileage is today. And I don't know if you want to refer to that, but
yes,
history is such an important part, not just the dealership history, but the OEM history as well, and checking for any open campaigns and things like that as well.
yes. So this is this part of the MPI process is, and again, every shop is operated a little bit differently on who they have pulling certain information. But, you know, typically we have it where the advisor is the one checking customer history, but also OEM recommendations based on severe service. So for everyone out there listening, that this is the thing I love about pulling history. History tells two things. It tells what you've missed, but also tells you what type of customer you have also. Because if you have a vehicle coming in, let's just use General Motors, you know, a lot of their first major services are due right around 45,000 miles, where they start recommending transmission, a couple of things for services. So if I have a vehicle that's coming in at 50,000 miles and I'm pulling history, I notice just a history of just oil changes. Well, we've missed out on opportunities for, again, 44K, which is now a factory, a GM recommended, you know, staple. Induction services, we've missed transmission services. This is where the history part comes in, because you can tell your customer, hey, there is some stuff that is past due that we want to talk about. Again, you're not in the danger zone, but we want to make sure that's addressed and taken care of timely. But also, it also shows what type of customer you have. You have that same customer at 45K that accomplished every single thing. You look back and you see they did tires at 35K. They've done alignments. You know this customer is willing to listen to what you have to say, and they're a repeat customer back to your shop. So let's keep this trend going. So that's why it has to be part of these processes.
Isn't it great to see how the tech has now in recent years become very much acknowledged by the dealership as one of the great players in our industry?
Yes.
They generate all that labor and the part sales, and there's really no substitute for that. And years ago, we may not have treated them the same respect as we do today. And it sounds like that's a big part of your process.
100%. And if you think about that too, it's to dovetail or tie into this. Look at what's produced typically with an inspection, right? You have lube technicians who typically can perform a lot of these services. So let's talk the business side for a second too. You know, Ted, you can have technicians performing high GP, high labor efficient services. You get these guys on board with doing a lot of these things, you're now carrying the rest of the shop and the rest of the numbers with it. So the technician has become, it's not just a guy changing oil. It's a guy that is the last person to touch that person's vehicle. Even we're talking entry level lube technician. They serve such a vital role to control the pulse and the opportunity for the rest of that shop. And I feel that it needs to be talked about. In training, we tell the guys, you're not just a lube tech. You are a person that controls the fate and the success of this shop by mastering your process. And I want engagement from these guys because they truly are that important. You know, if you think about it, Ted, who's the guy that sees the most amount of cars in the dealership? It's a lube tech. I want to make sure their processes are ironclad and they are acknowledged for what they're doing. So,
and in many great dealerships, that lube tech has a career path, right, Spiro? Where
yes,
they're not
yes.
going to be a lube tech forever. They're going to move up. They're going to move into the main shop. They're going to become, they're going to grow with that dealership, and I think that's important. Spiro, what on the business side, what are the immediate benefits to a dealership with having a proper multi-point inspection process?
So there's we've got I don't want to say a running joke, but a scenario of what if I could only add 3/10 to an RO? That's always kind of like the conversation we have, half jokingly, but also with some intent. So the thing with a proper MPI process is, again, I'm going to list a few things here. Let's look at retention. Retention is the magic word, the key word for many OEMs and especially dealerships. Is if you can be thorough, concise, accurate, and transparent in your findings, you've built trust with that customer. Where are they going to take their vehicle when it comes outside of just an oil change or free services or warranty? That's the retention piece. And you've heard me say it already today about transparency is the number one thing. It's sales through transparency. If I go to a place and Spiro, we've noticed that your front brakes are down to 5 millimeters. They're not due yet, but they're going to be coming up soon. Okay, these guys aren't just trying to tell me something. They're telling me I have time on something. And then when they recommend the brakes, again, I'm hoping they package it with the brake fluid exchange, the proper pads and rotors, the proper hardware. This is where the transparency pays off. Honesty will always prevail. So the next part too is you're creating not just possible repair work, but you're also creating quick turnaround, suspension, maintenance services, as we've covered. These are all fast turnaround, same day, high gross profit services that also carry a good labor efficiency. A lot of these services that pay an hour and a half, let's say you're doing them in half the time or less. That to me is it's a win for the entire dealership, and you have a retention piece built in.
Look at the opportunities that are out there. And again, all starts with the technician, that good, solid multi-point inspection. You've mentioned that word transparency many times.
Yes,
our industry, fixed operations now, has transparency, okay? And it's changed like no other. And the customer is a part of the process. And, we go to the customer for the approval and they get to see the work that was done. It's really changed in our industry.
It truly has. And it's the opportunity also with just, again, everything going on. We are seeing a vehicle age that's getting older and older, which creates a much greater need for not only a proper MPI process, but it's going to drive more repair, more service, more maintenance work to the dealerships. And again, if we can tie that, again, the transparency, right, for the fifth or sixth time, that customer interaction to build retention is what's going to keep that fixed ops department absolutely thriving. And as we know, fixed operations pays most of the bills in the dealership. So if we can add back to that, adding 3/10 per ticket, what if you can add another half hour per ticket average by simply having a good process? Paired services too. That's something that we're seeing as a very popular trend in the industry. It's not just changing an air filter. It's not just changing a cabin filter. We're actually doing a sanitation of the air ducts when changing a cabin filter, or a servicing of the MAP or mass airflow sensors when changing an air filter. You're doing it now as an air filter service, a cabin air filter service. And it creates, again, additional labor opportunity. It's a proper job on a customer's vehicle. This is the next level once that process is in, is building your pairings at that point.
We're speaking today to Spiro Morogiannis with BG Products. He is training program manager and a BG University instructor. Spiro, I've had an opportunity to go out to Wichita. In fact, had a chance to go out to the kitting area, which is an amazing warehouse and distribution center, and see how you actually kit a lot of these products for the technicians, relating back to what you just said, to help with this low-hanging fruit of dealerships with the MPI, making it easier for the technician to deliver that service.
Yes.
Last question for today.
Yes, sir.
What closing points would you have for our audience, for the folks watching today, dealers, general managers, service managers, fixed ops directors? What closing points would you give regarding the subject of dealer MPIs? What would you want our audience to know?
The biggest takeaway, and again, is having that process. I please ask that you review your process, look at it, do an audit, not out of a lack of trust, but just to make sure the process is exactly what you would expect as that dealer principal, as that owner, as a fixed ops director, to make sure that you're inspecting what you're expecting. That's the best advice I could give on that, because just being able to fine tune and just help guys really narrow down a process is such a game changer to fixed operations. And again, we're here to help with that also. That is a big part of our training, a big part of our dealer support that we have. There's a couple key takeaways, and these are just some quotes that I love using throughout the years I'd like to share. So
Please.
You can control maintenance, you can't control repair. So with that said, again, tee yourself up to the opportunity to be able to talk to customers about maintenance. So you're also getting that maintenance and repair work. Again, I thrive on success building and retention programs for our shops. That's the biggest thing, is we want that customer coming back. And then my very last point, and this is something to tie it together, because we want to look for honest opportunity. It is a disservice to sell something to a customer that they don't need, but it is just as much of a disservice if they need it and you don't tell them. May that be the cherry on top to the conversation when talking about, guys, this is why we have to do a thorough process, a honest, thorough process, because believe me, there is so much opportunity that's being missed that is legitimately needed on these vehicles. So I hope that that helps conclude some of the importance of MPI.
We can all relate to that consistency, right, Spiro? Very refreshing to have this conversation with you. So do you spend most of your time out at dealerships on behalf of BG Products? Tell us a little bit about you and how you interact with dealers.
Sure. So I'm very blessed that I've been able to be in multiple positions throughout my 8.5 years with BG. So I was a sales rep in Oklahoma for 4.5 years. Had a short stint with corporate, actually, as a corporate trainer and actually in my position, and then ended up working as a sales manager and business developer for about 3 years. And then was very fortunate to come back to BG corporate in returning to my role. So during my sales management, business development, and tech support days, we spend, I would say 85% of our time in the shops. Combination of independent and dealer. Our dealer groups especially, we have such great partnerships with our dealer groups. So oftentimes we'd even create classes where they would send us their technicians, and we would do a multi-point inspection class at our facility, both Tulsa, Oklahoma City. And if not, if they're too far to travel, I'll go see them. And again, we block out time. And if I'm in a certain market, I'll go visit 2 or 3 dealerships and get trainings done while in that market. Now it's helping our team facilitate, coordinate all that training, because since I'm not the one that can't be physically there, I want to put out the materials, the training, the content. So I'm training the trainer. I'm creating a duplicate to be able to help out and further make that impression.
There's so much to what BG does. It's not just one thing anymore. You've really branched out, and congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And you really work with dealers and help dealers to really get their arms around this fixed operations. And it's in the term partner beyond products, but you really are a partner to the dealer.
Yes, sir. The word, it's kind of a comical inside joke, but we hate the V word, vendor. It's we really try. The way I educate and train our guys is, if you're being referred to as a vendor, there's opportunity within that store to be able, because we truly want to be partners. The catalyst is the BG, the rest of it is the offering. And I tell guys this: you want to be an asset to these guys. You want to be a valuable player that's not on their payroll as a partnership to these dealers. And that's our biggest thing that we are absolutely emphasizing to our guys across the board. Whether you're a day old with BG or you're a 20-year veteran, it's relationship and partnership come first. The rest takes care of itself.
Yeah, that relationship, huge. Spiro, great to have you on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. If our audience wants to reach out to you, whether they are a BG dealer now or whether they are not, and perhaps interested in having some questions answered and want to reach out to the expert, Spiro, what's the best way for our audience to reach out for more information? I know they can go to their distributor, but they don't often get a chance to ask someone like you as well.
Feel free to reach out. I'm happy to answer any questions on, process, BG products, obviously. You're welcome to text, call, email, whatever your preferred method is. I'm here to support our dealers, our partners out there. And it's amazing. Again, I talk about relationship is such a big thing. I've been so fortunate throughout the years to have great relationships with people that we don't do business with. Eventually things take care of themselves. And again, my biggest thing is my passion for serving our end users, our customers. Is whether you're with BG or not, I want to make sure that people have options. They're getting, they're being properly inspected. Again, we're the last people to touch their car. We want that customer to know what's going on and grow the business around that. So again, however I can help, feel free to reach out, talk. I am here because again, I want to serve our end users, our customers, and our shops and our partners. So,
right. Spiro, great to have you on the roundtable. Thank you.
Ted, thank you. Great to see you again.
Everybody, Spiro Morogiannis, he's with BG Products. You see his email scrolling at the bottom. You can reach BG Products on the web at bgprod.com. Also down below, his 316 area code phone number. You can call or text for more information. And of course, the website to reach out as well. Spiro, everybody from BG Products, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
BG Experience provides a window into today's vehicle systems, including the engine, brake, driveline, and cooling system. You will learn about how each system functions, the challenges they face, and BG Products' preventative maintenance solutions to these challenges. BG Experience is used by automotive trade schools and service centers to educate students, technicians, and service advisors. The ability to see how individual components of complex vehicle systems interact in motion provides a more visceral understanding than older training methods. We partner with over 50,000 shops and service centers around the globe. BG Experience is an essential tool to engage and educate automotive professionals worldwide.
Changing coolant can be a time-consuming and messy process, but not with BG. The BG MVP Coolant Exchanger is designed to simplify the process of changing coolant. With no complicated knobs or buttons, the BG MVP offers a one-touch service that is simple to use and intuitive. Its patented design reduces labor time, allowing technicians to complete the job faster and more accurately on gasoline, diesel, hybrid, and electric vehicles. By connecting directly to the coolant reservoir, the handheld dispenser and cone adapters allow technicians to easily control the service with precision and efficiency. Powered by shop air and utilizing 2 fluid hoses, the BG MVP is extremely reliable and avoids cross-contamination between old and new fluid. The BG MVP is a game changer for technicians and the automotive industry as a whole. It simplifies the fluid exchange process for coolant, making it faster, more efficient, and more accurate. With its easy-to-use design, technicians have more time to complete other tasks. Contact your BG distributor today to get the BG MVP Coolant Exchanger in your shop.
Travel at the speed of light with Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung from Rapid Recon.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our great colleagues from Rapid Recon are with us. It's been a pleasure to see all the strides, the great strides that retailers are making with the Rapid Recon platform. Dennis McGinn is with us. Josh DeYoung is with us. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Good to be back, Ted. Thank you.
Great, Chad. Thank you for inviting us along.
Dennis, it was great to meet you in person just a few months back at the big Niello event in Sacramento. And it was great to see a store, or I should say a group, that's using Rapid Recon very successfully, and all the folks we had on that panel.
That was a lot of fun for me to actually sit down with some of the real main users of the product, and that they can't work without it, and just to kind of see it from their side, and always a fun, always refreshing, and they always have a lot of good questions.
Josh, Dennis made sure that we spent most of our time interviewing the retail people, since they're the ones who make it happen. So, Josh, kind of frame where we are right now. We're still in the spring. We're still in the early part of May, and the market has changed. There's been a lot of things happening. And what are you seeing out there?
I think that we're in a different spot, especially from an inventory, perspective. Inventory right now from a used car perspective is the lowest it's been in since 2021. So we're at a 4-year low right now, with an average, dealers with a 39-day supply, but sales are up, almost 10% since last year. So we're in a very, very different time. And I think dealers really, really, really are going to have to start to buckle down when appraising vehicles and what they're buying, because every trade is going to count. It's going to be super important that they put the right numbers on those cars and make sure that they get those cars in and out in a timely manner, from an acquisition to retail perspective. So again, sales are great in a lot of ways, but inventory supply is down, and it's hit its lowest point since 2021. So we all know what to do. We got to execute. So got to execute.
It's fascinating, the metrics and how really far along this whole thing with Recon has become, Josh. And I want to talk to you a little bit more about that and then come to Dennis as well. But Josh, when Recon breaks down, so does profit. Do you want to drill down that into a little bit further in terms of what you're seeing in the market and what's happening with accountability?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at it from a dollar perspective. I think we look at that piece of metal a lot of times in different departments, not as a cost. And there's a cost associated, right? There's a holding cost. There's a depreciation of gross sitting in front of us, and it doesn't take a lot. It really doesn't take a lot to really tweak that measurement or that metric. I think what takes a lot is getting dealers to understand and accepting the fact that they're going to have to get a piece of technology to measure it. And you can't measure what you can't see. And so from a profitability perspective, you've got to have those metrics in front of you. And if you don't have a piece of technology to do that, it's a guessing game. And profit per vehicle starts at the appraisal process, and Dennis will hit on that here shortly, but that's where it starts, and ultimately where it ends is a different conversation based on how you recondition that vehicle from the start. So it's important.
Dennis, you had the vision to see this early many years ago, and now the whole industry is aware of the importance of Recon. Not that there aren't dealers still using Excel spreadsheets out there. You and I have seen them, but what are you seeing from your vantage point, Dennis?
Yeah, as Josh said, this day supply thing is, puts more pressure on the dealers to find good cars, and they're still going to the street to do that, not the auctions. And of course, everything coming through the trade, they're keeping every one of those. Now they're not always retailing, but they've gotten smarter about this. And but I think with Rapid, we have established a footprint for the metrics, the measure and manage part of this that Josh mentioned, and that I got beat into my head at Hewlett Packard at 21 years, and so it's really, really important. One of the things that keeps bothering me, frankly, is how to how do we move from the interrupt driven culture in a dealership to spending more time actually doing things about the metrics. And I get this a lot when I talk to, for instance, group recon managers or group used car managers, and the fixed ops guys have the same problem, which is the fact it takes so long to get information from the 3 or 4 main systems that they're using together to be able to go over that with the people in the stores. And by the time that happens, it's too slow. And by the time that happens, they've gone on to something else. You've kind of lost their attention because this is inherently a reactive environment. You know, the whole behavior has been to respond, whether it's a service issue, a repair order issue, whether it's a sales. You know, this is a reactive environment. So I see a huge opportunity now that we've got some agreed upon metrics, average days in recon and time to line, you know, and people know what those are and they're using them. I see them on the reports. So now we've got to move this thing up a level because the original idea of the group reporting that we put together um, fairly soon after we started the company was supposed to kind of let the stores see what the other stores are doing, best practices and all of that. So, you know, you're going to get better because you want to be better than somebody else. And so that's had some impact, but not enough. And from my standpoint, it's not had enough. So we're going to need to use a little bit fresher technology, I think, and talk more about the connection between the group guys and the stores, and getting back to the original idea of how to compare this to producing cars, right? The whole process of doing things on a repetitive basis. You got these you know, production lines and things where everything's the same. The next car you're doing the same kind of thing. That's not happening here. And so the attention to improving the processes, which was done in the manufacturers do this all day, but in the dealerships they don't have time. So I've got to do a little more work, you know, I feel, in helping this thing along, trying to build a better connection between the groups who are trying to help the stores and the stores who would like to be helped, but they basically get distracted too easily, and because there's too much time in between.
Josh, I heard a new word when I spent time with Dennis recently in dealership, and I heard it from the retail people, and I'm hearing it again and again. It's the word visibility. Okay. I don't know if you want to speak to that, but we've talked about that, but we've never really directed it head on to that word visibility. It's come up over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, it's very different when a car sits at the back of a dealership and you can visually see it, right? That's very different from a visibility perspective versus me seeing it on a computer or a phone, and everybody seeing it in one spot that now has a definition of a true metric. Does that make sense? Right. So I can walk back there and know that that car is there. I really don't know when it got pulled back there. I don't know when it really got traded in until I go look at a piece of technology. But now having a visibility workflow or a solution to be able to say, I've got 17 people that can now know that that car sat back there for 7 days and John Smith pushed the button to push it back there. It's a completely different conversation.
And your platform, if I may, Josh, Rapid Recon, provides that visibility to all, as you mentioned, in this case, 17 folks who are involved in the process, and puts visibility on a lot of things that pertain to the car.
Yeah, I mean, I think visibility goes further than what most people's definition of visibility goes for a department. And I'll give you an example.
Okay.
If I'm a salesperson at a dealership today, and my number one goal is to sell cars, right? Educate myself, product knowledge, whether it be a pre-owned vehicle or a new car, specifically a pre-owned vehicle in this case, I want to sell the car. I have no idea about fixed operations. I don't know anything about detail. I know it's in that black hole back there behind the dealership, but I have no idea where that car is. With our platform, I can now educate a salesperson on knowing exactly where that car is. Well, why is that important? Well, if I have somebody driving to a dealership from 7 hours away to buy a vehicle, and I'm a salesperson and I have the visibility of knowing that that car is at a body shop off-site, I can now have a different conversation and set the expectations. Right now, what's happening is they call the sales tower and the sales tower says, oh, I don't know. I have no idea where the car is. I think it's back in service. So now the salesperson's calling a service manager and they're going, no, I think we put it in detail. No, detail goes, nope, it's at John's Body Shop. It's been there for 3 days, we think, right? Because we don't have a piece of software. So visibility in more departments than you think can be helped with a piece of technology like us.
What about visibility on the holding costs? Because that's something we don't talk about, Josh, in our industry.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's math that is right in front of you, right? I mean, we look at holding costs and it kind of goes up and down based on Highline and brand, but you take, $70 a day, which is kind of what that number is kind of averaged out to, and you times it by how many days a car sits and then times it by your inventory, it might make you release your lunch. Let's just say that, because it's a scary number. And I think a lot of times dealers don't look at holding costs as an expense because they feel like they never paid for that already, right? It's not an income. It's a decrease, right? It's a release of money. It's money that they're not keeping, that they're having to give away that they never earned. And I think that's where the mindset has got to change when it comes to holding cost.
Dennis, do you want to weigh in on that? Because I think that's a big factor.
Oh yeah, it is a huge factor, and again, it impacts these people's pay indirectly, but again the environment is so interrupt driven, and it really gets back to exactly what Josh says. You got to know when that car gets in the process, and you got only a couple of days, before that car starts to be less attractive than someone down the street that's got the same car. And so the whole cycle time, we've talked about, it ought to be a couple of days, 2 or 3 days to get this car frontline ready. And it's never been more true than now, as they, and maybe they're going to have, because they have fewer cars, maybe they'll sell faster, but that doesn't solve the problem because they need to sell more cars. They need to find more cars to sell, and they need to get to protect their margins on these cars, and they're only going to do that if the cars are fresh. So around and around you go on this thing.
Josh, tell us what you see the top groups are doing. How they're working smarter, how every step is tracked, and how this visibility grows and grows to holding people accountable.
I think the dealers that first do the best job is one, admitting that they have a challenge and an obstacle and a problem. And, it's tough to admit you have weaknesses in areas like that. So obviously the first and best dealers admit that they have a challenge and know that there's solutions out there that can help them. At the same, in the same breath, I think dealers are smarter than everybody wants to put out there. And, I can give you that solution, but I can't make you turn the wrench faster. What I can do is I can identify, that it is taking too long to turn the wrench, and I can give you ideas and best practices of the best groups. And so, I look at detail. There's so many different facets of detail that people don't think about, right? I have a new car delivery, right? A car that was just sold. I have a car that is a used vehicle that needs to be reconditioned, but there might be 3 levels, right? We call them an A level, a B level, and a C level. An A level is a 15,000 mile car that it's probably not going to take very long, right? It might take an hour and a half, maybe 2 from start to finish. I have a B level car that is a little bit more dirty. It's probably going to take a little bit longer. And then that C-level car is that car that nobody wants to touch, right? It's got dog hair in it. You're going to have to rip the seats out, right? So now when you have a piece of technology to determine where those cars are in the process, how long it's taking in detail, and then putting a best practice into saying, all right, this is how long this car has been here. This car is sold, right? Because we can then have that information communicated inside of our platform, and then say, I have a separate team or 1 or 2 people then can prioritize that vehicle to get out in a timely manner. Some of the best dealerships in our software are being able to do that. You can't do that unless you have the visibility with the technology. So that's just one facet of taking the technology, leveraging it, and incorporating a process to help actually speed up the detail process of the vehicle.
Dennis, when you and I were together in California at the Niello company at Tully's dealerships, I noticed that they've got these dashboards and they've got them, where the employees publicly can see them, and nobody wants to be last on that list. And it's funny when you rank folks and you put this out in front of everybody, how quick that changes the behavior. If you want to speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, we're all competitive. We all want to do a better job and and help our businesses to move forward. And that's what that does. The metrics that are put out there so everybody can see them is I now know I own part of that. If I'm one of the people in that chain of getting work done, whether you're doing detail work or mechanical work or vendor, you're part of that number and everybody can see it. And that's the whole purpose of it. But you have to spend the time to review those numbers with the people responsible for them on a fairly regular basis, because it isn't just the number. It's the process of, okay, what are we doing that we could do better? Every single person needs to have some involvement in evolving those processes so they continually improve, but also the people involved want to help. You want the people that want to help, that want to make contributions to, okay, well, gee, there's a way we could buff out this paint a different way. Or there's a different vendor that we should use because this one's taking 3 days and they should be doing it in 2 days. All those things matter. But if you don't use that information and communicate to the people that are doing the work and try and continually improve them, then you're hurting yourself, because you have everything you need there. We've provided a lot of it. And if your processes are there to continually improve, that's how we got the car business in the first place. They continually go after the things that are slowing them down. It's a little easier to do when you've got a production line. You got a bunch of robots running back and forth, but you have a lot of people touching these cars, and everything's serial. That's not the way it happens in a dealership. And so you got to be a little smarter about how you break down those metrics and attribute them to different parts, different steps in your workflow. And then you can, and the people that really love their jobs in there, like the man I met at the Porsche dealership at Niello, he loves his job and he loves the fact that he's responsible for that number. Well, I couldn't have been happier. And he was interacting with me and telling me what he does and how often they actually discuss how to improve those numbers. And that really warmed my heart, frankly.
We're speaking today to Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung from Rapid Recon. They are the leaders in reconditioning, working with dealers and retailers around the country. Josh, let me come to you. Is this optional anymore? We hear a lot about, creating efficiencies now in the dealership, especially in fixed ops because volume is down. Can a dealer continue to go without this?
No, to me, it's a non-negotiable. We look at DMSs as a must, and for me, if I'm looking at used car profitability, I've got to have a piece of technology to manage it, right? I want it to be ours, but I'll urge anybody, it needs to be something, and it's a must. You can't operate your business effectively and efficiently without it, because you're guessing. And I don't want to guess what my paycheck is every week.
You're right. There was a time when maybe the DMS was optional. It no longer is, right? It's not even a question. And same is true here. Not optional. Dennis, your thoughts on that?
Yeah. You have to continually remind the people that are part of that workflow that their compensation does depend on how well that works. Okay. And it isn't just you it's all the people in the chain that are together responsible for that number. And what goes around comes around. So the best stores I've seen are the ones where the GM is very involved with the metrics, whether they're in the middle of those meetings or not, somebody is, and they're continually trying to help their teams move better, move faster, and they have to make some tough decisions sometimes. You know, you may have a weak link, and just like you would do in a factory where you've got a problem, you got to fix it. You got to either replace it or fix it, because you can't slow the production line down. Well, it's the same thing here. It's not quite the same, but that's what we're doing with the metrics. We're putting all that up there, saying, you guys, this connects all of you guys together, and we've given you the ability to communicate with each other without actually having to call each other. That's what this system does. It's a communication tool. So you can take advantage of it. It's there. You know where you're coming from. You know where you'd like to go. Use it, but treat it as a communications tool and a way and something that impacts everybody's compensation. Everybody.
Gentlemen, lightning round. If we could, last question for today. Want to keep it to about a minute from each of you and give you the last word on this topic. Looking out over the balance of the year, what should every director be asking right now? You know, typically we've all worked retail. We're either reactive or we're proactive, right? In how we respond and how we exist. Josh, I'll come to you first. What should every director be asking right now?
You know, based on the inventory shortage and, you know, tariff conversations and things like that, I think every director needs to say, hey, if I'm going to buy a vehicle, I need to make sure that I put the right number on the vehicle, I buy the right inventory, and I get it out as soon as I can. And as soon as you can only be identified with a piece of technology. And so I think that if I'm in that role and I'm that person, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Dennis McGinn, last word.
Yeah, Josh touched on it, but we have expanded what we call the time to line. It's now starts with the appraisal, the candidates for trade or a purchase. It starts at the beginning, because that's where we've missed the boat on a lot of the problems a car has that need to be repaired that we don't discover till later. And what happens when you say, okay, yeah, I'm going to keep that car because we can sell that car and we can make a margin on it, but you should have known at the beginning exactly what was going on mechanically with that car. The new VIN site that we have added now to the workflow process is a must. Every person, every time they touch a car that will enter into or potentially enter, they need to scan it, and it goes right into Rapid Recon, and that starts the process. And there's a huge opportunity there, and you know, that's just coming online. Our dealer body is getting going on it. The better ones are doing it universally without any, they just do it. Here's a car, plug this in, it goes right in. And now we have that information. So that's what I would say is probably the most impactful. The other is from the groups with the director levels to kind of make sure that is in place and keep tightening up the communications loops with the people in the stores that are responsible for executing that.
Gentlemen, you've built a great platform at Rapid Recon, and you have a great team, and that team continues to grow. I'm watching it every month, every year. So congratulations to you. Josh, what's the best way? Should people want to take the next step? RapidRecon.com. How do they get more?
Anyway, right? They can shoot us an email. They can call my cell phone. For the dealers that have it, shoot me a text. Whatever works for you. You know, we'll sit down. We have a team of people all over the country. So go to our website, send myself or Dennis an email or shoot us a phone call. We'll do anything we can to take care of you.
Great, Josh DeYoung. Dennis McGinn, thank you for all you do for the industry. So the leaders here, everybody from Rapid Recon, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted.
Everybody wants to be part of a bigger story. And to see something like this in such a big industry is a big accomplishment.
When I heard about Rapid Recon, I was like, man, that's ahead of its time.
Rapid Recon is the one software that unifies all the departments. You're going to go from chaos to organization.
The whole idea is to take 15 days average to get these cars ready to sell and take it down to 3 to 5.
It's live. You can log into Rapid Recon and see exactly where you are.
We're processing 2,500 cars a month. You need technology to make it more profitable.
And we know the pains that dealers are going through because we've lived it.
We get so much praise for our customer service, and it's because we genuinely care.
If you want to be as efficient as you possibly can, you absolutely should have Rapid Recon as your system.
We're changing this industry in a way that it's needed to change for a long time.
At your dealership, customers always come first. Discover how you can help ensure a 5-star experience, boost CSI scores, and control costs with Uber for Business. Elevate your customer experience by providing courtesy rides to customers while their cars are being serviced. Use Central to request an Uber ride for your customer. They'll receive an SMS to track their trip. For repairs that might take a few days, provide a voucher with Uber credit that can be used on rides. Use Central to help move employees to and from the dealership with ease. Provide white glove service with vehicle pickup and drop off during service or maintenance appointments. Transport parts straight to your service bay using the parts delivery feature on Central. Uber for Business helps you optimize costs and improve operational efficiency, while taking your customers' experience from good to great. Join thousands of auto dealerships using Uber for Business today. Learn more on our website.
Fly me to the moon. We're back at the Fixed Ops Roundtable All Systems Go event.
Send out the Mars rover for the Reynolds Robotics Relo panel up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings, and we're here today to talk about streamlining the delivery of parts from the back counter to technicians, the delays that come up, and how they can be resolved. Ted, we've got quite the panel assembled for this conversation.
Sarah, so glad that we've got this A-list joining us. Tully Williams from the Niello Company in Sacramento is with us here today, as well as Richard Lupo from Appletree Honda and Acura, representing West Coast with Tully, East Coast with Richard. Paul Powell and Kyle Smith from the Reynolds and Reynolds Company are with us. Everybody, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Sarah.
Well, Tully, to get things started, you have long been an evangelist for the importance of time and hours in the dealership, particularly in service, and the time it takes for parts to get from the back counter out to the tech. It's an issue. It affects productivity. If you'd like to open with that.
You know, it's a huge deal. I mean, this is so exciting to see the next revolution happens. You know, when you look at a technician, we want them in the stall, you know, is all they can be is in that stall. And the goal is, how do we get them rich and tired every day? First thing that we did is we removed the back counter and put that in the shop. We have roving back counter people, but still, we still have an issue of how do we get the parts? Everybody sets up a shelving network over there next to the parts counter, and that turns into the water cooler area. And the goal is, how do we remove that, move that shelving inside the parts department, whereas then in turn, the parts department can deliver those great parts to our world-class technicians. And when you look at robotics, it's so exciting to see what Reynolds and Reynolds has to offer here, because combining the DMS and this robotics and ordering parts actually in the stall is going to be mind-blowing.
And Tully, we're getting a preview because Reynolds is already delivering these installs and pilots throughout the nation. But at your store, where Sarah and I were just out to see you, you've already got that back parts counter out on tables, out mobile into the department. So you're ready for the next step at the Niello company.
Very much so. I mean, the mobile back counter is the best thing that we did. We've been doing that for the last couple of years. We had a good beta test store on that, and now we have actually 2 to 3 at that store. But the goal is that how do we remove the technician from the back counter? How do we get the technician parts faster, right? Some people will put parts in the stalls or we'll put parts in the cars. Honestly, that doesn't always happen. But if we have a robot, when they look up the parts, you have a parts puller inside the shop. He puts it on the robot, he sends it out. The technician, the parts counter person is actually in the stall with the technician. I mean, this is just a marriage made in heaven.
Richard, you've been the same thing, all about efficiency and gaining more time for the techs.
Yeah, we've over the years taken a lot of steps to increase that SPG for the technicians, getting the wholesale, segmenting the wholesale out for the back counter, doing creative things with the phone tree so that the back counter guys can stay focused on the technicians and really cutting down the time at the back counter. Just like Tully in a previous iteration, closed down the back counter, put the guys out in the shop, excuse me, and had great results for there. Higher accountability, more accurate parts on time, accurate ordering, all those things that come from that. And then eliminating the parts runner and the human error there with the robots. Definitely a game changer, productivity enhancer. I'm excited for that next opportunity to increase the productivity of the shop, 100%.
So Paul and Kyle, take us through this. How's it work? And give us a little insight behind the curtain.
Well, we have two philosophies on how the robot's actually being deployed. The primary one that most of our customers are opting for is to actually deliver racks with the parts out to the technicians and leaving the racks in the bay for the technician, so the technician can come get the parts off the rack at his convenience while the robot is out delivering other racks. The other alternative we're seeing is that the racks may actually live in the bays with the technician. And when the parts has parts for the technician, the robot will go fetch the rack from that bay and deliver it to the technician. So that, in a nutshell, is how it works.
Kyle, anything you'd like to add to that as well for our audience?
Well, I think, not so much from a technical perspective, Ted, but just to add on to the excitement that both Tully and Richard expressed here. In the nearly 25 years that I've been in the industry, anytime I have a conversation with a service manager or a fixed ops director, and I ask them, how can we help your business? One of the things that they always tell me is, I need more techs, right? Well, I've never been able to figure out the recipe for providing them more techs, but what we can do, and what Richard and Tully spoke about, is we can become more efficient in how we manage our fixed operations business, right? And to me, robotics, while still very, very new to automotive, it's proven technology in many other sectors, right? And to be a part of bringing it to the automotive space is really exciting, and it's, quite frankly, in the time I've been with Reynolds and Reynolds, one of the more exciting things that I've seen us do from a fixed ops standpoint. So couldn't be more excited to start this venture.
Well, thank you, Kyle. And to kind of unpack a little bit more of the challenges that we're seeing across the industry. And, I'm going to go to Tully, because Tully, it's all about the hours. And we know that for a lot of service departments, technicians, if they're having to walk, to go get the parts, that means they're not turning wrenches. It means we're creating all these inefficiencies in the shop. So what have service departments done to really solve some of that time gap that may be happening where technicians can't be making money?
Parts department is probably the worst when it comes to inefficiencies, right? And what's super exciting here is we're trying to eliminate that now. We have test drives that need to be done. Technician has to do that. You're right. You have test drive with customers. That's what foremans are for to do. But when the true technician is, how do we keep him in his stall the entire time he is physically there? Now, there's times that they have to have those great conversations with our back counter people, because without parts, you can't sell hours. And what we're trying to do is build those great relationships where that technician feels he's part of the team. He's not locked behind a cage, but he's actually out there in the stalls with the technicians with a huge monitor and showing and talking to them. The next step is what Kyle said I loved, is that we bring a cage out. That's the cage of parts for that technician. Technicians are working on. I can't have a little cart go out there and a little buzzer goes off, beep, 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 come and get me. We're busy. Well, I want the cage to be dropped off. The parts are there. It keeps the technician more organized for his parts. And then, of course, what's the biggest thing is come and get it when we have all the warranty return parts that we put back on there. This is going to help us be much more efficient. Having the technician know that his parts are there, having the parts people there, making sure that those technicians' parts are right. If there's an issue, he can be right there with the technician at the car. But then in turn, having those parts on those cages, because, he might be working on multiple parts there. And the next thing you know, if you ever look at a tool bench for a technician, sometimes it can be a little cluttered, which is a good thing. But this is going to help us keep it more organized, right? The technician knows what shelf his is, or where his parts are for those technicians. Or if he has a bigger job, I'm going to work on this smaller job here. These are things that are going to help the efficiency of the technician so much. And it turns out to be the parts department is going to be the savior for the technician for his efficiency.
Rich, and thinking about Apple Tree and, some of the layout and the logistics between getting, parts from the parts department to service, what have y'all been doing to solve some of these challenges?
Well, mentioned earlier, SPG was a big step forward in productivity and efficiency for the service department, for the service technician. Some of the things that we talked about earlier, getting the phones routed different places to keep the back counter guys concentrated there. Some of the newer technology that Reynolds has put through, some of the apps, we've got the service snap. So we've got video and media coming right through their phone. And now we've got the multi-point with the new Reynolds app that's on their phone. So the technicians don't even have to leave the car to fill out the multi-point, send any of the media, do any of those things. Bringing that parts counter guy to the stall, getting accurate parts ordering, sending the robot out there, it doesn't take breaks, doesn't call in sick, it goes and gets the job done. It just the very next evolution in efficiency. So all of those things, all the things that we've already done, and this is just going to take it to the next level, 100%.
Paul and Kyle, I'd like to come to y'all, because when we're thinking about all the different stores that Reynolds has the opportunity to interact with, you have Highline, Domestic, all these different brands, and there's so many differences in these parts departments and in the service departments between, smaller operations or large scale auto groups. So what have y'all been seeing in the industry for dealers to really solve some of these challenges with efficiencies?
Well, like Richard said, SPG has been a huge help as far as creating efficiency goes. We have some other automated tools like e-approval, where the customer can approve work and it finds its way all the way back to the parts department. So you just take out a lot of layers. The robot's just the next layer, where we're removing the human inefficiency there. It's just a great next step.
Kyle, your perspective.
Well, kind of like Paul said, I mean, as a company, we've developed a number of different solutions over the years to help improve efficiency, right? Yeah, one of the things that comes to mind for me immediately is the GoMoto product that allows a customer to check in on their own, how they choose to do business, right? And they actually have the ability to select the types of services that they want to have performed. And then there's some automation that comes along with communicating to the customer, additional services that they might need. So just anywhere that we can drive efficiency into parts and service is a huge benefit to the overall dealership business.
So Kyle, if I can follow up with you, Richard mentioned things like service price guide. We've talked a little bit about things like e-approval and so on. Kyle, there's a next step, and that's what Reynolds is about to introduce with robotics. Kind of take us through it, and how does this going to work? And give us a little bit of information on Relo, and give us the info.
Yeah, absolutely. So you just mentioned the name of our newest robotic solution, Relo. So this is just a continuation of how we're advancing the business, and really excited to be on the cutting edge of that. As I said earlier, robotics is it's a proven technology in many other sectors, but it's still relatively new to automotive. So we're learning a lot about how we can use robotics and how we can continue to automate robotics as we integrate with Era and make it even more efficient than what it is today. So we named the product Relo because it relocates parts from one place to another. In terms of how it works, it's really a multi-step process that includes some automation. What we expect to be the most prevalent use is when a parts counterperson is notified that there are parts needed. They pull those parts, place them on the rack in a designated location for the robot to pick up, and then they assign the robot the task of delivering to a specific bay. And once that task has been assigned, the robot delivers the parts to the bay. The technician removes the parts from the robot or from the rack, and the robot returns the parts to do it all over again.
Paul, I think we saw some teaser of this. I believe it was at NADA. We saw a little bit of the robot and how that's going to work. Paul, this is a game changer for stores in creating efficiencies and fixed ops.
Absolutely. We will be really delivering racks all over the service department. And that, I think, will create huge efficiencies because you won't interface with the robot. Through our DMS, you will do all the commands to control the delivery of the parts. The robot's just the tool that will deliver the parts.
All right.
Yeah, hey Ted. One thing that I feel is worth mentioning here. We've obviously been talking about efficiencies, right? But as you hear Tully and Richard speak about technicians and the value, I mean, they're a tremendous asset to the overall operation of the dealership, right? I think one piece that Relo is going to play beyond efficiencies is I truly believe it's going to drive better employee retention. I think your top technicians, they're looking for tools. They're looking for their employers to make investments in technology that's going to help them produce more and earn more. And I mean, we've seen it with many other things over the years where technicians leave one dealership to go to another because of a certain investment that dealership has made. And I think Relo is certainly going to be the next iteration of that as well.
Tully, I know I have several questions. You may have some as well, but I think as this rolls out and this becomes more and more mainstream, if you will, we're going to learn probably the best ways and best usage and so on and so forth for this.
Yeah, I think that when you look at each stores run a little different. I mean, overall, the parts looks up the parts gets the part, delivers to the tech, right? But the overall of how business is done at each store is a little flexible. The nice thing about robots, it doesn't really care. It does what it's told and it goes out there. I think the issue that I see that's really strong here is that we're not relying on the technician to go out and talk to the robot every time it comes for a visit. I think the power of this is going to be is that it's built into the DMS, huge deal, not a bolt-on, right? Next is that means there's no other screens that they have to go into or another program up. And two is that they bring and they drop a cage off at the store at the stall where the technician then can get to it at his leisure, right? If you have roving back counter people out there, the roving back counter person might even help out the technician if he's not looking something up with the parts that delivered if it's a major deal, right? And then if you look at your quick lane or your lanes that are doing multiple maintenances within 10 to 20 minutes, I mean, those robots will be working overtime to make sure that we're getting all those parts out there. And the importance of getting wiper blades delivered to a stall like yesterday is so important because now if the service advisor gets the customer that's in the waiting room to authorize it, he can authorize it right on the spot the parts department then gets alerted and the robot sends it out. There's not like I have to call the guy up, hope he listened to me, do this, do that, do this. It's all become done automated, and that's where Reynolds is really accelerating.
Well, and to follow that up, Tully, I'd love to get Rich and Paul and Kyle's perspective on this, because just thinking about what the technician is experiencing or what the parts counter person is experiencing in the dealership, that's a physically taxing job, right? There's a lot of, it doesn't matter if you're pushing a cart or you're carrying it, either scenario. At the end of the day, your knees are tired, your feet are tired, you're having a lot of exertion that's happening. And one of the applications that I see this being especially beneficial for the technician and for the parts counter person is that this robot is quite literally taking the weight out of the equation and that physical exertion. So, how important, is something like that for your technicians, Rich, just preserving their bodies and their abilities to work on these cars?
Well, less steps outside of the bay are more productive. There's no doubt about that. There were a couple of things that I did want to follow up on, though. Something that Tully said that they kind of got, mentioned in passing. Warranty parts returns is a big thing. With this robot, you're going to have a chain of custody that warranty part was dropped off. The warranty part is going to be put in the cage by the technician and delivered back to the parts department. And just as Tully mentioned, so many stores, every store is different. And the steps from a technician to the back parts counter in some stores is a pretty quick trip. In others, you've got close to 100 bays. It can be quite a trip down to the parts counter and back. Certainly saving a lot of time and a lot of footsteps for the technician, waiting for the stamp on the repair order to show that the warranty parts were returned. Certainly there's that. I looked at other uses for this technology as it evolves, and we have a large wholesale parts delivery every day, and actually putting parts on the shelf is another application that this will certainly evolve into, where you've got multiple people checking in orders and sending the robots down through the different bins and dropping the cages off to be having the parts stocked. Definitely, once the robots make it in the door, I think that the applications are going to be a lot diverse across multiple departments to drive efficiencies in other ways that we don't even realize right now. And following up with other industries, there are so many other industries that have automations built into them that, we're not always quick to move with innovations in our industry, especially in fixed, because there's a lot of people, a lot of moving parts, and changing processes can be difficult and cause disruption. And so I think that getting them tied down to this, increasing the efficiency, the applications will just spread out as they have in other industries. So saving a lot of steps for the technicians, keeping them in the bays, the expansion of where these robots are going to do and how they're going to drive efficiencies in other parts. There's a ton of upside. No water coolers, no smoke breaks, none of that kind of stuff. No calling in sick. They're going to be there and they're going to take care of their business. And I'm very excited for Reynolds and Relo, and I think that it's going to be just the next step, like Tully said, getting another layer of efficiency for our service and parts departments.
Well, Paul and Kyle, I want to come back to those efficiencies specifically and kind of get a little technical. And I know Paul is the man to really ask some of these specific questions when it comes to the robots. But, going back into, you were talking about the racks, right? And we're thinking about how many times a day in some of these dealerships that this robot is having to travel around and back and forth. So I'm sure there's a lot of fixed ops directors that are wondering, like, how often do I have to charge this? Is there gaps in the day that I'm going to have to be mindful of or build into it? So could you share a little bit about, the weight capacity that these are, able to do? And then how long could we expect, the battery life and those kinds of things?
Sure. From a carrying capacity, The robot that we're rolling out can carry 600 pounds. So weight shouldn't be an issue at all. And to answer your question earlier about, saving wear and tear on the techs, yeah, the robot's going to carry all the batteries back and forth now. So save a lot of wear and tear on the techs. As far as battery life for the robot, we've done our own testing, and it can run all day while carrying a load. So we don't anticipate that the robot's going to have to be charged during the workday, but in the event that it can go charge itself. And we have hot swap battery capabilities. So I don't think battery capacity is going to be an issue at all. In fact, when it's idle, it can park itself in the charging bay, like your home robot vacuum cleaner. So
that's incredible, Paul. Yeah. And Kyle, in thinking about some of the, when we're thinking about the efficiencies, right? And there's a lot of literally moving pieces in a service department and a parts department. You have vehicles coming in and out, you have doors opening, you have people going around. So how fast, do these robots move? Are there ways that it can adapt if there's something that, falls into its path accidentally, or what other innovations can we expect?
Yeah, so the robots, they have a built-in technology where they sense anything that is in their path, and they will stop until that object has moved. So there is no fear or concern about the robots running into anything that they're not supposed to run into. As far as the speed goes, I'd have to defer to Paul on how quickly the robots move. Paul, do you know that off the top of your head?
Yeah, the robot will travel at 1.2 meters per second, which is a healthy, brisk walk. So it moves plenty fast. And expand on one thing you said, Kyle. The robot won't just stop. The robot will actually go around an object. It won't necessarily wait.
Yeah, Sarah, one thing I wanted to add too is there is no one size fits all here. There are so many variables from shop to shop, right? So where in one shop, a single unit may be effective. In some of your larger shops, it may make sense to have, 2 or 3 units. And beyond that, the types of racks that are going to be required may be different from shop to shop, or even within a shop. You may have, one type of a rack for your lube filter techs and a separate, type of a rack for other technicians. So there are a lot of variables that come into play.
Tully, I'm thinking of your 10 locations that are all very modern, yet they're very different, okay? Some larger than others. What are some questions that you would have from the retailer perspective, before embarking on something like this, while we have Paul and Kyle with us here today?
Well, a couple of things. One is that, stalls are pretty close to each other. So I'm assuming that we'll be dropping the parts off in the back side of the car. Next thing is, I loved when Paul said batteries. Batteries are heavy. Batteries are hard to move around. Battery cords are the worst thing on the planet. And the next thing is tires. Selling a set of tires is a pain in the butt to move around, right? Who has a forklift? Who's got the crate? Who's got this? Who's got that? Next thing you know, you're wheeling them out there. The worst thing you can ever do to a body. So, to me, those big items are going to be the most efficient. So how do we deal with, one, I sell a battery, I take it out. Now I have to return the battery. Can that battery go to maybe the core area where the batteries are stored? Same with tires, where the tire is maybe located in one location and the core is located in the others. To me, those are big items. So how does the technology resolve those kind of things?
All different dealerships work differently with how they manage these items. The main thing will be the robot will be able to move those items from one spot to the other. That's the basic answer.
Kyle, anything you'd like to add on that as well?
Well, I was just going to go in a little bit further there. When we install a robot, there's a process called mapping, right? Where you're actually programming the robot where to move throughout the dealership, things to avoid, and that type of thing. You also have to map drop-off locations. Each bay has to be mapped, right? So, to Tully's question about, if a dealership has a specific location where it's keeping tires that is separate from the normal parts counter, that can be mapped as well. So you could send the robot to that location to pick up a rack of tires and then deliver to a bay.
Okay, makes sense. Richard, questions from your perspective in retail at Appletree?
It's always going to come down to ROI as well, and I think that the math should be pretty favorable, but it's always a consideration. So I guess one of the retail questions would be, what does ROI look like?
Yeah, so ROI is going to depend upon a number of different things, right? How many technicians do you have today? How much time are they spending out of their stalls? How long does it typically take them to walk to the parts counter? How much time are they spending there? With as Tully would say, water cooler time, right? What is your effective labor rate? So there are a lot of variables that are going to come into play, dealership by dealership. Do you have parts runners today? If so, what is their hourly wage? Have there been any workers' comp claims? Things, all those types of things come into play when you start talking about ROI.
Kyle, one follow-up, if I may. With thinking about these robots, one of the things that just popped into my head, we're talking about vehicle maintenance in this conversation, but we haven't talked about robot maintenance. So, when a robot is going through that process, because it's part of Reynolds and Reynolds, I'm imagining this allows the dealer to have, a wide range of network, availability to really get these parts or handle that downtime when the robot has to have the service work done.
Yeah, Sarah, thank you so much for asking that question. I really appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. So any of your normal wear and tear will be covered, under our Relo agreement, and all of these units are going to be serviced by our customer service reps who are located nationwide, just like they come out and they service anything that has to do with ERA. It's going to be the same team that's responsible for servicing Relo, and they do a phenomenal job and are known for the timeliness of getting things fixed. So that's something that we feel like we've got a real advantage in the industry as a whole.
And Tully, one more. You had a question.
When I look at the value of this, think about this: is that what is the value of your tech per minute? Our value of our technician, parts and labor gross, because here's the deal, technician sells both, is $5 to $8 a minute in gross profit. And how many minutes can I take away from non-productive and put productive? This is where these robots are going to help us tremendously. Not walking to the parts department. Figure out, is it $5 a minute? Can I save a half an hour a day per tech? Okay, that's just a large number right there. Right? Yep. I can't even figure that out in my head how big that is. So I think when you're thinking about this, is you have to think about the value of the technician and the benefit of this is going to be. And to me, this is a reason why, this is an absolutely no-brainer.
Tully, you've been talking about that value of the tech per minute for a long time now. And I know Reynolds recently, within the last year, came out with the golden metrics, if I may, okay, and have created really a new standard. And actually, I think, Tully, to preface that, we may be talking about the value of the tech per minute, because I think that's going to be very, very important in a lot of ways to a lot of retailers. Okay, to kind of bring it home, Kyle and Paul, this is available now. The initial testing has been done. You're in the pilot phase. I understand that dealers are getting their robotics. Relo is making its way into the retail world. Kyle, what's next? And if I'm an interested candidate in taking the next step on Relo, what do I do next?
Yeah, the next best step is to just get in touch with your account manager and let them know that, hey, I'm interested in Relo, and we'll send someone out there to actually inspect the dealership. There's certain things that we look for. Relo's not going to be a fit for every single location, right? We have to keep in mind, certain levels of clearance for the robot to maneuver. We've got to look for, things like clutter and that type of thing. So there are a lot of things that come into consideration, beyond just sticking a robot in the shop, because ultimately we want to make sure it works, right? We want to make sure it drives that ROI that guys like Richard are looking for. So get in touch with your account manager, and they'll know who to contact to get someone in your shop and start doing a full-on assessment.
All right. We'll leave it there, everybody. Thank you so much, Paul and Kyle. Kyle, congratulations on bringing us here to Relo, and Tully, I can't wait to see where this is going to go next in the next year, 5 years, and 10 years. It's going to be exciting, Tully.
It's very exciting. I can't wait.
Tully Williams, everybody. Richard Lupo here with us with Sarah Van Tyne, Paul Powell, and Kyle Smith with Reynolds and Reynolds, revolutionizing parts delivery with robotics, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Good morning and welcome to Porsche Sacramento. My name is Lucas and I'll be the technician working on your Porsche Panamera today. Starting up here, we do have our rear tires at their lowest point, measuring in at about 4:30 seconds, as you can see there, both here on the left rear and in the right rear. Now we also did a thorough visual inspection of all underbody components, including but not limited to the vehicle's rear suspension, differential, exhaust and driveline center sections, as you see here, underbody trim panels, center differential and transmission components, front suspension, as well as the front tires. The front tires at their lowest point measure in just there at about 6:30 seconds, just there under 7 here in the front left and in the front right. So the front tires do have quite a bit of tread left on them. However, the rear tires will need to be replaced rather soon. So we're gonna go ahead and put in a yellow recommendation for that at this time. Now we're also gonna go ahead and move on to the front brake pad inspection. Up here in the front of the vehicle, our front brake pads at their lowest point, as you can see in there, have a yellow gauge indicating these front brakes measure in at 4 millimeters here in the front of the vehicle. Now the rear brake pads also measure in at 4 millimeters, so I'll go ahead and show you right here. With our yellow gauge, it's a little difficult to see, as you can see right there, 4 millimeters at its lowest point. Now because they're in the yellow, we're gonna go ahead and recommend a replacement of both the rear as well as the front brake pads at this time. Finally, we're gonna go underneath the hood of the vehicle for the underhood inspection. Finally, underneath the hood of the vehicle, we went ahead and performed the vehicle's engine oil change as well as an oil filter replacement located right underneath this cover. We went ahead and topped off your coolant tank reservoir, washer fluid, and your washer fluid reservoir, and observed that the brake fluid and the brake fluid reservoir was at the correct level at the time of service. Now we also did a thorough visual inspection in and around the engine compartment, looking for any signs of prematurely worn or any damaged components, and everything underneath the hood of the vehicle is working and operating as it should be. The only other area of concern that we had found on the exterior of the vehicle was the vehicle's crack in the windshield, so we're gonna go ahead and recommend a replacement of the vehicle's windshield as well as a calibration at this time. So with that being said, we'd like to thank you for bringing in your Porsche Panamera for service today at Porsche Sacramento, and we hope to see you next time.
Learn what makes the Niello company out of this world from Rick Niello himself.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Ted Ings. We are at Niello Porsche in Sacramento, California at the Niello company. And Ted, we have a very special guest with us today.
We do. And obviously, we're very grateful to Tully to bring us all together. But at the Niello company, it's a real special treat when we get to meet Rick Niello. Rick, thank you so much for being with us here today.
Well, thank you. And I'm delighted to have you and your company here representing
yourself today. So thank you. We're delighted to have you.
Rick, your family, the Niello company, 104 years in business. What a commitment to the community. Take us back and tell us a little bit of the heritage of your company.
Okay, well, our company was formed in 1921, and by my grandfather on my father's side. He was a Packard Tercero dealer in San Francisco. So that company was around till about 1953, and then my father was working in San Francisco and had an opportunity to get a Volkswagen franchise in Sacramento in 1955. And of course, most people didn't know what a Volkswagen was in 1955, but as we all know, I think everybody probably in this room has a Volkswagen story in their hip pocket. But Volkswagen started off and did very well, and basically that was our starting point here in Sacramento. We have now grown the company to 11 franchises here in Sacramento. We have 2 Porsche franchises. You're in one of them right here. We have another one up the road here about 20 miles. Everything we have is in Sacramento. We have 2 BMW dealerships. One has Mini. We have 2 Land Rover Jag dealerships, Volvo, Acura, Audi, and Volkswagen. So we're generally at the upper end of the market. We employ about 750 people. I think I have that right. And we take a strong position in our community. And, that's kind of where we are today. And thank you for asking.
Rick, we've heard so much today from your people about the core values of Niello. Would you mind telling?
No, I would be happy to. I always like to have my little reminder card here. But the core values, we formed these about 35 years ago, maybe 37 years ago, quite a while back, and we've never changed them. We have stuck with them. All of our employees generally carry a card, and they're in all of our buildings, and you can see them up here on the wall. And they're very, very important to us because I tell our people that we are in the people business. Anybody can buy a car wherever they want, but for us to stand out means that we have to have people that are engaged, enthused, and that follow these core values. So I'll read them off. We are a team. We respect each other. We encourage self-improvement. We hold high expectations. We embrace change. We enthusiastically value our customer, and we support our community. And we are the largest philanthropic giver in the automotive scene in Sacramento. Our mission, we are committed to providing distinctive automotive products and exceptional service while treating our customers and employees with unyielding integrity. And just to kind of solidify that, we have won Best Place to Work from Automotive News 28 times. And so we pay a lot of attention to that, and we're very proud of it. Thank you. Our vision is to be Northern California's leading automotive dealer for the products we represent, and I think we're very successful in that arena. So that gives you an idea about what is important to the Niello company. And as I say, one of our biggest assets is we are very involved in our community. I have 2 brothers that are both partners of mine. My brother Roger Niello is a California state senator, and my other brother David Niello lives down in Alamo in the Bay Area. And so we have a pretty strong position here at Sacramento.
Rick, to date, the Niello company is both the longest owned Porsche dealership in the country and has the newest state-of-the-art facility. What do you think has contributed to the success you've seen?
Well, I think that our success is, as I go back to my premise earlier, is we pay a lot of attention to our people. We do a lot of training. We do a lot of encouragement, and I think that makes a big difference. We have a lot of people who we had our annual legacy party, as I call it. We had it about a month ago. We do this every year, and we represent and recognize and appreciate the people who've been with us for anywhere from 5 years to, in this case, a couple of weeks ago, to 45 years. And I think we had about 950 years of employee longevity at that party. So I think it's the people that makes us different. Our facilities are always state of the art. But when you get right down to it, the facilities aren't nearly as important as the people that work in them and relate to our customers.
Rick, I have to fact check Tully, if you don't mind, for a moment. He always reminds me that Niello got its start in fixed operations. Is that true?
Well, if Tully says something, it's true. But Tully is a great fixed operations guy, and he's incredibly proud of that. And Tully is right, because my grandfather, who was the Packard Carfero dealer in San Francisco, started as a technician. He was an Italian immigrant, and that's sort of where he started, and he worked up to owning the dealership. He had a partner who was named Laurent. It's called Laurent and Niello, and they were both immigrants. Laurent was from France, and my grandfather was from Italy. So Tully's right.
And your first job was?
Tully's right. My first job, let's see. It was picking up cigarette butts, I think, on the weekends.
In fix.
Well, and Rick, just in closing, there's a lot of automotive dealers that are listening today that haven't maybe been in business quite as long as the Niello company, but are looking to make their mark on the industry and also have an incredible culture. What advice would you like to share with other automotive industry leaders looking to create exceptional customer experiences?
Well, I think there's two things, and as I've said numerous times in this presentation, that having the right people, training the right people, enjoying the right people, really loving the people you work with every day is probably the most important thing, certainly to me. And of course, it doesn't hurt to have the right products, particularly when you're a Porsche dealer, to have the outstanding products that we have that are sort of in the upper end of the market makes it a lot easier, I think, than some other franchises. But people number one, product number two, culture number three.
And Sarah, I think you said it just right. It is an exceptional experience when you walk through the doors here at the Niello company. So Rick, thank you.
Thank you.
And your family and your people for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Everybody, we are here at the Niello company. We are in Sacramento, California. We are with Rick Niello and Tully Williams. We're going to highlight the great people of the Niello organization on this trip around the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Stay with us and we'll be right back.
The fixed ops landscape is changing, and lucky for you, the Fixed Ops Roundtable is always moving forward. Savvy marketing is no longer for the front of the house. I'm Sarah Van Tyne, and it's time to get creative and take a seat at the roundtable. Discover new, innovative ways to market your dealership by becoming a Fixed Ops Roundtable certified partner. Start your modern age of marketing at fixedopsroundtablecertified.com.
Our next speaker is a shooting star. Please welcome Julie Douglas with Dealer Pay.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Julie Douglas and Dealer Pay have never been more timely than they are today for today's modern dealer. Julie, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Glad to be here.
I hear more and more from dealers who are on the show that they are convinced the future of our business resides outside the walls of the dealership, resides with going to the customer. And I want to talk to you today about dealers today who are in things like wholesale parts, mobile service, where they have to go out and capture a payment. And we don't want them to do that over the phone with a credit card number. So tell us a little bit more about what you've been working on, and excited to hear about this.
Sure. So Dealer Pay, my company, we specialize in all things payments for dealers, whether that payment happens inside of the dealership or outside of the dealership. And to your point, with respect to wholesale parts, mobile service, or just the convenience factor of the customer not having to come in the dealership to retrieve their vehicle, is we offer payment solutions to the dealerships that are designed to make it more convenient for the customers. So for example, your mobile truck, right? These guys go out, they repair the vehicles, and at that point in time where everything's ready to go, they still need to capture that payment. So as opposed to that customer maybe calling the dealership or an invoice later on, that driver can simply use DealerPay's mobile terminal and collect that payment right there on the spot. So what that's doing is it's enabling dealerships with the technology not only to mitigate fraud, but to also improve the transaction speed and collect that payment right there on the spot.
And Julie, from a dealer's perspective, isn't there liability if I'm just relying on a credit card number over the phone?
Absolutely. First of all, you don't know if that credit card's even valid. A lot of times you don't know who's on the other end of that phone or if that's even their card. So unfortunately, in the day and age we live in, fraud mitigation with your payment solutions is a must. And if that's not happening, dealerships are probably looking at significant amount of chargebacks or just delayed funds. I mean, I wouldn't understand why you wouldn't want the cash, the card, the check right then and there. And our technologies will allow dealerships to do that.
A lot of dealerships are in wholesale parts in a big way. And there are many dealerships, just as many, who shy away from it because they don't want to have that kind of receivable out on the street. And what I hear all the time is that those dealers have to wait. They're invoicing. I mean, this is old, archaic stuff, Julie, and they're waiting for those invoices to come in. Yet a lot of dealers can now use the mobile pay that Dealer Pay has, and customers are used to paying. We're used to paying with credit cards.
Yeah. I mean, you can tap, you can, chip, you can swipe, probably not swipe as much, but even in the example with wholesale parts, you're dealing with a lot of business to business transactions, right? So having the opportunity to store that customer's payment information in your payment system, of course, very secure, of course, very much PCI compliant, you can simply bill that customer or set up a plan to bill the customer. And these are options that are going to allow you to make sure you're getting the payment on every single transaction, as opposed to waiting or hoping that there's not going to be any interruptions there.
Another part of the industry that's growing rapidly, I'm seeing it, it's in the tens of billions of dollars, is e-commerce parts, where dealers now have Amazon and eBay stores. It's very easy to do. There's a few companies, even here on the Roundtable, that help set that up for the dealer. And they put the dealer in the e-commerce business, where now they have a storefront open 24/7, and they're doing business not just in the local market, but all over the country. All right. And Dealer Pay, I would imagine, can do the same thing here, because you're collecting those payments and you're doing it remotely, but you've got some great tools to be able to do that for the dealer.
Sure. Absolutely. So you talk about, all these mobile options, you talk about e-commerce, you talk about sales that are inside the dealership or perhaps outside of the dealership. What's important is you got to wrangle all these things into something for it to make sense and for your office to be able to reconcile later on. Using multiple payment types. Sometimes, these companies tell dealers they have to use certain payment types or payment companies, but you don't. I mean, dealers need to know they have the flexibility of utilizing a company like dealership to get all those payments streamlined into one spot.
I mentioned you in the green room. I had a phone call last week from a dealer in Pennsylvania, and I never heard of him before, and he's on the show this week, and he told me he's the #1 mobile service dealer in the country. And I had nothing to go by. I called Ed Roberts. He didn't know the name. I called Jim Sabino at All American Ford. Again, did not know the name. So we checked him out with Ford, and we found out, sure enough, he ran 24,000 mobile repair orders last year and is up at or near the very top of the list. Wow. So I interviewed him for the show, Julie. And here's what he told me. They have 33 mobile vans. They're in Reading, Pennsylvania. And they're running 3 shifts. So these vans are going like all day and all night. He gave me the hours of the shifts. and they do mostly business to business in Reading, PA. So it's a B2B connection for the most part. And I asked him, how are you collecting? How are you collecting the money? And he said, well, for the most part, we invoice the customer for the mobile service. Yeah, Julie, you could change all that. And with 33 vans, I imagine that's a big chunk of change.
Right. I mean, cash flow is king, right? So we want to make sure those dealers are collecting that payment right there on the spot. And, you know, business to business, just, you know, it's a special kind of market, especially with electronic payment processing. You know, there's a lot that can happen in those transactions that dealers need to be educated about. You know, they're traditionally a little higher in interchange rate, but if you have a system set up where you can determine if that's a repeat customer and you have a token, getting industry talk, which is basically a stored payment for that particular customer, then you just bill them right then and there, whatever tender type they want, whether it be a credit card, a debit card, even an electronic check, and we can even receipt cash in those scenarios.
About a month and a half, you and I met out in Sacramento at Tully's brand new, what a beautiful Porsche dealership.
It was beautiful. Yes. Thanks
State
for
of
the
the art.
invite. It was great.
And we had a panel on dealer pay. You were on the panel, and on there was Tully, the dealership controller. She was on there. A number of the people at the dealership. I felt bad. They didn't give you a lot of time to talk because they were talking about dealer pay, and you've been in there for, I think it's 2 to 3 years. And talk about the success, because I hung around that dealer group for another day or two and went into the dealerships and saw on the service advisors' desks, they actually have the dealer pay. They have the portals on each service advisor's desk where the service advisor is collecting that payment.
I mean, I would say that Niello is probably my favorite type of dealer. They're modern. They cater to the customer like I've never seen before. And they knew they had a problem to fix. You know, using a bank or a traditional financial institution for payments was actually holding them back. So I was really excited to get in there and update everything. Service, parts, sales. They've got, you know, a pretty good size wholesale parts operation. And then finally, like Chris said, who's the controller, we put it all together in a way that she can reconcile all synced with CDK, their dealer management system. So you're not getting all the errors, you're not getting all the data entry, and you're speeding up the transaction and ultimately improving the customer's experience.
Now, Chris, who is the office manager, who we learned has been there for a long time, started off as a receptionist and worked her way up. I heard that Tully's relationship with Chris as the office manager has improved dramatically since dealer pay is in there. But she also told us that they reconcile and capture even things like cash payments and checks. Julie, talk to us about that, because I know you do that, but they are actually deploying that as part of dealer pay as well.
Yeah, I mean, really, you want to offer payment acceptance to your customers in all the forms in which they want to pay. But what's critical about it is making sure you're receiving it, right? So if a customer wants to pay by check, let's do it electronically. Let's convert that check. If a customer wants to pay with cash, let's make sure it's receipted so that you in the office know that, hey, this particular user at my dealership took this amount of cash. And then finally, you know, any type of credit or debit card, you know, I know, you know, the huge topic of surcharging and, you know, cash discounting is a thing right now. You can securely take cards and not pay for the majority of them by passing the fee to the customer. So a lot of those technologies aren't streamlined in some other with other vendors. And, you know, we just really have put a lot of emphasis on just making sure the process flows.
In Niello, I believe there are 9 or 10 locations. Like I said, I spent time in 3, maybe 4 of them when I was out there. It appears that you're in every one of the Niello stores. Is that true?
Yes, that is true. That is true.
And not just on the service and parts side, but you there for everything. Okay. Variable, F&I. Speak to us about that, because it really is a one-stop solution.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we want to capture all the payments that the dealership takes. in one system, and that's what dealer pay is. But specific to variable, I mean, it's no different than capturing a payment on an RO versus a deposit or down payment on a vehicle. So, you know, me as a consumer, if I've got my eyes on that car, that finance manager can just simply send me a payment link to put a deposit on the car or to make a down payment. So I'm spending less time during that sales process sitting at an F&I desk as a consumer and speeding up that process of getting into my new car. So there's opportunities in all the departments, including collision, rental. You know, we want to make sure all of those payments are captured in a very similar and secure fashion.
Talk to me about customer satisfaction. That was an early part of our conversation when you and I met a few years ago.
Yeah.
But I'm hearing now that things like mobile service, it's not uncommon that a dealer, I'll mention Ed Roberts because we were there recently, that they will run an entire month with all these mobile ROs and have 100% customer satisfaction. Like every survey, okay, is off the charts. And the payment collection is a big part of that. That's the last step in the process, Julie.
Yes, it is. And, you know, a lot of people don't think about it. You know, it's oftentimes been referred to as a commodity, you know, just capture their credit card, but there's a lot more to it, right? So it is the customer's last experience, whether they're inside or outside of the dealership. And it's got to be easy. It's got to be secure. It's got to be able to take the payment that me as a consumer wants to pay with. So I think, you know, a lot of that has been missed traditionally because these options didn't exist. So, you know, I know it's hard to say, you know, modern a lot. And I know change is one of those words that kind of goes along with modern, along with technology. But really, all those things combined can make the experience for the customer so much better and not be a hassle for the user at the dealership either.
Julie, people ask me all the time, they go, what are the big growth areas right now in fixed ops? What are you looking at? And, you know, I'll go through them, but there really are maybe like a top three. Okay. And in the top three, you enter into all of the top three. Number one is remote services, mobile services going to the customer, like we just described. Two is parts. Okay. And being able to pay for those parts as part of the process, doing that remotely, wholesale, e-commerce growing in leaps and bounds. And the third is the overall collection of the payment from the customer and doing it in a modern way. You know, you and I talk about it modern, but the folks watching this for the first time, this is something brand new. They haven't done it. They're hearing about it now in 20 groups from their peers who are doing it. And Julie, I know this is big because I see others starting to talk about following you and what you do. Okay. So when people start imitating or trying to imitate dealer pay, I know you got something special there.
Thank you, Ted. I mean, I've always been sort of on the side of technology, but only in a way where it's user friendly. If it becomes hard or complicated, it just won't get used in a dealership, right? So we've designed our solutions to be very user friendly, but effective at the same time. So, you know, with respect to our competition out there, you know, I appreciate it, but also I'm always going to be, you know, 5-10 steps ahead. I mean, we've got so many things on the docket or our roadmap right now in development. Again, all specific to dealers, all regarding payments, but a lot more opportunities for dealers to capture sales and be more profitable.
And let's go back to that for a moment, because this overnight success that you've created is not really an overnight success. You've been at this for a long time. You're dealer specific. You're based near or out of the St. Louis market. Tell us about that, because you've got a strong history of doing this with dealerships specifically.
Sure. So yeah, I've been doing this close to 25 years. I started my career, you know, in the dealership space, selling them payment processing services. Until, you know, I got to the point there wasn't a solution out there to truly meet their needs. So I created one. So Dealer Pay is my little brainchild. I am the original founder, but I obviously can't do this alone. I have an amazing team behind me, not just operations and support, but our development team. You know, I even draw little pictures on how I want things to look still for my CTO, and he laughs at me, but it's effective. And, when dealers call me and say, hey, I really like this, but can it do this instead or in addition? We make those types of requests actually happen. So, we're nimble enough to stay current and, make changes as needed as we go along. So it's been a fun ride. I'm not done though.
No, you're not. I know. So for our audience watching, if you want to get into the modern payment acceptance game, this lady, Julie Douglas, is the person to talk to, sales lady extraordinaire. While she does have a CTO, chief marketing officer, and all these chiefs, okay, she really is the chief behind the scenes because she gets things done. I know she speaks to dealers all the time, okay, and she's available. I don't want to go out on a limb, but Julie, I've never known you not to be available with questions. And if our audience does have questions like how this would apply to them, whether they're a single point or a multi-point, can they reach out to you and your team and simply ask questions and get the process started that way?
Absolutely. I do pick up the phone. I do have a lot of help, but I encourage questions. I encourage people who are just fact finding and learning about opportunities or things that could help their business. Of course, I love the dealer relationships we have now and would love to have more.
That phone number on the screen, the one ending in 3142, is that
That's it.
Is that you or is that
That's me? That's my mobile number.
Okay. All right. There you have it, everybody. So Julie Douglas out in front, modern payments acceptance. So first of all, thank you for all you do for the industry and thank you for all you do for the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Julie.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Julie Douglas, everybody, leading the way, modern payments, dealer pay here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Okay, how would you like to pay? Card, cash, or check?
I will do a card.
Okay, thank you very much. And will you sign right here?
Sure.
Okay, have a great day.
Great, thank you.
Introducing Dealer Pay Moves, Dealer Pay's new mobile application for dealerships on the move. It's really great because all you have to do is search for your repair order. It's then going to search whichever DMS that the dealership is connected to. As you can see, it's going to pull up that customer record in that open repair order. I'm simply going to select it. Now you've got all your customer details here, including the surcharge amount if it were to be applied with a credit card. I've got options to pay by credit debit. I can key enter the transaction. I can use a paper check or even report cash. I can even add transactions in here so I can do some real-time voids and refunds. Dealer Pay Moves is a great solution for your dealership to stay relevant and mobile.
From day one, my owner has treated me so well, like one of the family. When it was time for my first oil change, she checked out bgfindashop.com. Over 50,000 dealerships and shops use high-quality BG Automotive products like MOA Oil Fortifier to help me run better, longer. When you maintain your car, it'll take care of you too. So visit bgfindashop.com. Their auto experts know which BG products will keep your car happy. Be good to your car with BG. Visit bgfindashop.com.
And now join us in Sacramento to meet the women of Niello.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by Jean Ings, and we are here at the Niello Company in Sacramento, California. It has been a beautiful day, and we are in the most beautiful Porsche dealership in America and the newest one. And we have had just the most fantastic day, right, Jean?
We sure have. It's been so nice getting to know everybody here and getting to see all the friendly, wonderful faces.
Definitely. So if you guys want to start, we have a wonderful panel of strong and independent women. You can start by introducing yourselves and what you guys do here at the Niello Company.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris. I am the controller here at the Niello Company.
I am Nikki Payne, and I am the office manager at Niello Acura.
I am Casey. I am the warranty administrator for Niello Volvo.
My name is Sarah, and I am the HR manager for the Niello Company.
Wonderful. Well, ladies, I am so curious to know what attracted you to come to work here at the Niello Company.
Other than the fact that the Niello Company has a great reputation, I have been involved in the automotive industry since I was little. My dad was a technician, and outside of college, it was a summer job, and it just turned into a career of automotive. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Very similar. When I first was looking for different kinds of employment, I found that online the reputation was very well with the Niello Company when it came to opportunities for growth and the different locations. That's what attracted me to start my career here.
Absolutely.
A little bit like Sarah, my mom was working in the automotive field for 43 years before she retired. I always wanted to work in a dealership. And probably about a year out of high school, I wanted to make more money because I was moving out with my friends and I needed to pay rent. So someone introduced me to the Niello Company. I was working at Niello Volkswagen, and that's where I started in the Niello Company.
Wonderful. Well, I didn't know anything about automotive. I didn't know anything about cars. I had just moved to California and was going to college, so I was just looking for a job. And by default, friends worked in the automotive industry and got a job.
That's amazing. So you all started and worked your way up to where you are now. So how have your career ambitions changed over your duration here at the Niello Company? And how was that growth process? We can talk a little bit about mentorship and what that looked like. Chris, we'll start with you if you would like.
Wow. So, okay, career evolution. So I started at the Niello Company as a cashier receptionist or Acura location, and has spent most of my career in the accounting department. Dabbled in fixed ops. I did warranty processing, warranty coding, parts returns. Then I went and did payroll. Went back to the accounting office. Started as an assistant office manager. Went on to become an office manager, and then ultimately moved up to become the controller of the company. So one of the really cool things about the Niello Company is the demographics. All of our dealerships are pretty close to each other. And so when a position becomes available, we have all of our locations that we can apply for positions. And so whenever a position became available, wide open, sky's the limit for us, right? And so that's just what I did. If there was upward mobility and a chance for me to make more money like Nikki talked about, then I was going for it.
So awesome. And then Nikki, did you know you wanted to be in the role that you are now when you started?
No, I, like Chris, started as receptionist on the sales floor, sorry, not fixed. And then worked my way through the ranks, then I worked in fixed Tully as a cashier, and then opportunities just opened up in the business office, and I went through every desk, payables, receivables, contracts, payroll. I was at Volkswagen for 16 years, and I left there as assistant office manager, and then I moved up to the Porsche Land Rover store and worked in that office, and then ultimately ended up in Niello Acura in 2010 as office manager. No, I did not aspire to be an office manager, but the opportunity was there, and I like to grow and I like to learn new things. So I said, okay, I'm gonna try it.
What is that out there? Wonderful.
Yeah.
So when I started my career not with the Niello Company, but I started off in a parts department. I've been in a service department. I've been a writer. I've been in sales. When I started working and looking for other opportunities for growth, warranty administrator was something that I wasn't aware of, but I truly deeply love. So when I started the Niello company, I continued my career as a warranty administrator. But anytime that I feel like I want to do more, I want to learn something, it's with open arms at the Niello company. And I've learned a lot here.
What's so important and team environment. Yeah, and having that team environment and that strong career growth path is really attractive to anyone in the automotive industry. Or what about you?
So I also didn't start my automotive career with the Niello company, but I did start in fixed ops. I was a service greeter, and after being a service greeter, I thought, oh, I definitely want to be a service writer. This is so cool. And then I thought, nope, I do not actually want to be a service writer. I am going to look into getting into the HR side. I started in HR a long time ago. And when I came to the Niello company, I knew I wanted to be in the HR department. I like helping everybody. I like the camaraderie of all the dealerships. I like being able to be kind of in the know with what's going on everywhere. So I did want to be an HR manager. I wanted to be an HR manager, not necessarily in an automotive industry, but because I was here, I have grown to love this company. I do love the automotive industry. It's definitely a unique experience, and I feel so fortunate, even though I did work my butt off to get there, but I do feel very fortunate to be able to work for a company like this.
Absolutely. Niello truly does it differently. We mentioned that a few of you have family in automotive, some of you are a bit newer. What are some of the preconceived notions that women have about the automotive industry?
I think most women just think it's a man's world, and it's clearly not. You can see that by all of us women up here. Men have played an important role in the automotive industry for years. It was always thought that only men can do certain things, and only men can work on cars, and only men can sell cars and that sort of thing. And I think that that's important to know, that women are just as good as men.
Definitely. What advice would you all give new women entering the automotive industry to persevere and become, powerful leaders like yourselves?
I say let's go, right? Let's do this. There's a seat at the table.
Yeah.
For women, as you can see, some of our top producers, some of our top earners, you've seen them on the panels before, have been women. And so I would invite everyone to give it a try.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the accounting aspect anymore, right? It used to be when women got into the automotive industry, it was just the accounting side. Now we have service writers, we have sales professionals, we have service managers, I'm sure, coming up. It's any department that you would be interested in, go for it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I would say that work-life balance, there's plenty of it. You do get to spend time with your family, and to let women know that you are capable. There is plenty of room and opportunities for growth, and you will be able to spend time with your family, and you will not miss out.
I think women just need to know that you want to do something, just go for it. Just do it. There's really nothing stopping anybody now. We have so many positions for women in any industry, let alone the automotive industry. So women play such an important role in this sort of world that we live in. So I just think women need to know that, sky's the limit. Do what you need to do, and everything will fall into place for you.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for inspiring young women like myself and Jean into entering the workforce and seeing, powerful leaders like yourselves makes us a little bit more confident about it. I'm sure others that are watching as well. Stay tuned because we have a lot more to come at the Niello company.
You might have noticed that Ted and I are on the move, and that's because we are now hosting Fixed Ops Roundtable pop-up events We are on our way to a dealership near you with spontaneous events in amazing dealership spaces to highlight the people in retail service, parts, and dealerships worldwide. Stay up to date where we're headed next by following the Fixed Ops Roundtable on social media.
I'm out here today appraising and buying cars from total strangers using just two things, our AccuTrade mobile app and our Bluetooth OBD2 scanner. That's all we need in order to give them a 100% instant offer guaranteed by AccuTrade. So let's tell Maeve what her vehicle is worth and what we're willing to write you a check for.
Let's do it. No way!
Right?
No! I might want my check.
Okay. We can. That's all it takes.
So long, Neptune. Hello, Numa. Join Derek Simonds, Ed Roberts, and Tully Williams on the Numa panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings, and today we have quite the panel assembled. The Numa panel is here with Tully Williams, Ed Roberts, and Derek Simonds. Ted, I'm looking forward to having this incredible discussion.
Sarah, you're right. This is an all-star panel. Very grateful to Derek Simonds and Numa for hosting us today and for Ed Roberts and Tully to join us. Want to start the discussion, Tully, with you, if that's okay. We're talking about status updates and how that affects our business, doing it wrong, doing it right. Your thoughts on that?
You know, status updates, as Ed knows, is one of the most critical things to drive repeat referral business. The worst thing you can ever do is say, I'm going to call you at 10 and never call back. Or if I say I'm going to call you at 10 and you call at 10:30, it's almost the same thing. So the issue is that when you have status updates, it has to be a mindset of your store. The next thing is you're going to think about is if we have problems with status calls, is why? Why are we having it? Well, I'm too busy. Well, that's easy to fix because that means the writer is overworked. When I look at trying to make those status calls and make sure the service advisor has the time to spend the quality time they must need to do on that writer, is that on that customer is, I believe that it's 3 texts to 1 writer at 100% efficient. So if you're 150% efficient, it's really a 1.5 text to that writer. And we really want them to write that 8 to 15, depending on that writer. Some writers are more 8 to 10. Some are maybe 10 to 12. I get nervous after 12, but if you're doing a great job, God bless America. But you know what? They can still make the money they want. I want them to go home happy, not stressed, right? At 5 o'clock when we close, I can't believe I'm saying out loud. When we go home at 5 o'clock, at 5:01, the driveway is empty, right? This didn't happen in time that Ed and I started back in the good old days, right? If we didn't get out of there by 7, whoo, it's an early night. We've got to make sure our employees can be successful to win.
Derek, Tully's got a great organization. You had a chance to visit recently out there in Sacramento. Not every organization handles it as well as they do at Niello.
No, they don't. And you know, it's wild. We were going through some stats with NADA earlier this year, and according to them, 41% of the calls that ring into a service advisor are customers asking for a status update. And look, the reality is we've already failed at that point in time. We have to take a proactive approach. Tully's right. You want to free up time for your advisors, get them to do status updates on a regular basis, and it frees up their time. It's amazing how communication drives clarity and we don't have these challenges. And so, you know, one of the things that we're talking about consistently, right? What is it? When this is going to date me, but when's the time to have a Dr. Pepper 10, 2, and 4, right? And I think that's the same time that we should be updating customers, right? And I've told this story before, but man, when I learned how to write service, my service manager made us highlight in green at 10 o'clock what our comments were to the customer, in yellow at 2 o'clock. And then at 4 o'clock, we had to have it highlighted in pink. And if there was a car staying overnight, by God, we needed to have in there why it was staying overnight, wasn't getting finished that day. Right. And so we lose that sometimes with our current advisors because they get so caught up in the moment. And Tully's point about overwhelming an advisor, when an advisor wrote up 20 people that day, there's no way they can have effective communication with that. There's no way they can spend the time face-to-face with that customer or on the phone to take care of that customer effectively. And we're actually limiting their ability to make an income because now they're doing the path of least resistance on everything that they do, and they're missing out on the easy dollars per RO. And it's crazy that we do that, but it's a staffing challenge. I was talking to dealers in a 20 group last week, and the thing that came up, every single one of them said they were down one service advisor. And I was like, that's a position that you can't ever be down, right? We need to have a bench in place of people that we can call that want to come to work for us because we're a great organization and we do things the right way. So that has to be in place, or else you're going to find yourself behind the A ball when you lose somebody. And I tell you the other thing that's really critical to me, a lot of these multi-store operators like Tully, when we look at the processes at the individual store level, they need to be so similar that if I lose an advisor at store A, I can pick up somebody from store B and put them in. If they are completely different, we have no economies of scale in regards to that. My last thought, Ted, and then I'll pop it over to Ed, but my last thought is, and I challenge anybody that's listening to this right now, go to your receptionist and then for a week or a month, have them track every inbound phone call with just a simple question. So they've got a grid with the advisors on it, and they just say this: hey, are you calling about a status update on your car? And if they say yes, you put a little tick mark in the box, and then you look at it. We actually have dealerships that now have changed their pay plans. And if a customer, if they have more than 3 customers that call in for a status update in a week, they're on a different pay plan. They're on a different pay plan. And so we have to look at status updates as one of the 7 deadly sins. If we don't get them done, we are failing our customer and we are causing our CSI to go into the toilet. So there you go. On to you, Ed.
That's good stuff. So let's take that a little deeper, because once a customer picks up the phone and call, we failed. But in most cases, they don't even want to pick up the phone and call. There's other ways they want to communicate with us. And we need to determine that up front. How do you want to communicate with us? Then we need to set expectations of when we're going to call them, and then follow through on those expectations. And if we don't do any of those things, then it shifts. If we don't do one of them, if we do all but one, and then it still shifts to a status call. And then when you're getting status calls, you're robbing time from your communication center or whoever, whatever you have set up there, receptionist or whatever, your advisors, because now they have to drop what they're doing and go find out what's going on, whatever else. You drop, your closing ratio drops, your CSI drops, your retention drops. So it all ties together, and it's just about setting expectation and building layers of trust. And how do we build layers of trust? By communicating with the customer. What's the best form? What's the best way for me to contact you? Okay, great. I will buy and set that, and then follow through on it. And if we say we're going to follow up at 10 o'clock, we should be on the phone with them by 9:50, because at 10:01 they're calling us. So set an expectation that you can uphold. And if you don't, we've eroded the layers of trust that we was trying to build, and we're going backwards.
Sarah, you've handled the BDC and these status calls, and you are aware of how these metrics affect performance. What have you seen?
You know, Derek's statistic, about 40% of the incoming calls that are happening in a dealership are status update calls. That is a scary thought, right? Because, I mean, you're talking about 40% of the incoming calls in your business are customers that are already there. That doesn't include anything related to appointments or getting your customer into your business and into your service drive. One of the other interesting pieces that I found to be really successful with status updates is that accountability piece of knowing where these status calls are coming from. And it's no secret that, you know, sometimes in an organization, you might have a few individuals that are primarily responsible for that 40%. So one of the other additional layers that we like to do and implement was really to triage the phone calls to understand if that status update was the customer returning a phone call or returning a text message and had that question, you know, for the advisor that had already reached out, or in some cases, the customer had no idea who their service advisor was. And that's an even scarier conversation when the customer has no clue who they're supposed to be contacting or who is supposed to be communicating with. And what we found, there were in instances at some of the dealerships that I worked with, one service advisor was responsible for over half of the service update or status calls, and the customer had no idea who that service advisor was. So then, for Ed and Tully, those are coaching opportunities for that service advisor to now hold that individual accountable and then just level up your team overall.
Tully, that's got to be all too common in many dealerships around the country.
I want to tell you, I feel we're pretty good at it. It's a challenge for us every day, just so you know. It's not like all my riders are perfect. It doesn't happen that way because everybody gets busy and they get mind shifts and who's paying attention to it today. But the issue is that, back in the good old days, I would say probably, before our BDC came involved, is that we would look at answer rates on phones to see what they're doing. Because a lot of times it's hard because, if you're going to have someone write something down, humans lie. It is what it is. But, when we look at answer rates, is if your answer rate is 34%, then what you're doing is you're looking at your phone as an annoying noise maker. That doesn't work for us here at the Niello company. I know it doesn't work for Ed either. Our goal is that we want to be like 90% answer rate, right? And then Numa comes in and bails us out for the other 10, right? Our goal is that we've got to have that. But it starts with, is that, do we have enough time for our advisors to handle those inbound calls? The thing about what Ed said, it starts in the very beginning, is how can I communicate you today? Our goal is to text them because they respond usually within less than 5 minutes. It's usually a minute. Phone calls are hard because people are busy. They're not going to answer. And the time they realize there's a missed phone call, it's the end of the day. Well, that's what we do also, right? So the goal is that how do we have them where we make it successful? It starts at the write-up. Now, if we're talking about making sure that we do it, we have now taken over all the phone calls for all of our stores. So now if a call comes in and I'm looking to talk to advisor one, please, I look at my camera, is he there or not, or she, right? If the person's not there, I'm going to tell the customer, I am not going to forward it to their voicemail, which is a huge, massive negative. I will then take a message, or would you like to talk to their manager? And the person says, I'll talk to the person. I forward it to him. He doesn't pick up as we're watching him ignore the phone call. They call back or we get the call back. I can more than happy, I'm sorry, this person's busy now. We're going to forward you to his manager. Service managers get busy. I was one of them. I get busy. And he doesn't answer the phone call because it's an annoying device. It goes to the general manager. At that point, we don't have any more problems with answering that phone any longer. And the issue is now what happens is that, they're going to forward to the general manager. Maybe I'll pick up the call or communicate with the customer before they call back. The issue is that I hate to say that I'm going to threaten people, but that's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah. Derek, what do you see from your perspective at Numa?
Well, what's interesting is that sitting here listening to this, I cannot help but think about this. Think to Sarah's point and what I said earlier about the status updates. If we could eliminate those status update inbound phone calls, what does that do to the available time for everybody in the dealership? Now go over to what Ed said, right? We meet the customer where they want to be met. Let's text, let's email, let's call them, whatever the customer wants to do. The OEMs have been asking us the customer's preferred method of communication for 25 years. So let's put that in place at the dealership level and use that to communicate. I'm going to tell you a story. On Tuesday, I had to fly to Houston for a meeting, right? A big dealer group meeting. And I took my mom to drop off her Ford Explorer that had a cracked front left CV boot. And I said, hey, look, I need you guys to look at it. It's got a vibration. It's probably from the CV joint, but just double check it for me. By the way, it's a 2020 Explorer with only 29,000 miles on it. I was very disappointed in that. And I was like, hey, you got to text me before 1 o'clock because I'm getting on a flight to Houston and I need to know so I can plan out when it's going to be ready with my mom. What do you think happened? They didn't text me.
Nothing.
They didn't call me. I had to call them. I flew to Houston. By the time I got there, I couldn't get anybody on the phone. And so I had to call them the next morning. I'm like, hey guys, what happened? And they're like, oh, we didn't text you? I'm like, nope. Nobody called. Nobody texted. What's happening? Right. And so meet the customer where they want to be met. In my case, I had to get a text, right? You're not going to get through to me on a telephone. And that's all I ask. And it didn't happen. And that's just so disappointing on $1,000 job, right? It shouldn't happen on any job. Shouldn't happen on an oil change. Shouldn't happen on a wiper blade. But for a gift from the car gods to have a simple CV axle replacement, and we can't even text to get an approval so that it can get the thing turned around and out of the shop that day. I don't know, man. That something's missing there. But think about what happens if we can meet the customer where they want to be met, and we can eliminate those status calls, what that does to the time of everybody, not just the advisor. That means the phone's not ringing to hunt groups. That means the phone's not ringing and ringing and ringing. That means that your dealership's peaceful. That means the BDC's not getting run over. That means the receptionist has more time to talk to customers. Like, it's a continual improvement across the whole dealership operations. It really, truly is. And it's silly that it starts at status updates, but I'm telling you, that's a critical piece. When we start working with dealerships, we typically see that there's 4 inbound phone calls per open customer pay and warranty repair order. 4. After 30 days on Numa, it goes down to 2. And world class is if we can get it down to 1.5 to 1 on customer pay and warranty. When you do that, you're doing something exceptional. And that every single dealer that we talk to says, I don't know what's going on, but it's not crazy anymore. It's not chaotic. And I'm like, yes, because the people are communicating. So Ed, over to you, sir.
Well, when those things happen, it just feels like where things slow down. But what really happens is things speed up, but they're going at a different rate. But what you just explained is part of the theme of this show, and it's Houston. We have a problem.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you just explained there. But let's take that deeper, because what you guys do with Numa to help fill those voids, we have the opportunity to go back and look at it, because when you text someone, it's documented. You know exactly what was said. You know the communication going back and forth. You're not having to go back and look in archives and pull up the phones and listen to it and listen to inflection and all those things. It's right there. And that is called transparency. And then also it happens when if we're communicating through text and we send somebody an estimate and they approve the estimate, when they hear it, they may hear one thing and think they're approving something else, but seeing it's a whole different ballgame. And it's also something to reflect back on. So
it's always there. It's always there to back you up when you have that question.
We reflect right back to it and say, yeah, it looks like you text me at 2:13 yesterday afternoon. And I got my guy right on it. We was taking care of it for you, and I got you ready to go.
Yep.
So it all ties together, and it's just about meeting them at their level. And what Derek explained is the dealer in Houston didn't meet them at their level. He was already disappointed having to go in there because of what was going on. And then as soon as they don't hit you at the level that you're looking for, there is no trust there. It's like, oh my goodness, what am I doing here? Why did I even come here? All those things come into place, and then that erodes the business that we're in, which is, Tully, what?
Repeat and referral
business.
And for those who don't know, and of course this affects a dealership with any size, approximately how many service advisors, there between your different buildings?
A lot. 34.
Okay.
So we have a couple.
Yep. And you've got some over in Quick Lane as well. And now you've also got mobile service advisors, from what I remember when I saw.
So I have them spread out in 5 different places: Quick Lane, my Lincoln building, my Ford building, and then we have our remote set up in a different spot as well for all of our mobile stuff. So, and communication's key. And and sometimes we need to make those phone calls. But if we start out through text or whatever, we can ask for permission to make the phone call at the time that is convenient, not one of the time that they can't take a phone call. And then we're playing phone tag back and forth.
And you've got something unique there. You call it a communications center. Tell us a little bit about that.
Our communication center is primarily service driven. It's all inbound phone calls. We make very, 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 very few outbounds, but we use technology just like Numa to help aid those guys. We use our security cameras. We put them on television so they can see when the advisor's here. So if they are calling for a particular advisor, if they are calling for one of those status calls, they're not bouncing them all over the place. They can look up there, see if the advisor is available, see if they're with somebody, see if they're already on the phone, and seamlessly carry that through. But then we also know that they're getting that status call. And then if they don't answer their phone when they are available, then that gives us something else to hold them accountable to. Hey, these guys are here to help you, and you're not here to support them on your side. And if we can't support each other, then we're going to back up. And so there's a lot of it could be finger pointing if they don't do their things. But the communication center does a great job for us. They bridge those gaps. We minimize inbound calls for status because we want the inbound calls to be appointments.
Derek, there's a lot of excitement in the marketplace since Numa was first introduced. Tell us a little bit more about it and tell us what makes it unique, because I actually heard from the two other gentlemen on the screen here today about Numa first at its inception, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think that really what makes us unique is that we look at communication holistically, right? To Ed's point, Tully's point, we're trying to meet the customer where they want to be met. So our AI can engage customers on web chat. It can engage them through text. It can engage them through phone calls. It can engage them over email in the next couple of weeks, which is pretty cool. So a lot of fun things are happening there. But the bigger thing is, Tully said it earlier, transparency and accountability. The thing about AI, when implemented correctly, is it gives you full visibility into the complete communication spectrum. So an advisor, okay, I want to talk about this actually. Everybody on here knows that if you have a customer with a bad experience, right, it takes 10 good experiences to offset that one bad experience. So you've basically lost a customer, because most customers don't give you 10 more chances. But if you have a customer that has a bad experience that complains to you, that you resolve the issue in a timely fashion, guess what they do? They tell 12 people about it. They're like, man, you're not going to believe what happened. I called Derek. I was so mad. And I told him this and that and the other. And then you know what he did? He drove out himself, picked up my car. He had it washed. They changed the oil and they brought it back. And he gave me a coupon for another free oil change. I'm going to go back to them for the next time. They literally will tell 12 people. And so what happens with advisors? They get that negative customer and they're like, oh man, this is horrible. I don't want to deal with this. And it's the exact opposite is what they should be doing. They will have a customer for life if they resolve that customer's issue and they address it promptly. But because we're so geared to being beat down by the customer, it's just another negative. We're like, oh, I don't want to deal with this. But the reality is that's your best opportunity to create a customer for life. And we need to get our people thinking that way. And so why do I say all that? Is that with Numa, nothing goes away. Numa's listening to every phone call. Numa's reading every text message, reading every web chat. And if there's a heat case, we're actually tagging in a manager proactively, instantly. The second the customer hangs up, not 2 days later when they're so mad that they call the general manager of the store, like Tully said earlier. So that's a big piece. And then the other part is, Ed said it earlier. We saw that you received your text at 2:13 yesterday when we text this over to you, right? It is permanent. Man, you can't delete a voicemail. You can't delete a text message. You can't delete a web chat. So what changes is that the advisors realize that they are going to be held accountable to the communication that they are or aren't providing to a customer. And our AI is going to provide scoring on that communication. It's going to say, hey, you scored a 3. And this is why. Your clarity was bad. Your efficiency was bad. Your empathy was bad. These are the tips, and it's going to give them tips about what they can do to improve that call the next time. And so there's a lot of stuff that's happening right now that's just really mind-blowing with AI. And when you look at sentiment analysis and the way that the AI can pick up on what's actually happening in a conversation, it's game-changing. And so, I talk about this all the time. AI computing power, this is a new stat that just came out a couple of weeks ago. AI computing power is doubling every 7 months. And I literally have been saying to customers, the Numa that we're selling today is not the same Numa we sold 6 months ago. Do we do the same functions? Yes. But we do it at such a higher rate that it's insane. And that's because the computing power behind us is literally doubling every 7 months. And so that puts us in a position that we are doing some game-changing stuff that people are just blown away with. When I sat down yesterday with these luxury dealers and I was talking about communication, one of the things about luxury brand dealers is typically we have the benefit of having a higher employee to customer ratio, meaning, right, they're not swamped. This is not a Kia store where I'm having to write 22 repair orders because there's nobody else and Bobby quit yesterday, right? This is literally, we're trained professionals that we are making it happen. I'm not picking on Kia. I just have seen that too many times, but we're trained professionals and we're making it happen. When you have the ability to do that and you have the ability to hold your people accountable, it's game changing. And so now we're putting ourselves in a position to be successful. So I don't know. We're solving some problems by being where the dealership needs us, and we're making it easy for the advisors to do their job. Advisors tell us it's saving them 90 minutes a day in communication. It's just literally making it easy for them to do the job. So that was a great question. Thank you.
Sarah, that's pretty powerful. And I know we didn't have those tools even just a few years ago.
Oh, it's incredible to hear all the pieces that Derek has implemented. And, another component that is just so incredible about the data that Derek is describing in this. I remember, as a BDC manager, having to go back through, and if I'm listening to phone calls or if I am relying on my reps to communicate when there's issues, when a customer has a complaint, there were things that I had to create to manually track those sentiments. What is the chief complaint that this customer had? Was it time? Was it status updates? Was it the price of something? And we could look at the entire calendar month and break it down by the week, and we could identify opportunities for the dealerships. Like maybe they had their shop foreman on vacation, and maybe things got slowed down in the shop that week, and so now we need to put a new process in place for some of those pieces. But what Derek is describing in this entire computing technology innovation, it's doing all of that heavy lifting that employees used to have to do. And so our employees can be so much more efficient with their time.
Add more efficiencies for fixed ops, and that seems to be the name of the game this year.
That is what everybody's chasing right now, is how do we do more with what we have? I won't say with less, but that's really what AI is about. It's about making us more efficient and filling some of those voids. And when you use it to do those things, then yes, it does tie to efficiency.
Tully, what are your thoughts? What are bringing home? And, tell us next steps.
I think that when you think about your communication skills and how is your store doing? Usually in fixed, you have a couple people over at a counter trying to answer the phone, and the writer says, "I'll call them back. Tell them the car's not done yet." Okay, this is like 90% of what happens, right? And the issue is that where do you start as a manager? First is that if you have a phone system that's somewhat in the last 20th century, you should know if we're answering the phones or not. And if you realize that I have a small store, I have 10 techs, I got 3 writers, and we have 4,000 calls a day, you have a serious problem. And that's where it needs to start. Do I have a problem? And then you have to get the mindset of the advisors that say, we will go broke at this store if we don't fix it, knowing that you think there's an endless amount of people, but at one point, they're never going to come back, right? And then I have to fire all of you. Now, I'm not starting to be blunt, but let's start fixing it with products. What can we do to help? One, let's slow the process down, maybe hire another advisor. Let's talk about using great technology like Numa to help us as a backdrop when we are failing at what we're doing, to help to get that. And the next now, instead of having 4,000 calls a day, maybe we can get down to 500 where it should be. But we have technology. This is so important for your store. I'm going to say it's all about the hours, and then after that, it's all about how I communicate. That is the importance of your store needs to be.
Derek, when a dealership reaches out to you, who typically does that at the dealership level? Who's the one who says, you know what, we need to go and explore this?
Well, it's the vast majority of our business is coming off of repeat and referrals, just like what we've been talking about earlier. And it's the dealer or the service manager that's reaching out to us.
Yeah.
They just got back from a 20 group. They want to see a presentation. They saw the results that their partners were getting. It's that kind of stuff. And so our team is trained. They'll talk to anybody. If it's a BDC manager, they'll talk to them. If it's a service manager, they'll talk to it. But what we see consistently, it's that dealers and service managers are reaching out to us consistently to talk about this.
Derek, what are the next steps? Audience watching today, fixed ops. Here we are, halfway into May and squarely in the second quarter. What's the best way to reach out and learn more about Numa? And if they have questions.
Yeah, just go to numa.com. It's that easy. We have one of the things that we're kind of famous for in the industry right now is the first ones to bring this idea of AI agents, which is basically how we spin up AIs to do different job functions, right, to the market. And so we've got to learn about AI agents. If you want to go do that, there's a request a demo link on there. You can read about the company. We'd love to talk to anybody. But I think bigger picture, Ted, the focus for the rest of this year needs to be on fixed absorption. What do you call it? What do you call it, Tully? What do you say?
Repeat and referral. It's all about the retention.
It's about the retention. We need to, as an industry, be focused on that retention and that fixed absorption. And it starts with communication. I promise you that.
Yeah.
We were talking about it earlier. The reality is, unfortunately, most dealership pay plans are weekly, biweekly, monthly. And so what do? You work your pay plan and you pay attention to what's in front of you. There might be a CSI component to it, but it's small. That's not what they're looking at. We need to be thinking as a whole in an entire operation. What can we do to drive fixed absorption? Anytime that there's variability in a market, you need your service department to outperform, and that's where we're at today. So that needs to be the focus moving forward.
All right, we'll leave it there. Derek Simonds, everybody, Executive VP, Automotive at Numa. Want to thank you for being with us today. You can find more at Numa.com. And of course, you can reach out to Derek at Numa.com. Want to thank Tully Williams on the West Coast at the Niello Company, Ed Roberts at Bozard Ford Lincoln, and Sarah Van Tyne. Thank you so much. And what a great time to be in our business, Derek.
Appreciate you guys. And Sarah.
Derek Simonds from Numa, everybody, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We want to make it so that every automotive dealer can use AI natively and effectively to enhance the abilities of your employees to do their job. When we look at the ROI, one of the things that we know is that if you can communicate to a customer on a missed phone call in 15 minutes or less, that drives up profitability and customer satisfaction. So not only does our AI engage that customer on a missed phone call, it also creates a workflow for the employees to get back to the customers with predictive intelligence about what they need to provide to the customer to handle the situation as it arises.
Take a moment now to connect to Mission Control and pull out your phones to scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Sean Butler Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts. So make sure to make space for the 5 best speakers or panelists to join your orbit by casting your vote. And don't forget, you can only vote once. This trip is out of this world. Please welcome Tyler Nathan from Jupiter Warranty.
We have liftoff.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our great friend, Tyler Nathan, the Director of Marketing at TBF Jupiter Warranty Management, is with us. Warranty has never been more important to the dealer body than it is today. Tyler, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
It's good to be here, Ted. Thanks for having us.
Great to have you. Warranty is top of mind as I travel around the country, Tyler, and I know you've been on the move as well. I hear dealers talking about it all the time. You know, there's a lot of uncertainty in the market. There has been so far this first half of the year. And I don't know if you want to speak to that or not, but you really give the dealer an edge, an advantage in your people first approach.
Yeah, absolutely. We the neat thing about our program is that it's always the right size. So we even our pricing adjusts based on the dealer's volume. So if a dealer, it's not a flat percentage. We're when dealers do amazingly well, their price isn't going to get extremely out of control. It adjusts based on that size, but it's flexible, and that really helps because although we're excited about the future and we think that there's going to be some great opportunities here going forward as far as growth for the U.S. Anytime the market can swing. We've seen. I've been doing this now for 30 years since. This November it'll be 30 years that I started working with dealerships and helping them with warranty administration. And during that time, I've seen many changes. From 9/11 to to COVID, and things that just nobody can predict. Nobody has a crystal ball. And the great thing about our service is that dealerships that utilize it during these times, these swings, they always have the right amount of service. And in other words, the cost adjusts as well. Where if you have an employee, you have that fixed expense, and you're either trying to figure out, do we need to cut somebody? Do we need to try to cut hours back? And a lot of times those folks aren't going to cut their own hours, and sometimes you can end up losing good people over it. And so having a flexible solution during any economy is always a good plan.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about things such as communication that are a big part of warranty administration. But first, let me go back to the traditional warranty administrator's office. Even today, Tyler, when I walk into a dealership and you see those stack of ROs, I mean, that's a stack of money, okay, that has yet to be received. And, if the person who handles the warranty is out that day or out that week, okay, or calls in sick or is on vacation, a lot of times that's waiting, and that's a lot of money to the dealership. And there's a lot of things at stake, including urgency. If you want to speak to that as well and how you help with that.
Yes, sir. So cash flow. Everybody in business has to maintain, not only profitability but cash flow, and having that available so that you can react to markets is very important as well. And swings in warranty is huge. I mean, most dealerships now are, if ran properly, are 100% run service absorption. In other words, service is paying for the building, the facility, and the majority of their fixed expenses. And when you take that 60%, up to 60%, some, even up to 70%, depending on the OEM, it could be, between 30 and 70% of their revenue is coming from warranty. That's a huge amount of your income, that the dealership's income is tied up. And if you have that tied up just for a couple of weeks, that can have ramifications into what the dealership can do. And so one of the things about us is we obviously provide a consistent, reliable solution. We have 180 employees now. Yeah, and so we're able to adjust and move things around. If we have an employee that's tied up because they're taking a vacation, we have somebody else in that make that can fill in and do that line. And the way we have a team approach of handling the dealership's services anyway. So the dealers with our company get a warranty administrator. They also get a schedules statements person, and they also get somebody who can help them post the payments. And so in our case, when somebody is absent, it's usually only a portion of that piece of the team that's out, and we have somebody else fill in who also does that position. So
if I'm a dealer, I want to be able to speak to a person who's helping to handle my receivables. Dealers are hearing a lot about things like AI in other parts of the business now. Okay. If you want to speak to that, myself, I want to make sure that somebody's looking it over and making sure that it's right, before that's gone ahead and, given to the OEM. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot of misinformation, if you will, about AI. I mean, AI, it's a buzzword. I mean, AI is in everything. We're hearing about how it's going to take over everybody's job and do all this stuff. And there's no doubt that someday maybe it will. But the point is, right now, there's two different, I think people need to determine between the buzzword like AI and what a lot of people think AI is, which is, or at least what is out there mostly. And that's kind of like an AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, which is more where the computer is actually thinking like a human. In our case, I think what is seen in the marketplace is mostly just automation. And the problem with automation in this business is that you have multiple different DMS systems and multiple different OEMs. And all the OEMs have their particular rules. And then you have what's added some nuance to it is you have different states like that handle labor differently and parts differently and so forth. Like New York law just recently passed a new law about labor rates, and Illinois is in that situation, but theirs is slightly different, and same with Minnesota and Wyoming. So there's many states out there that have different things at play that the consultant needs to take into consideration. And that's, our people are just like a CPA. I mean, you would never think about turning your accounting over to an automation system where there isn't a human watching and paying attention to every one of those, every advantage they can get for you. And so our folks, we use the best of the computer systems available. Our people are experienced, skilled, trained, and career-minded administrators. And the quality that are in these people is just as high as any CPA that you might get in an accounting firm.
180 people, Tyler, congratulations. And these are experts, okay? If I have a Ford franchise or I have a General Motors franchise, Honda, you've got people who specialize in that, and you make sure that those are the people who handle the warranty for those dealers. If you want to speak to some of that, because I think that's important.
Yes, absolutely. We've learned a long time ago that that it is true, those sayings of, a jack of all trades is a master of none. And so we don't have jacks of all trades here. We find, generally what we do is we find skilled warranty admins in the field who've worked at a dealership for many years. Maybe they did do multiple lines. We'll bring them on and usually we'll load them up with a single line. Some of them, if they're real capable of multilingual, if you will, we might have them do another line. But we don't have any masters or any jacks of all trades. We have all masters in the business. And so that's very different. And so sometimes that's why it's always better to be proactive. If you're a dealer and you're listening to this and you think, I might have a warranty issue coming up, maybe I've got somebody who's getting ready to retire or something like that, don't wait till the last minute. Call us now, because here's the thing, you're always going to get a skilled warranty administrator with us. If you call us and we're already running overtime in that particular make, we're never going to just take somebody from another make and say, hey, figure these, this other OEM out. We're just not going to do that. You're going to get a skilled warranty admin with a lot of experience. And sometimes that means you might have to wait to get in. And if you're without an admin, you know how long you can wait. It's not very long at all. So it's best to be proactive, work with us, and you'll find that it's a better process anyway. So many dealerships are finding out that it's more efficient. We can save them money over processing claims in-house. So even if you have a system that's pretty good, you should consider this and take a look, see what we can do for you.
Tyler, I would think that once a dealer comes alongside a company like Jupiter Warranty Management, once they find out what you can do for them, they tend to stick with you and stay with you. Okay. I don't see them gravitating back, okay, to hiring the warranty administrator. Once they get a taste of the secret sauce, if you will, of the work that you do with your team, they stay. Am I correct in that?
Yes, Ted, you're correct. There are one of the reasons that we come out to the store and do the installation on site was that there was a time where dealerships would bring it in, and sometimes they didn't implement it right. So a lot of having an outside service, and if you're a dealer again listening to this and you've tried using an outside service and you felt it was cumbersome and took maybe more time, and maybe the service manager spent too much time at his desk responding to the warranty company, that's what we help with. Why we come out to the store, we spend a day at the dealership, really helping your service department put it in and put in the communication properly, and talk to your team, make sure everybody's on board, so that communication is key. And as long as that's in place, your service management's able to manage that information, and the quality of your tickets get better using the service, because it creates accountability within your team. So information gets relayed back to the technician who wrote, who worked on the vehicle, and of course the advisor who wrote up the ticket and also is overseeing the ticket. And when you get better quality work out of them, it helps with the warranty administration. And again, so our team provides that accountability.
So Tyler, let's dig into that, if you will, a little bit. I know the communication is a big part, and the on-site that you deliver as well, the on-site training at Jupiter Warranty. When you come into the store, who do you typically work with? You mentioned the service advisor. Is it the techs as well, because they're a big part of the communication, making sure that punch times and so on are accurate? Kind of walk us through that. Tell us what to expect from a dealer.
Yeah, absolutely. So we, first off, the dealership usually contacts us. We like to, if we have a couple of weeks before we can get out there, that's always best, so we can plan. And when we show up that day, we're there at about 8:30 in the morning, and we're going to meet primarily with service management for the first hour and a half. Then usually we have a recap meeting with general management. So we would have the controller, the general manager, and service management, maybe the parts manager in there, and just kind of go over all the process to make sure everybody's got it down well. Then we're going to meet with your advisors and talk to half your advisors, preferably, get them aware of what they need to do in the tickets and how they're to respond if we have requests. And then finally, we're going to usually do a lunch meeting with all your techs and the remaining advisors, where we're going to do a deep dive into how to clock separately for straight time, how to write that in their story. Because here's the thing, no matter who you have processing your claims, if they don't do some of their part properly, we're not able to collect the maximum that we should be able to collect on the tickets. And so there is always this training element to it. And that's a big important piece, because so many times technicians aren't aware that, how to use the clock properly when it comes to diag time. Some people refer to OLH, M time, straight time, X time. It depends on the OEM what they refer to it as, but it's all the same stuff. If you handle it properly on the write-up and the clocking, we can do amazing work with it.
And I would imagine, going back to what you said earlier, the DMSs, you have great experience working with all the DMS companies and the ins and outs of them. Speak to that, because that's a big component of the people part of your business, I think, as well.
Yeah, there hasn't been an OEM, or I'm sorry, a DMS that we haven't been able to crack, or an OEM for that matter. But the DMS systems, we basically we connect to all of them. I mean, we're some of the ones that all the systems we're able to get into. We have an IT department that's amazing, and we're able to work with the management there and on location and get connections. And sometimes it's VPNs, sometimes it's remote desktop applications. We always find a way that we can get in. We can close the tickets for you. We can book them. And that's another big help is the booking of the claims. Sometimes dealerships still will book them to be quick and efficient there, but we're fast anyway. We're maybe within a half a day or so, we'll have the claims booked to a day. So what we do is we'll book those claims and get them in the system, and that helps take some pressure off of your flat rate technicians, so that they're not sitting there. There's a lot of cost in having your technicians look up labor time, and that can be a whole subject on its own.
So you help the dealers keep those warranty schedules, keep them clean, I would imagine. And speak to us about compliance, because dealers are hearing a lot of things about compliance, especially these last few years. Is this compliant, and how do you handle that?
Yeah, absolutely. So first off, we're looking at all the information electronically. So if we're seeing weakness in the story, if we see parts that aren't charged out properly, we're going to stop the bus, if you will, and we're going to bring that to the advisor's attention, and we're going to set it up so it's easy for management to oversee it. And the advisor then simply makes the correction and responds to us, and that creates that accountability I was talking to you about, where we don't, instead of having the manager become a warranty assistant and correcting these things, you have this advisor who's working with us, and we're increasing their knowledge as we work with them. And when you think about it, we know that advisors are the salespeople of the service department, but just like the salespeople on the front end, if they can't turn in deals that aren't complete. And so we're going to help create that accountability, so it goes to the source, so that they understand what a complete RO looks like and how that's turned in. And with management's help, it really is effective. So that's one part of it. And then the other part is we're going to do that training when we're meeting with the techs and advisors. We're not only going over good communication practices, we're also going over what the OEMs, we have specific, each OEM is a little different on the things that they care about. Many of them are very similar, but they all have their own unique things that they care about. And so we come out with specific handouts. We go over those in detail with everybody. That way everybody's aware of it. And then we set up somebody at the dealership, usually the manager or somebody that answers to the service manager. And then they do a simple quality check of the ticket, looking for things we don't normally see electronically, like, is the RO signed? Is there, an attachment like the VIN history attached to it? If there was an add-on repair, was that approved? Things like that. If management. So many times if we know managerial approval was required, we'll nudge them. We'll nudge them as we're processing the claims, but ultimately the dealership does that quality check to make sure that stuff is there. And that's an easy thing to train somebody on. And a lot of times you can train somebody clerical on that task.
Tyler, I got to compliment you because over the last year or so, you've brought some pretty big names from retail on this show with you, dealers and dealer groups who are using Jupiter Warranty Management. And I've been impressed by that and some of the stories that they've told us. And it seems that when a group or a dealer comes with you, sometimes they don't come in all at once. They come in with a part of their group or a few stores or maybe even a single store. But Tyler, it seems you win them over, okay? And over time, you seem to get almost all, if not all, the stores. And as they add new stores, one of the first things they do, I've heard from this show, okay, that they add Jupiter as part of their onboarding, if you want to speak to that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We, since Scott founded the business in 1987, we have been growing. Our number one growth, I track it every year, is referrals. And within that group, what's changed over the past, I'd say probably 10 years, is that the biggest segment within referrals, because we even break that down, is group growth, right? So in other words, a group tries the service, right? And then they refer it to other dealerships within the group, and then it just grows. And we're growing with many groups right now, and some of the biggest names in the business, out there. So we're excited about that, and that's probably the best way to do it, because if sometimes if a top-down decision's made and said, hey, we're going to just put this in over all of our stores. Sometimes it's nice to get that buy-in from the location and get them to understand fully the reasons why we're there to help them, so that we can get in and get 100%, because they've got to work with us in that communication. So these things work best that way. Put your toe in the water, and you'll find that it's definitely a comfortable swim.
And Tyler, with the complexity of vehicles continuing to grow, I don't see warranty as a percentage backing down anytime soon. It's continuing to grow and grow and grow, and the complexity continues to grow. And having a specialist really on the outside, not as a fixed expense, but as someone such as Jupiter Warranty Management who specialize in that area, is a big advantage to a dealer who has you.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, that our being able to adjust to whatever market that's out there means that we're going to be the right size for you, no matter if you grow, if your local market takes off, if there's a recall that comes out and your volume doubles, or if things slow down a little bit for you for a time. It's we're going to be the right size always for you. We're going to give you that consistency and that reliability and be there. And another thing is we really free up your service management so that they can do what you need to have them do, which is really grow your business. I mean, if you really look at just service, I mean, a dealership has two businesses they're running, really. They're running, marketing and selling vehicles, and then they're running servicing and taking care of the vehicles on the backside. They're two totally independent businesses in and of themselves. And service is so complex with getting the right technicians, loading the shop, all of the things you want your management focused on to really bring your dealership to that next level. The last thing you need them to do is be tied up in a bunch of warranty administration, complexities, TSB manuals that, they're trying to figure out. And you can spend hours and hours. We've spent careers doing it. So certainly it's the right thing to do. And that's what I think is happening in the industry, is more and more people are waking up to realizing that this is something that isn't part of their core growth perspective. It's something that has to happen and has to be reliable, or it can be the 800-pound gorilla that can take your lunch money, but it's never going to take you to that next step. You could focus all your energy on warranty, and if you give up on the customer, you're toast. Okay? Now take that the other way. If you do really well with the customer and stuff, sure, if you let warranties go out of date, you're toast. But hiring us, helping us back you up, doing that, getting that revenue paid for you, you're going to find is going to allow you to really grow your business.
Tyler Nathan, everybody, Director of Marketing at TBF Jupiter Warranty Management. Tyler, last question for today. As we look out over the balance of the year, here we are in early to mid-May, looking out over the balance of 2025. What's one thing you want to leave our dealers with? Okay, one thing that they need to be aware of, that they should be looking at in their business, because this is a very complex business when it comes to warranty. You've got all the bases covered there, but what's one thing that you'd want our audience to be looking at for the balance of the year and be aware of from your perspective?
I'd say don't fall for the hype. There's, like I said, there's a lot of hype out there. What you need is a partner who is going to be there consistently and reliably, who understands warranty inside and out. Just like a great accountant, we're going to be there where our folks are career-minded. We're able to hire the best in the industry because of our space in the marketplace. We get resumes coming in every day. I mean, literally, we have thousands of resumes within a year. And it's just, it's amazing. That allows us to pick the best of the best and put them to work for you. So, just remember, all you have to do is visit our website and fill out the contact form, and we'll be in touch with you, and we can do an online presentation. We can talk about how we're going to interface directly with your DMS system, with your OEMs, and how we can improve your warranty situation. And that's the best thing to do. And then be proactive. Don't wait until the last minute. Although most of the time we can fit dealers in. So I don't want you to feel like, oh, you have an emergency, don't call. Absolutely. Most of the time it's not an issue, but it can be. So that's why it's always better to be proactive.
TBF Jupiter Warranty Management, everybody, a great partner in the industry, highly recommended by the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Tyler, if our audience has questions and want to reach out now, okay, is it possible they can do that? I see down below you've got the URL scrolling. There's a phone number on the screen as well. Can they reach out to you with questions that you'd answer for them?
Absolutely, and that's my cell phone that's scrolling across there, so you can leave me a voice message if I'm traveling or something. Right now, I've got a lot of travels, and I will get back to you, either myself or one of our representatives. And we also have, the website there, warrantymanaged.com. So you want your warranties managed, so definitely come there and visit and read some of the information there. There's a little video on there that's a great little explanation of the services too, within less than 4 minutes. And it's a great thing to forward to general managers or dealers that might be interested in the service, or you're trying to get interested in there. And then also fill out that contact form. And again, we'll be in touch very quickly and answer more questions.
Tyler Nathan, a great partner to the dealer, Jupiter Warranty Management, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted.
For most dealerships, warranty administration is one of the least satisfying segments of their business. It is difficult to staff, claims expire quickly, losses are common, and there is an even greater risk of audit liability than with the IRS. Luckily, TBF Jupiter Warranty Management is here to help you improve claim quality, accelerate cash flow, increase revenue, reduce audit liability, and simplify operations with seamless integration. Much like the IRS, each manufacturer has created its own complex system for warranty administration. TBF Jupiter Management starts by requesting volume information from the dealer. This is so we can ensure that you will receive an OEM-specific warranty administration expert. Next, a consultant will visit your dealership to conduct on-site documentation training with your entire service team. Once administration begins, our assigned admins log directly into your DMS system to work on open but completed warranty repair orders. When the RO pays on the next statement, Our posting team posts the revenue directly into the dealer's accounting, leaving differences on the schedule for review. And you will never have to ask us about an age discrepancy because our statements team reviews your warranty schedule each month and creates a status report of all aged balances. These overlapping teams make our service the best in the industry. Our dealers have a personal relationship with their assigned admins, and those admins get support from our entire team. That support allows our admins to process more claims than other systems and improve their efficiency. Since we collect more, improve claim quality, and cost less, the real question is, why would you do anything else? To learn more and receive a personalized quote, please visit our website and complete the online contact form at warrantymanaged.com.
It is now time for the Blink AI panel, filmed live in Sacramento with myself and Katrina Ness.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by Vanessa Collins, and right now we are with Blink AI. We have Dave Ferry and Ashleigh Norton. Thank you both for joining us.
Well, it's great to be here.
Yeah, so Dave, you recently talked about in a webinar how Blink AI supports the service at EDC. If you want to allude more to that.
Sure. Yeah. I think a common misconception that I often hear with dealerships is, hey, automation is going to replace the humans in our BDC, and that's what the goal of AI is to do. And that couldn't be more further from the truth, really. We're there to automate those things that can easily be automated. I just want to book an appointment. That's a pretty simple step, and we can do it like under a minute in most cases. And what that does is that takes a lot of the burden off of the people that are in the BDC to really deal with those customer issues that need a human involvement. You know, my car's off the road, I need a tow, got this big service problem, I'm out of town, what do I do? And so it's really just aligning the resources better within the dealership to give a very solid customer experience from end to end.
Well, awesome. Ashleigh, tell us a little bit more about what you guys discussed in the webinar with Blink AI.
Yeah, so we put it together because we've been, I've been talking to a lot of BDC managers, and it's kind of the first fear, right? Is that their teams are going to be cut. We're gonna cut into their pay for appointments, and so we talked a lot about best practices, how to strategize your pay plans to really support the value building tasks that a VDC does, right? So that's the outbound piece. We talked a lot about using AI to, again, automate the things that AI can handle to alleviate the pressure on the BDC with the mass amount of phone calls that they get and the customers that they have to deal with. I think service BDC and our service advisors are two of the hardest jobs in the dealership. It's a loveless department. Nobody loves calling in to schedule service. So the more that we can do to kind of wrap our arms around these people and understand how difficult their job is, that's what we want to do. And at Blink AI, we're not a replacement. We're an enhancement, if you will, to the VDC.
Yeah, absolutely. And AI is so new. Technology is rapidly evolving, and so are customer expectations. So what are you seeing, across the industry and across the country when it comes to customer expectations and the implementation of AI and technology?
Yeah, I think that's how it kind of got born, right? Is that customers, I can order an Uber. I can order from Amazon and have, meet stuff here today. But if I want to schedule a service appointment, I have to wait till they're open while I'm at work. And that usually is not when I'm thinking about, servicing my car. So creating these automations that are available 24/7 to support the demand-driven generation.
Yeah. There you go. Tell us a little bit more about how, the dealers can use Blink AI as, an assistant and a solution within the BDC. It's not a replacement. It's not
necessarily a tool. It's an assistant, and it can be used as a solution.
Sure. Well, let me give you an example that we're going through kind of in a real-time basis. So we're working with several dealerships on a new telematics program that we have. And what we're doing, we want to get ahead of that whole customer experience rather than waiting for the customer to have a bad experience with their vehicle. Now I got to call and get a service visit. We want to notify them that something's wrong with your car even before they realize it and get them into the dealership. And so we can do those notifications based on the service alerts that we get from the car. But after you've notified the person a couple of times and they don't respond, that's when we can escalate that up and say to the BDC, this person really they need to bring the vehicle in. They're not responding to a text or an email. So let's do an outbound call and bring them into the dealership. And hey, so far the success rate on that is tremendous. I got to give a shout out to the Hudson Auto Group. They've been working with us here, working through some of these elements of that. We really discovered how to work best as a collaboration with BDC to make the whole experience much better for the passenger.
And like Ashleigh said, the BDC is a very important department in the dealership, and it's also very hard. And, having these solutions set in place to enhance not only the customer experience, but the employee experience is so important.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, I think it also enhances your loyalty because I know when my check engine light comes on, one of the first things I do is go get it plugged in and let someone tell me what's wrong if it's just a check engine light. But if you're sending me a message before I even have to take that step or I'd have to call, then I think I'm 100 times more likely to be loyal to you as a dealership. Yeah. And I mean, we support the franchise world. That's our industry, and we don't want to lose that business to somebody driving up to AutoZone and plugging in their car.
Yep, and our industry and dealers thrive on retention.
Yes,
that's truly. Yeah, and AI is such a hot topic right now in the automotive industry. I mean, we saw it at NADA 2025. AI is everywhere, but you two are actually working in it every single day. So what do you see on the horizon for AI and the future of it for 2025 and even beyond?
Yeah, I think that, virtually every week there's new large language models that come out. There's new experiences you can have. And even though we call ourselves an AI company, we're really a solutions company. We focus on that user experience. And sometimes it's AI that we can put in place to maybe discover the intent the user has. Oftentimes people aren't really good at explaining what they want. I mean, they're not car people. So we have to infer from what the vehicle is telling us, what this person's saying on the phone, or leaving in a message about what that customer needs and get them to the right place. And so the more that we can take off of the user, because that's very stressful, right? The car's broke, I need to get somewhere. There's a lot of things that are wrapped around that we can relieve behalf of the customer. And if we do that the right way, we just keep that end customer's experience in focus, then all the benefits will really be the layer to the dealer because it's going to keep bringing that customer back in for more service visits as they keep their cars longer, but also the next time they need a new car, they're there and we can book that appointment for them as well.
Yeah, efficiency and consistency is what Blink AI enables. Well, thank you so much, Dave and Ashleigh from Blink AI for joining us and for giving us insight on Blink AI as a solution specifically for the service BDC.
Thank you for having us. It's been a wonderful day.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Make sure to stay tuned because there is a lot more to come.
The fastest pit change in a Formula One race took 1.80 seconds. At Blink AI, we say challenge accepted as we take your dealership from zero to hero with our platform that's purpose-built to shift the customer experience into high gear. Unlike solutions that promise efficiency with AI chatbots, Blink AI turns your dealership operation into a profit powerhouse. With Blink AI, you get scheduling solutions that work together to increase your bottom line. It's about turning interactions into actions that drive dealership success. We're talking about intelligent phone automation and seamless scheduling that increases appointments without increased overhead, and workflow automation that eliminates service bottlenecks and boosts staff productivity, and a customer campaign solution that proactively engages customers and increases CSI scores. Blink AI, your dealership's #1 pit crew.
Don't get stranded on a star. Let's welcome Repair on Demand up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our good friend Randy Kobat is here. He is with Repair on Demand. He is both the president and the CEO, and here to talk with one of our great partners in reconditioning, Tully Williams from the Niello company. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having me, Ted.
I know, Tully, you and I have talked about this several times, the difference between vendors and partners. And Randy, if it's okay, I want to come to you first. Why is it so important on the reconditioning process and the reconditioning side for a third party to be a true partner rather than just a vendor?
Yeah, I would say there's a few reasons. One is that based on our research, the average dealer today outsources 20% of the reconditioning process to a third-party vendor. Okay. Some dealers outsource as much as 80% of the work. And in most cases, it's not just a single third-party vendor. It can be a chorus line of people coming and going from the dealership to complete the work. And on average, it's usually 3 vendors based on our research. And I think the last thing that makes a true partnership really important is the department that owns the relationship sometimes varies. Sometimes it's the fixed ops department. Sometimes it's the variable or the used car manager. So those 3 things create a lot more complexity than most people realize and can significantly impact your time to front line.
Tully, I like how Randy referred to that as sometimes a chorus line. You want to weigh in on that?
It is. I mean, I tell you, it can make or break your recon process. And, when you look at recon, it's all about the speed and quality. I'll say it's quality, and then I'll say speed. And it's very important. And I tell you, having everything together, not having 500 vendors doesn't work. I need 1 or 2 key partnerships to help us drive those used cars and recons, which then in turn drives what? It drives hours for the fixed ops department and drives that repeat and referral business that we're truly in.
Randy, let me come back to something that you mentioned just a minute ago. You said anywhere from 20% to 80% of the work handled by a third party during reconditioning for a typical dealer. Can you give us a little more detail on that number?
Sure. It can significantly impact getting the car ready for sale. And where it really impacts is around clarity of purpose. One of the things that we see a lot is we call it the grease pencil problem. So you have a car that your third-party vendor first has to find on the lot, and then interpret what was written on the windshield with a grease pencil and what work needs to be done. And so that clarity of purpose needs to be improved between the third-party vendor and the dealership. And then just improvement in communication. Having a singular platform that allows you to create clear communication between the work that needs to get done and those that need to do the work, and speeding up the approval process. And the last thing is either misbilling or lack of billing or timely billing between the dealership and the third-party vendor can have significant ramifications in the success of used car sales.
Tully, you and I have had some conversations online, and I know you've made great strides at the Niello company on the reconditioning. Talk to us about the acceleration of getting a vehicle on the lot ready for sale.
It is critical, and it really starts when we buy the car. So when the car hits the ground, we start our measurement, and our goal is to get that in the shop day 1. Sometimes it might come on a weekend, it's day 2, but we do track days before the service department gets it. The next piece is getting it in the shop. And, when we look at our stores, we do a pretty darn good job at it. Now, I tell you, it didn't start easy this way. And it's because we measure it. We measure the open RO rate, right? We've got to make sure that we're not open and closing ROs to trick the system either. But the goal is that did you inspect the car day one, right? The mornings are inspections. Then you talk about repairings in the afternoons, right? Is there a parts problem? If you have a parts problem, we put that car aside. Let's get the other car in. But it's really, are you actively managing that? And a lot of times does is that it's really your internal advisor that a lot of time is tracking all those things. Oh, let's make sure we pay them on that as well. And guess what happens? Our job is now, we are under 3 days. Our goal is to get down to 2 days. That's all in. That's when we get the car, and that's doing the parts, that's getting the service, that's getting everything done and getting it out back to the used car department. And as Randy was talking about, those third parties of wheels and dents and dings and internal things can be a cluster at best. And most of the time, what does it do? The guy walks around, he comes in and says, here's a PO, I need 40 POs. And the guy share, and he scribbles right on off. But the issue is that, do you really know your quality of your used car when you buy it? Are you being taken advantage of? Are you billed twice for the same car because he didn't get time to do it and he tries to bill you again the next week? And it's really good to make sure that you have your third-party vendors that are on your side. Getting back to the speed, though, it's so important at your store when you have the used car is that, are we driving it through the shop as fast and at the highest quality possible?
Randy, what are some common missteps that maybe you can point to that can happen if the dealer and the third party, I'll use the word partner, are not in alignment all the way through?
One of the things that we see, and it's what Tully referred to as, we call it idle time. So that time in between steps can really kill you. And one of the things that creates a lot of idle time is waiting for approvals. So you might have a blanket approval on anything up to $300 if it's a wheel or a ding or a dent. But if it's over that, sometimes that lack of communication can create a lot of idle time while your third-party vendor is waiting for approval to do the work. And what helps make that happen more effectively is really communicating on the same platform. A lot of people that we talk to are really proud that they've got a great WhatsApp group with their third-party vendors and their service department and their used car manager. But what you've now introduced is new technology that might be outside of the technician's workflow. And we have 16,000 technicians using our software every day. And so receiving the work in the application that they use every day really helps streamline that process. And then the last thing is a common misstep is tying the work that's completed back to the VIN. There's so many times where you get one bill from your third-party vendor that might have 6 or 7 different cars on it.
Okay.
And that you really struggle then in the accounting and closing the books at the end of the month on what did I really put into that car from an expense perspective.
Tully, I was thinking of inviting Chris on the panel, but I thought it might be a little bit too cumbersome. Chris is the controller, by the way. Randy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the controllers love us.
I think when you look at that, is the cost of the car right? And when you look at a lot of times that your third party vendors as wheel repairs and dent and dings and bumper paintments and all these small things, is that as Randy said, they give you a lump sum bill. That doesn't work for the business office at all. It doesn't matter at all. And our goal is at once is we want the car done right so we can track it. We can know that we did it. So then that's what we do. We can tell the customer that we actually fixed the car. What a concept, right? The more the customer knows, the better. The more transparent you are, the better. The more that we hold our third-party vendors accountable is the better. And you find out which ones are on your side and which ones are not on your side very, very quickly.
Sure. Randy, can you give us an example of we're having a reconditioning process that has helped streamline operations or saved the dealership some money?
Sure.
Any examples?
Yeah, and our solution is really unique because we're supporting kind of both sides of the equation. We support the dealership with our software, and we support the third-party technicians using our software. So we see it, it's light as day for us. And we've uncovered misbilling by the vendor, saving the dealership money since the work didn't have an approval trail beyond a text or a WhatsApp app message. So having that electronic approval trail that you can go back to has helped us uncover misbilling by the vendor to the dealership. We've also uncovered situations where the dealer hasn't paid for work completed by the vendor, and we help get that vendor paid more quickly. And then I like to refer to it like I did back in the days when I was with CDK leading the service pricing guides business. We called it 5 o'clock shock, right? Where you quote a consumer a number in the morning, and then they come back to pick up their car, and what they actually owe is significantly different. And I know we've come a long way since those days, but it's almost like that controller shock. At the end of the month, the shock that what you thought was a great used car deal didn't really have all the expenses associated with it when you sold it, and it actually turned into not so great of a profitable car deal.
Tully, I can certainly recall that. I know you've got 9 or 10 facilities, rooftops that you're overseeing. If you want to speak to that.
It is a huge deal. So, I mean, the quality and the quality of the billing to me is the biggest issue here. Yep. The quality of the repair will take care of itself. I can guarantee it. Mm-hmm. It's the quality of the billing is the issue. It's like Randy said, you can't have a car deal come back a month later and have the meltdown because we forgot to blank add this to the car deal. It just makes everybody upset. Two is everybody's going to blame the poor vendor. And a lot of times, sometimes it isn't the vendor's fault. It's the sales manager, the used car manager's fault. I mean, it doesn't really matter whose fault it is. It is what it is. The goal is to have a process. So if you do not have a process, what app's a great idea? What apps is not a process? It's just a way to talk to everybody. The goal is that, are you having a process at your store where you have things going through? The used car manager can look at where his cars are at a moment's notice. Two, when things need to be authorized, he's alerted and can be authorized. We want our cars in our service department authorized in minutes, not hours, minutes. And as we look at third-party vendors, our goal is that if we wait days or hours, guess what happens? It's on the next visit. That doesn't work anymore today. When they're there, they need to fix the cars they're working on today. We need to get these cars ready today. We cannot wait for old days. We got to have it done now. Having a process, having a program like Randy has keeps you in the know, so you know where your problems are, so then you can address and get those cars road ready.
So, Randy, I recently visited with Tully and his team out in Sacramento, and we had a couple discussions on recon, reconditioning. It just came up organically, and he had both the fixed ops directors there. He had used vehicle managers. So I got to ask you, with your vast experience in this domain, which department better handles the reconditioning when working with a third-party vendor, the fixed ops side or the used car manager?
That's a great question. And I think it really is individual to the dealership on what best works for you as a dealership, and that supports your process. One of the things that we found through some of the research that we've done is, the not necessarily competing priorities, but the most important priorities for the different departments are important to understand. Right? For the used vehicle manager, it's maximizing profit on that deal. For the service department, as Tully had mentioned already, it's maximizing the quality of the repair and the safety of the vehicle when it rolls off the lot with a new owner. For those people out there considering a solution, it's important to have a system that's flexible to support both options. As long as you have a single platform that all departments, used car, service, and the third-party vendors work from, it can help support whoever is choosing the third-party vendor relationship.
And Tully, I got to say that it looks like your team doesn't really operate in silos like so many dealerships do. It looked like there was great communication between used vehicle managers and the fixed ops side as well.
You're spot on. I tell you, it was great to profile that great team, and that was our team down at the Elk Grove with Jeret and his team there. And what made that team, you got to remember, sometimes he's a day and a half, right? And he's done 300 or 400 cars that month, and that's because of the relationships between them and the used car department. It's all about relationships. Randy's spot on. Who does it best? It's all about what that store is. Is the service department going to handle the POs for third parties? Is the used car manager's assistant, it's usually what it is the one handling the third party assistant, the tires, the wheels, the cosmetic-y things, right? The goal is that are they all on track for that speed? And then here's the deal. Everybody, I got my guy, but the guy is the guy taking advantage of you or not. We want quality people. We want partners, not vendors. We want quality people that we trust because they're out there writing down 100, VIN numbers, not 100, but a ton of VIN numbers, right? And they want to get paid. Doesn't mean they fix the car because guess what we do? We don't go out and look at it. So really making sure that we have those quality and in a program to monitor it for us. That is the issue here. You can have a guy go out, oh, we got it all dialed in. We do it on paper. No, you don't. You don't have it dialed in at all. The issue is that it's working okay for you. But the problem is you're probably costing you at least 2 days, minimal 2 to 3 days. And the business office hates your guts. So the goal is that we want to take care of all of that process. What makes our Elk Grove store work, Jeret and his team, is that they have they talk hourly about stuff. They already know if they can go ahead and fix it. We don't need to ask approval. I have authorization to do blank. All right, get the wheels done. The parts on back order for 2 days. Call the wheel guy. Get that guy over here to get the wheel fixed while we're waiting for the car in. This is where everybody working together. Don't go through it. You must do this. You must do this. You must do this. You're working together to find out all the holes and you fill it up with all your third-party cosmetic things that get in there if there's a delay, so then the car ultimately can get out in 2 to 3 days.
We're speaking today to Randy Kobat, the CEO and president of Repair on Demand, and Tully Williams, the fixed operations director at the Niello Company, 10 luxury European dealerships in the Sacramento, California market. Randy, if I can come back to you, let's go back to the prep. How important is the prep? For instance, a proper appraisal at the outset and diagnostic work to the overall success, and what's going to happen to that timeline and the timeliness of the reconditioning of the vehicle starting at the beginning?
Yeah, it's absolutely critical. And understanding what might need to be done on the mechanical side early in the process really helps you set up, a more lean manufacturing approach, really understanding demand for time and parts to inform the supply. It helps you schedule the appropriate time that might be necessary in the bay to get the work done. It gives you foresight on what parts you might need, as Tully mentioned. You're going to have the brand of parts that is on your building for the franchise, but you might need to go find a Toyota part or a Ford part if that's not your brand. And it really helps you in advance schedule the appropriate vendors. So as you're waiting for that part to come in, you can get the wheel guy in here and take advantage of an agile process versus more of a step-by-step rote process.
Tully, you want to speak to that as well?
Oh God, I mean, it's all about the startup. I mean, Randy, you're spot on. If they under or overbid a car in the beginning, it's a disaster for everybody, right? The goal is that we just want it done right. The appraisal is such an issue here, is that because of an appraisal and we know that the car needs something, it speeds the process up because here's the deal. We already have a yes answer when it goes into the recon process. We already know that the wheels need to be done. We already know that the seat is ripped. We already know that the water pump's leaking or it needs tires, right? These are things that drive it. What I just said right there saved us 4 days knowing that when we bought the car right. That's what it's all about, right? And having a process and having a program to help track it. So now when that car gets bought, the service department knows brakes and a water pump. We know that we have a seat that's ripped and we have a wheel repair. We already have called that guy up and said, we have a delay on the water pump for a day. You need to be down here doing the wheel repair so the part comes in the next day. 3 days, the car is done. That would have taken 6 days right there, what I just said.
Yeah.
And we get it down to 3, and guess what? Everybody's happy. Everybody's happy. But there has to be a process in place to track it all, because what I said is completely confusing if you don't.
Yeah, and that big black hole or unknown is becoming much more transparent as you see the more broad use of our products like our Blue Driver OBD2 product. So you can walk around the car, you can see the dent, you can see the tear in the upholstery, you can see the wheel. What most people haven't been able to see and uncover is the mechanical operation of the car and what might need to be repaired. Or quite frankly, did the consumer buy one of these OBD2 products off of Amazon for $40 and turn the check engine light off before they brought it in to trade it in? That kind of information is now more readily available, creating more transparency and a more accurate appraisal opportunity.
Amazing. Attributed to the success that you've had, Randy, with this blue driver and with your success in reconditioning. And like you said, the transparency in the process, it's kind of amazing to see where it's gone and where it will go. I have one last question for today. And Tully, if it's okay, I want to come to you because it pertains to the fixed ops director, fixed ops in the house. How can fixed ops be a good partner to a third-party vendor or partner in reconditioning, specifically fixed ops?
So I think that, them talking to each other and communicating, having them come over and talk versus just yelling at each other and trying to blame each other for everything. I mean, that's what really is what happens. They're trying to bail themselves out of a situation, right? And then that means that situation has gone to worse. And now all of a sudden you have a bad relationship. The goal is that they have to realize that our job is to get the car fixed and get it fixed right. And the best thing a third-party vendor can do, and a service manager or a used car, say an internal advisor that's in charge of that, should be talking to those people on a daily basis, or when they're on the lot, if they're on the lot twice a week or 3 times a week. The goal is that the more communication you have with those people, the smoother things are. Because he can walk up and say, "Hey, Tully, how you doing? I got 5 cars for you, bro. Okay, I got these cars here. I'm doing this on that car. Okay, I'm gonna go check on that car, that car. I'll come back to you. I'll get approval from the used car manager. Okay, I have a water pump ordered in that. Once you start on that car there, guess what happened? You just made this third party's life so much easier. Now he comes on the lot. He knows I'm going to go talk to Tully, and I know exactly what I'm going to do. And then I get to work and get paid and move on. That's what he wants versus coming in like, I hope to hell they give me something. I hope to hell I get paid. I hope to hell that I get a yes answer, right? That's what happens most of the time. But that communication between the two tells them how they can get the process done much faster.
Randy, you want to have the last word on that?
Yeah, I think Tully's absolutely right. And it's all about the hours, right? And those hours aren't just hours in the bay. They're hours in between each step, and the hours that third-party vendor's working on the car too.
Yep. And that visibility is so important. We're learning that. Randy, a little bit about repair on demand. You're everywhere. You're embedded into other programs. I know you're in Tully's dealerships. Tell us how you work with dealers and how our audience can go about learning more if they don't already know.
Yeah. So we've got a variety of customer types, dealers being a large component. But we also do business with the major auctions. They use our Blue Driver product to put diagnostic data on the condition report. We also partner with third-party vendors, and we have a network of technicians that actually go out and do inspections on behalf of the third-party vendors and the auctions today. And then we also have our software businesses where we're selling reconditioning software to dealerships called Repair 360. And then we also, as I mentioned, sell software to the technicians that come on to the dealership's lot and do work for them. And that is our Mobile Tech RX product that's focused on small PDR type vendors, as well as Recon Pro, which is the technician software that supports a wide variety of job types and is more of an enterprise grade product that a large reconditioning company might use.
So if I'm watching this today in the audience, best place to go and learn more, would that be repairondemand.com?
RepairOnDemand.com. You can begin to learn about each of those offerings and our company. And then we also have links directly to more detailed information about all of our products.
Randy Kobat, everybody. He's not new in this industry. Randy has deep roots, been around a long time, and has put this together over a long.
You saying I'm old, Ted?
Well, I think you and I, and maybe Tully, are vintage. How about that?
Vintage, yeah. Yeah, my first year in automotive software was 1999. So it's been 25, almost 26 years now, with Cox Automotive for 9 and CDK for 10. So I'm super excited about being a part of this industry.
Randy, everybody, Repair on Demand is the best in the industry. Tully Williams, I want to thank you for your great contributions today, Tully. Tully, keep up the great work in Recon and on fixed ops.
God bless America on that. You got that right.
Everybody, Randy Kobat, you can visit them on the web at repaironDemand.com. You see his email scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Randy Kobat and Tully Williams here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Have a great day.
Welcome to the all-new Busy Car. Recalls made easy. What does your recall process look like today? Do you rely on the reactive mix of mailers, emails, and calls that your service advisors catch them as they come into the service drive? Tomorrow's proactive process looks much different. With automation leading the way via texts, a mix of live outreach, and advanced appointment scanning. Here's how the Busy Car process works. Step 1. Get the data directly from your manufacturer. Then integrate with your DMS and scheduling software. Add in a mix of BusyCar's own proprietary data along with AI-powered website scanning, and voila, it's on step 2. Now it's time to identify which VINs have open recalls on them and help you in 3 different categories. Consumers, fleet, and B2B, which consists of the other franchise and used car lots in your PMA. Slide on into step 3. Here comes the automation. BusyCar has a very robust, smart-driven texting platform that automatically helps reduce no-shows and give your customers their preferred method of communication. Now you're getting somewhere. Step 4 is all you. We schedule according to your preferences. You complete the job checking. Little to no effort on your part and guaranteed ROI on our part. Call or email to schedule your BusyCar demo today.
Breeze through the Ashleigh belt with Busy Car.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our friends from Busy Car are with us. Want to introduce the roundtable to Brett Masterson. He's Vice President of Sales at Busy Car, and first time on the roundtable, Miguel Seda. He is with a Ford Lincoln dealer in Alpharetta, Georgia, Angela Krause Ford Lincoln, a Ford Pro Elite dealer. Miguel and Brett, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks a lot, Ted.
Thank you.
Miguel, if it's okay, congratulations, first of all, on all the success you're having. Ford Pro Elite, that's a huge initiative. Ford is really into that commercial business. And again, congratulations on all the good work that you're doing there. And if it's okay, I want to ask you a little bit about your relationship with Busy Car today, if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Miguel, first of all, tell us a little bit about your background, if that's okay.
Yeah, so I'm originally from West Palm, and I've got about 21 years in this business, and anything from a technician all the way up to fixed operations. For a short stint of period, I actually owned a mobile repair business. Yeah, and I actually did mobile detailing, and we did timing belt on the side of I-95 for a little bit. And I got back into the dealership side of the business. And here I am now sitting in, a seat of a Ford Pro.
Miguel, we've had a couple people who have been and are mobile operators on their own, and that's a fascinating part of the business. And Brett, when we talk about mobile, that really plays into a lot of what Busy Car is doing as well.
Absolutely, yeah. We're really catering to the mobile clientele. Customers really want to have their recalls done mobily, and our service definitely helps with that.
And I realize it's not all mobile, okay, but a lot of the business, Miguel, as you know, is headed that way. Talk to us a little bit about warranty recalls and why is that so important to dealers right now at this time?
Well, the biggest thing about warranty recalls, is it's something that is provided by the manufacturer. However, the consumer sometimes sees it as a downfall. Oh, I've got to go into the dealership. I've got to sit there for something that I don't know if I need it or not, but I hear it's a safety problem. So when we offer them the mobile service, one, it allows us a touching point with the consumer. We can actually call them and say, hey, you are eligible for this mobile service. And as a value proposition, we're going to come to you. We're going to take care of it at your house, your job, at the soccer field, wherever you want it to be, to take care of that mobile service. When they hear about that, and especially if it's a recall, it's not costing them anything, they're definitely open-minded to it. And it's just a great thing to have.
And you can perform a lot of the recalls on the mobile truck. Is that right? Is that true?
Absolutely. I would say right now, I ran a FSA sheet. Probably about 60% of the recalls right now consist of a software update where there's not necessarily parts that are needed to perform the recall. We can do it as simple as Wi-Fi in a parking garage.
And Brett, congratulations to you as well, because BusyCar has really taken the look of recalls and focused on customer retention and made that a big focus. Tell us why that's so important right now, Brett.
Absolutely. So we have in terms of our clientele, our customers, they're looking for ways to go, or our customers being a dealer, right? They're looking for ways to get customers back in the door. And recalls are really the silver bullet, right? It's a hook. It's that one way that we can reach out to the customer to get them back into the door for our dealerships. So unlike every other marketing and thing that's out there, we have the ability to text people, and we are approved to do so because we are TCPA exempt, right? So BusyCar has that silver bullet to be able to text consumers because it's a safety issue, right? And if you think about it from a consumer standpoint, think of the convenience that they get, and it also shows that a local dealer cares about them, right? It's a convenience. It's texting to their phone and showing that their local dealer is reaching out to them proactively, unlike reactively, to make sure that they know they have the recall open on the car.
Miguel, one of the things that I've learned about BusyCar is that they really automated this so that when the customer comes in, there's no more, oh, well, we don't have the part, we have to make another appointment. You got the part in stock for the most of the time with BusyCar, and that's a real important part of the RO.
It definitely helps, especially, for example, what they do is bi-weekly, they send us our appointments, or as far as anything that's needed, necessary to order a part for. So I already know what's happening 2 weeks from now. So I can go to the parts counter and say, hey, let's get this preemptively ordered. So you're eliminating that customer who says, hey, you knew I had this appointment. Why do I need to come back? Or why do you have to come back out here? We've already done that. So
Miguel, what was your recall process like before BusyCar?
Probably like most other dealers out there. It was, hey, end user, come on in and we'll see you. And if I need the car for 3 or 4 days, that's just kind of how it was, the old taboo way of doing things. Now it's great. We're calling people, as you said, being proactive, getting ahead of the curve. So
now you're the commercial service manager, is that correct?
So I'm the commercial service manager along with the mobile service manager. Okay. So because those two things, they tie into each other. They're very integrated. Because yes, we want to take care of our retail customers out there for recalls and general maintenance, things like that. But so do the city municipalities. They have the same recalls. They have the same vehicles. So we've got a team designated to that to fulfill both areas.
You told me in the green room, but I'll ask you again here. Approximately how many mobile service trucks do you have right now on the road?
We currently have 9 in our fleet. We've got a tire and wheel balance machine vehicle being upfitted now that'll be ready to launch here in the next 6 weeks.
And what did that look like maybe a year and a half ago? How many vehicles back then?
I want to say they had 1 or 2 is what was in the program.
Okay. So, Brett, this is a real important strategy for this retailer. And Brett, from what we're seeing around the country, it works really well.
Yeah, if you think about previously, what Miguel and teams like himself were doing was taking a whiteboard or taking sticky notes and trying to plan out where they were going to go on a day-to-day basis, and it's just not efficient. So I think BusyCar in general, we utilize AI, we utilize app, right, to try to make dealerships' lives more efficient, make technicians' lives more efficient. So prior to Busy Car, I was in recruitment and I helped dealerships find technicians. They're so hard to find, right? And we want to help dealerships retain them. They want to keep the technicians busy, right? So we want to make sure they're on the road, have customers to go see. And when they're utilizing the mobile app, it gives them turn-by-turn direction, and it also alerts the customer that the technician is on the way, right? So if you think about it, prior to Busy Car, when a dealership said, "Hey, we're going to come out to see you. We'll be there between noon and 5," right? There's not a lot of assurance from the customer's standpoint. And now they know exactly when they're going to be there, and they see the driver's photo before they arrive. So from a customer standpoint, it just allows a totally different experience to get the work done remotely.
Miguel, this is kind of like every other business out there right now, where you can watch the driver and coming to you. The automotive business is now caught up to everybody else.
Very true. A lot of what I see with the younger guys who are just getting into this business, younger technicians, they want to be able to experience a lot of the AI that's coming out. So they find it pretty cool that they can actually integrate with the Busy Car platforms, completing their multi-point inspections, completing any stories, any information from the iPhone. Not only that, me as a manager, I can use their telematics that they have to track efficiency, to see where the guys are at a particular point. So in the event I've got a customer or someone who says, "Hey, can you get out here? Can you get to this area here?" I can look at my drivers live and say, "Absolutely. Let me get someone out there immediately."
I'm thinking, Miguel, about a minute or two ago, Brett was talking about dealers using sticky notes on boards and whiteboards. Brett, you do realize that a lot of the people watching this are using those sticky notes right now. And I mean, that's old and archaic compared to what you're doing now, but it still is the norm out there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that. I think what Busy Car tries to do is help with efficiencies all the way around, right? If you think about what we've done to revolutionize and automate the recall industry, it's really about bringing customers back into the ecosystem, right? And if we have the ability to text a consumer that has the open recall on the car, we're making it really easy for dealerships to sign up for the program, because it allows them to tap into that customer who has not been to the dealership in over 600 days, right? It's really a retention tool that's going to bring customers back through the door. And then the bottom line is it's all about revenue, right? So yes, safety is important. Yes, compliance is important. But we are making dealerships a lot of money on the platform. And that's, something I'm really proud of. Our company prides itself on delivering strong results. So I've signed up, countless dealerships over the past couple months, and my favorite part of my day-to-day is looking at their ROI reports and seeing how many customers we're bringing it back through their door, how many mobile experiences they're having, and then how much revenue we're driving them on a monthly basis.
Yeah. Busy Car is the real deal. Miguel, was it hard getting started on Busy Car?
No, I think the training for myself was about a day, not even. And that included, running the business here, and all of my other support staff, including technicians, were onboarded within a day. What's really cool is anytime that I have a new technician starting, I shoot an email to my local rep, and I would probably say within 24 hours, I've got that technician onboarded, ready to rock and roll on their own.
Miguel, what would you say has been the best surprise about joining forces with Busy Car, looking back now on everything that's gone on?
Brett, did you mention something about revenue? We were talking about monetary there. That including, here's the thing with Busy Car, they actually do all of the outreach. They're connecting with the consumers for us. So they're very well prepared in having that conversation about the time frame, when the recall is going to be performed, how long it's going to take, whether there's special order parts, things like that. Compared to a BDC internal department, right? There's a lot of word tracks that internal BDC has to follow, because some dealers, the same BDC rep is their BDC rep for sales and service. So what just happened with Busy Car is now we have a dedicated BDC rep for recalls for all of our outgoing relations.
Wow. Brett, that's pretty big. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, it's an incredible program. You know, when you think about all the different efficiencies and AI programs that are out there, this allows, you know, we don't replace a BDC, right? But what we do is we work alongside them. We enhance the BDC. It frees up the BDC's time to go work on, you know, main shop work. You know, it just takes off the burden of having to have a team of 10 people sit there and make phone calls to numbers that may or may not work, right? I think one of the things, you know, when we sign someone up is they want to know that we're texting a lot of phone numbers, right? And what we do is provide dealerships with a list at the end of each month when people do not own the car, you know, so it's a data cleanse. It's a data cleanse. And that's one of the reasons people see the value in our service is we don't want you wasting money, you know, direct mail or mailing people that don't own the car anymore. So it's one additional service that we offer that I think people find a lot of value in.
Miguel, tell us about the quality of service visits. What have you seen now that you have Busy Car up and running?
You know, quality of service really comes down to a mindset, right? And having the right technician going out there doing the right job. Busy Car allows us to designate what technicians can do what jobs. So that is something that we really find user friendly, because if I've got a guy who's a hybrid technician who just likes being mobile, well, I'll send him out there to do a 3-hour recall, and I know that the quality is going to be there. I know it's going to be fixed right the first time, along with the customer satisfaction. And Busy Car allows us to do that.
Tell us about the customer satisfaction. I've talked to several mobile dealers, and they've told me that it's not uncommon in a month to have perfect or near perfect CSI. Are you seeing that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing that hands down, because the biggest thing is the consumer, they're not losing time. We've given them time back. They're not having to worry about picking up the kids. They're there. So a lot of the consumers are saying they like it. You know, they wish they would have known that we offered it before, you know, so creating that awareness is allowing a lot of consumers to use it. And the biggest thing is the shops are not as packed anymore. You know, when you have a master technician who says, hey, you know, I could be replacing an engine, but I've got to do a recall that here is an hour, takes away time from this vehicle. Well, you don't anymore. Now you can do the things that best fit your skill level, because the mobile team and Busy Car are going out there and doing the services.
Miguel, if a dealer watching or a fixed ops director watching today is thinking about putting in place a fully automated recall management system, what advice would Miguel say to give them today if they were talking to you?
Sign up, do it. You know, it's a mindset. Just go and do it. You know, there shouldn't be any hesitations, reservations on why you can't do it. I mean, it's a wonderful platform to have.
Brett, dealers really embrace and love Busy Car, and the customers like the process too.
Yeah, Miguel, I appreciate the endorsement. You know, it's one thing for me to go out there and tell the story. It's another for our customers to go out there and tell the story. And we're really proud of that. So I think one thing we didn't touch on today is the amount of upsell opportunity, right? So if you think about it, you know, we're bringing the customer back through the door. It's an at bat for the customer. It's an at bat for the dealership. And that's what we're creating. So about what we see is around 35% of the customers we're bringing back through the door or that are having a mobile experience are also doing customer pay work. So right now, you know, think of our industry. Things are in such, you know, on the sales front, it is a mixed bag, you know, of what we're going to come across over the next couple months here. And I know general managers, you know, they see our product and they think, oh, expense, right? Everyone's got to cut expenses, right? But it's really an investment that's going to be a guaranteed return for them. You know, you're going to be able to make money on our program. There's no doubt about it. So it's a very low risk, high reward. So for, you know, 35% of customers doing that extra customer pay work, they're getting the recall for free, right? The recall work is getting done for free. It's up to them, the service advisor, to upsell. And there's a lot of opportunity out there to do so.
Upsell opportunities, Miguel, the safety. All right. I've seen the ROI on this. it's really strong. And like you said, you pick up that service business development center for the recall campaigns automatically, and they specialize in this and they automate it. Miguel, it's a real super ROI.
Absolutely. What we're actually starting to see a lot now is because we took care of the end user right the first time, they're calling us back and saying, hey, when your guy came out, he offered us a mobile detail, or he offered us a oil change menu service. When can I schedule that? Wow. So and we're doing that from our fleet clients to the retail side. Everybody's getting it.
All right. Well, Miguel Seda, congratulations to you. Thank you for the kind words and bringing us up to speed on what's happening out there in retail. And Brett, congratulations to BusyCar. You got a great platform, and it's one of the true AI platforms that really is head and shoulders above everything else out there.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks a lot for having us.
All right, Brett, if people want to learn more about BusyCar, what's the best way?
BusyCar.com. They could also email me directly, Brett.Masterson@BusyCar.com. I'd be happy to help. I have a really great team of professionals that are talking to dealerships all day long that are experts in the business. So we'd be happy to help.
And Miguel, you and I connected on LinkedIn. If people want to reach out to you or have questions or need advice, is that okay? They reach out to Miguel Seda?
Absolutely. We can share each other's information on LinkedIn. They can always reach me, at mseda@angelakrausford.com. I'm an open book. There's no secret tool to what we do in success. It's just being consistent, going out there and communicating and creating awareness.
All right. Well said. I think we'll be seeing a lot more of both of these gentlemen, Miguel Seda and Brett Masterson. Everybody, busycar.com, busycar.com. You can see Brett's email scrolling across the bottom. BusyCar delivers service revenue by automating recalls. BusyCar here today with us at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
As the sun sets on day 2 of our intergalactic odyssey, make sure to vote for the Sean Butler Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. We're making our way to the Big Dipper as we take a scoop out of the Fixed Ops Roundtable All Systems Go event tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern.